Welcome to another exciting edition of a Collar Nation radio show. Welcome. Thanks for joining me. Now, folks, when I'm live from Liberia, you know what's going down. You know it's going to be a good topic. You know what things are going to get out of hand. You know tempers are going to be raised, passions are aware, and it's going to get out of control. So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, go tell somebody, tell a friend that College Genesis is back. It's been a whole week, without the College Genesis. Now, come on, you know you want to do it. You know it's the right thing to do. Tell somebody, like, share, subscribe. Go grab yourself a snack tonight. What can I tell you? Go get some cola nuts. You don't have cola nuts in America. Get you some peanuts and popcorn, so we can grab some snacks tonight, and as we listen to the College Genesis deliver a fire brimstone sermon. This is like 1 week in the making. I haven't done a show since I left. This is my first show on the other side of the ocean. I'm in Liberia right now, and I got, a lot to talk about that. A lot of things to keep you up and posted and everything like that. So um, I understand it's early over there, but it's late over here. It's a 5 hour difference. So I'm gonna try to do the best I can. I did it last year. I'd be able to do 5, 6 hour shows tonight, but we're gonna get a lot done. I guarantee you. Before we shut off, we're gonna have a lot said, a lot of things said and done by the time the show gets all done tonight. By that being said, let's get right into the topic, right? I did this topic because I'm starting to realize something, right? Black America is becoming like the underclass of the world, the black world. What I mean by that is we accepted the role as a cultural underclass, social and cultural underclass of America. What's happening is as more and more countries like in Africa develop and they enter the global middle class, the global social, not just, let me tell you something, folks. Middle class is not just income and mindset. 'Cause Black America has more money than any other group of people on the planet. But our mindset is still in the underclass. You understand what I'm saying? You got people here, where I look, like, say right here in Liberia, that don't got 5% of what Black Americans make, but they don't call themselves poor. They don't call themselves oppressed because we choose to live in America, right? That stigma of being a minority group, a slave descendant, right, has always been about being the oppressed group. As you become an oppressed group, a powerless oppressed group, other group of people fill the vacuum. Instead of Black America having that natural vacuum, which we have upward mobility and we choose leaders based on achievements and accomplishments and everything, we basically feel that every Black person in America needs to be down at a certain level. If you tell Black people, we don't need the Democrat Party, we don't need social programs, we don't need DEI, whatever, they'll look at you like you're crazy. This is because we're part of the permanent psychological underclass. Black America has mixed, has shown gains, and the reality is this: majority of Black people in America are in the middle class. Majority of Black people don't live in the inner cities. They do not live in poor neighborhoods. They don't live more Black people live in affluent neighborhoods. They, the what's reality of Black America and what's socially constructed. My goal is to set Black America free because our old leadership, the poverty pimps and everything like that, they only are relevant when you walk around fearing that you're oppressed and that you're gonna basically you need the government and all stuff like this and all. But the thing is, the reason why they have you like that is because they need you every 4 years to get out there and vote. And like other groups of people, when they vote based on their ideology, their needs, whatever. Black folks' vote is based solely on fear. Oh, you don't vote for us, the Republicans, they're gonna put you back in slavery. You know, they're openly saying that. They're gonna bring back segregation. They're gonna bring back stuff like that. Fear tactics. They don't have any respect for your any agency you. They don't say the black community, what are you concerned about? What's your values? Whatever like that. That's how they gauge other people. They look at your values and what you are about, and they say, look, how can we frame that? But black folks is just, oh, you gotta vote Democrat because Republicans are gonna put you in jail. Republicans will take everything from you. Republicans will put you back in slavery. In that vein, you have immigrants from the Caribbean, black immigrant Caribbean, and all these other people are looking at black people like, man, I come here and I'm engaged in the political process as an equal. For example, a lot of African immigrants have associations. I would Liberian Chamber of Commerce. They're in the USA is big, and they link with the Liberian Chamber of Commerce over here to facilitate trade and everything. They're even incorporating Black America into their thing. In other words, Black America is becoming a permanent underclass. In the Pan African world, Black Americans are on the bottom because we're the only people stupid enough to enter a negotiation without absent having our own nation state first. That's why I said the Afristan. If we're going to survive in the future, we need our own state to negotiate from. Other people have diplomacy, they have state, they have treaties, they have laws, they have all these things in place, agreements and everything that they can enforce and checks and balances. We have nothing protecting us on the global stage. So don't blame anybody else for us being stupid. Don't blame us for anybody for being stupid. When you dealing with Ghana right now, I'm gonna talk about Ghana tonight. Ghana is doing everything to make Ghana and Ghanaians, and they're gloating in their success right now. Oh wow, Ghanaian, and it's all about them. Now, if we'll be stupid enough to go over there and let them use our pension funds, our stuff, our investments, and everything like that to build somebody else's land up, you go right the hell ahead. But all it means is Black America is becoming the permanent underclass in the Pan African world. We're like the children, we're like the anything. So, and I do agree with Baby Rodriguez. There has been nothing given up. They have not. They have not given up anything. They have not given up anything. All we do is give, and we're at the bottom. We saw the Rachel Aldemus situation. Situation. What? It's good. I'll leave it there, baby. The Rachel Aldemus situation. Now, what I've found out is, and I've been doing my research, that Ghana, countries like Ghana particularly, have been interested in uh, getting loans from city pension funds in the United States. Now, let me tell you how this works. Pension fund loans are loaned out, right? You have to have a almost 100% guarantor that you're going to pay that thing back. When you put out the loan, that's how the money collected in premiums, right, gets invested. And so, therefore, when a person retires, that's an insurance policy that he's going to get paid a certain amount per life. That's what he's buying into. So, as long as that fund is solvent, the money will pay out. Now, what makes insolvency? Bad investments, defaulting. Unfortunately, most African countries are listed as heavily risk investment. Just 2 weeks ago, South Africa was the first country in Africa that was taken off the indebted. That means that people could once again, since the 1970s, remember something, South Africa was the number one place for pension funds to go to invest in the South African rand. That was the number one place to put your money in. If you had a pension fund, a college endowment, or whatever like that. See, not knowing how the financial institutions in the world work, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Okay, and very few people understand what I'm talking about. So anyway, South Africa is now back to where it was in the 70s during the height of apartheid, where it's now considered a good risk. So therefore, South Africa will be getting pension fund loans in this, to rebuild this industrial base from all over the globe because it has good standing. Now, all these other African countries are a risk. When you are a risk, you do not get loans. So if the countries are a risk, what's the way around that? The way around that is you play some Pan African game on Black Americans. Oh, y'all need to invest your pension fund loans in Ghana and some Ghanaians and whatnot. And so you go invest your country in a heavily indebted country. And that's what happened with Michael Blackson. He invested his money in Ghana and lost most of his money because Ghana had to use some of that money to service his debt with China. But I'm saying, my point I'm trying to make is this: Black America has no say so on even how its money, its investments are being spent. Because you got people doing backroom deals, like this mayor of Baltimore just says he's providing aid to illegal aliens, ICE and whatnot. So you got mayors uh, putting the illegal aliens and immigrants on high, and Black America is becoming on the bottom. So we're becoming a global underclass. How did this happen? How did this happen? So when people tell me, "Well, Kala, you're a Pan African," no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I mean, look, let me tell you something. To be honest with you, Africa is my inheritance. This is mine. I don't give a damn what Africans think. I'm gonna take what's mine. Like I'm in Liberia right now because I consider this mine. I don't give a damn what they think. I don't care what they say, whatever like that. I'm not gonna give up my inheritance to them. You know, no, this is my birthright over here. So we want it all. I want my birthright that I have in America. I want my birthright that I have in Africa. So, so the bottom line is we're talking about this tonight, folks. We are going to have fun. We're going to talk about this tonight. And have some fun about this situation. I've learned a lot in this trip right here. Learned a lot, man. I mean, look, I am like loving this place. I love Liberia. I'm 1 week into my trip, one full week, and it seems like it's going too fast. I love being here. Love the culture. I love being around Black people. I love seeing beautiful Black women walking down the street, their hair done, not no bonnets, and their hair done. Women doing their hair all day, and they're looking beautiful, and not because that's what women do. They walk out, and they know that men are looking, and they're beautiful. That's their contribution to society is looking beautiful and keeping themselves up. It's like a friggin' breath of fresh air. Liberia reminds me of how Black America used to be back in the days. That's what it reminds me of. It's like I went back in time before the hood rats and the bad hair weaves and hood rat hyenas and all shit like that. I love this place. Yeah. So keep my people out of your mouth. Look, Pepper Rodriguez, I say what the hell I want to say. You know, they ain't your people. I'm Black American. So what the hell are you talking about? You know, you got a problem with Africa, that's your freaking problem. But yeah, so my point I'm trying to make is Black America is a mess. So what you call it? I am not. Well, suddenly I'm from Bermuda, Barbados. I don't know, never been to these places. Don't know nothing about them. My family's from North Carolina, Georgia, and Texas. You know. I'm an African now. Oh my God. Oh man, the fun never ends with this show, man. Oh, look, I'm in Liberia right now. Where I want to be. I love it. You know, this is my ancestors built for me. And to be honest with you, I have to take part in this country because this is my ancestors left me. We carved out a space on the African continent for people to return home if they want to or not. And I'm fulfilling that manifest destiny. You know, Simple as that. So I'm in live from Liberia right now, folks. We are freaking thing. I am just having so much fun, man. My taste of cassava fish. Oh, I had snapper fish last night. Oh my, what's in my favorite? One of my favorite clubs. Well, my ancestors, my family is from. You want to know where my family's from? And do parts of North Carolina. My family's from Edenton, Hartford County, and Bertie County, Pasquotank, and Bertie County. Right. The cities are Edenton, Hartford, and Elizabeth City. Right, and Windsor. Right. And my mother's side family, I am from Macon, Georgia. That's my entire family between Macon, Georgia, and North Carolina. And I heard I had people in relatives from Texas. That's it. Yeah. But so you can't tell me that who I am and who I'm not. That's just freaking insane. Yeah. Steve, Steve, freaking Steve's still a virgin. Come on. Steve lives in fucking Winston, North Carolina. That freaking place is a disgrace. It's like a little black township, but all the administration there is in the white part of town, the white overlapping county and whatnot. They have no administration of themselves. It's not even a town. It's a township. I've been through fucking Winston. I went to there. One time I got a speeding ticket. I had to go all the way back down there and pay that thing. I thought I was gonna go into. I said, well, at least I'm gonna go into a black town and pay a speeding ticket. Man, I went to the whitest part of the town. I went outside the town in the county. I had to go to the county because to see the powers of where the white people are. You know, So I was like, I was like, nevertheless, I was hurt. Disappointed. Hey, what's up, Frenchie? What's going on? I can tell we're gonna have a good show tonight. We're gonna have a good show tonight. We already got the FBA people here. Their usual suspects are already here. Yeah, North Carolina. You can't drive through North Carolina. One time I drove through North Carolina, right? Fucking some Billy Bob sheriffs and his deputies pulled me over, and I had a white friend of mine with me, right? He was driving my car. I had a Mitsubishi Eclipse. I let him drive, right? Because it's nighttime. We're coming back from Williamson. And so I let him drive up, right? So because we know how things go. Anyway, I love Liberia. I love this place. This is heaven. This is heaven on earth. I love this place. Um, anyway, we get pulled over, and the guy said, whose car is my car, right? I'm in the passenger seat, right? I said, you don't need to talk to me, talk to him, he's driving. Well, this is just a routine road stop, whatever like that, blah, blah, blah. He asked my friend's license when was asking for mine. I said, what the hell you doing? Well, you own the car fine, right? And then all of a sudden, the end of the month, my tag was expired at the end of the month, right? And all of a sudden, the one Billy Bob deputy was like, hey, you know your tag expired at the end of the month? I said, thank you, Billy Bob. I really appreciate that. I would have never known that about you, man. Give that guy a raise. He looked at me like, even the sheriff, whoever his supervisor was, started busting up laughing, man. He was like, what the hell you talking to me, you black bastard, talking to me like that? Oh, man. That's why I avoid driving to North Carolina. I'm gonna start working down there when I get back. We're expanding. We're trying to open up an office in North Carolina. I'm not looking forward to that shit. North Carolina Highway Patrol is worse than Virginia. No, culturally, and look, this is how it is, Frenchie. Black America has all the money, but it has no political and social power. That makes it an underclass. Most of the power dynamics is controlled by Africans, Caribbeans, anybody else that operate from a position of power and state. You understand? That's not an equal deal when you're dealing with a country like Ghana. I can't stand when I see people like Dr. Arakana and stuff like that leading up people around and whatnot. Somebody that leads should need Black America is somebody like me, you know, because I'm in the same situation you're in. Dr. Arkan's a Zimbabwean citizen, whatever, she could run back to her country. She has political asylum in her own country. You fuck up, you have nothing. And these people, these Africans know that. They know Black America is pretty much powerless outside of America. No, I got my GoPro working. Thank you guys for the contribution. My stepson got my GoPro working. This kid's a genius when it comes to electronics. I swear to God. This kid is a genius, man. I wish I could bring him back to the States with me and let him work in my office, fix all my stuff around my office. This kid is a genius. He got my GoPro working, the microphone, all that shit like that. So I got several interviews lined up. I want to interview, one of the first interviews I'm going to do is I'm going to interview Cynthia Blanford, Nash Blanford, and Val Thomas of International Focus magazine. And I want to interview them and stuff like that. They are high level African American stakeholders in Liberia. They're bringing major businesses to Liberia. This country is changing, you know. At the same time, we have a problem. We got Madam Sirleaf is trying to talk about making white citizens. Everybody's like rejected. No, we don't want white people to become citizens. Look, this is what it is, folks. White people are never going to get a hold of Liberia. This is the one place that escaped their grip of colonialism. And people say, let me be frank, why citizenship in Liberia for white people is not practical. It's not logical. It's not achievable. It's not reasonable. It's not practical. For one is when you bring whites in, right? The type of whites that usually attracted to Africa tend to be the lowest type of whites. Look at that guy that infected all these people from Russia, all these people with diseases. The white guys have come out here. These guys that have spent time in the Philippines, everything like that, doing deviant behavior. Now they want to bring that deviant behavior to Africa. They want to turn Africa into Thailand. They hate the fact that, for the most part, say you want about Africa, African women, yeah, there's prostitution here and there, but it's nothing like you see in Asia. The white race is ones that turn Asia into a prostitution and sex and drug den. And they want to bring that same culture to Africa. You know? No, they won't step into Liberia. This is not this country, bro. I don't think you know Liberia very well. I'm here. You go here all day. You don't see no white people here. There's none. White people don't have a colonial history here. They have no history here. They don't own property here. They don't own land. They don't own nothing. They have not settled here. So this idea that the white man, the Jews, or Thanos, they can do whatever they want to. No, I don't think so. Liberia has been like this for 200 some years. The white man has been trying to get in Liberia since its inception. It's always failed. Because one thing our founders of Liberia understood, one thing, in the Constitution it says absolutely friggin' not. So we never allowed them to gain a foothold in the continent, in Liberia. So they're not gonna. This is a safe place for Black people. It's definitely a safe place for Black people. And when you come here, you feel it. You really feel it. You just gotta be here to understand what I'm talking about. Because these other countries in Africa, I don't know. The Gambia, man, you got old ass, nasty looking white ladies, sex tourism, young Gambian boys. You got old white men soliciting sex with young boys and whatnot. This is a culture that's completely destroyed. This is what you have in Senegal, Gambia, all these countries like that, where you let white people in and you let them settle in your country, and this is what happens. You know. So this bottom line, that's not going to happen in Liberia. and not gonna have our ancestors be turning in their grave. J.J. Roberts and all these other people be turning in their damn grave. And they can forget that these motherfuckers got South Africa, they got Namibia, they got all these other countries in Africa, but it's Liberia. This is an Afghanistan for the most part. This is an African state. But yeah, moving on about the topic, is Black America, the Black world's new underclass? Yeah. If these other people, groups of people are represented by state and government, right? They can make high level. Look at that deal Richard Dennis did with Bain Capital. Why? Because Bain Capital is seeing how they can put Black America's money at risk in Africa and see if they can make money. They're not going to take white America's pension funds and stuff like that, and invest in Africa. No. If we're stupid enough to let Richard Dennis and all these other clowns, pension fund loans and everything like that, you have a lot of Black people, man, when they get ready to retire, they ain't going to have nothing because their 401ks are lost money. That's right. There's strict restrictions on 401ks and whatnot. People putting in 401ks and loans that are toxic, what do you call toxic debt, and CDOs and stuff like that. If those things are toxic, that's how you had a meltdown in the first place. AIG. You understand what it is? But now there's safeguards to prevent that from happening again with collateral debt obligations, CDOs, and stuff like that, and fake derivatives and everything like that, that many pension fund loans and everything like that were buying. They're buying products that did not exist. Oh no, Hector Baruti with his ooga booga shit. Call it a while back. I asked you about my Africa framework. I don't know. Rudy. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. You got to bring that. What you got to do is go to Africa, do your mini village stuff on that. With the people there. If it pops off, then you'll attract Black people. I'm dealing with I'm dealing with the fucking future of my people here in America. People that live in the first world. Oh, it takes a village, but yet we're the fucking peasants, and the African is all high. He's our rulership and whatnot. That's what Baruti wants. He wants to rule over us and whatnot. We're just the underclass. We're stupid. We won't have a language anymore. We won't have a culture. We won't have an identity, and we get to listen to Africans like that. But we're the ones with the fucking money. How stupid we sound. We're the ones with the fucking money. These people ain't got shit, really. But they want us to come over there and they want to change our names, change our identity, and whatnot, so they can fucking suck our pockets dry. That's what all the scam is all about. The Pan-African scam is all about. That's all it is. Too bad I didn't see this years ago. I'm seeing it more now. It's always been a scam. You tell people this is gonna be your land. Hey, you take it, you leave it, whatever. We offer you this land, 25,000 square miles. We'll do whatever we can to help you guys start it. We want you to be part of Africa. We want you to have something. Has that happened? No. Do Black America have any gold fields? No. Do we have any oil blocks? Namibia just discovered $20 billion worth of oil off its shore. Is anything offered to Black America to come home and build whatever? No. Africans are already freaking going out there making their deals with whoever the fuck else and whatnot. Not us. Yeah, we're supposed to come here like listen to Baruti talking about many villages. Man, nigga, shut the fuck up, man. I'm so sick and tired of hearing the many villages and all this bullshit. I'm sick and tired of hearing ooga booga bullshit. Many villages call, man, fuck out of here. Come with some fucking land. Come with me with some freaking money. Come with me with some freaking resources. Then talk to me. I'm not one of these stupid ass leaders out here. You gotta understand. I'm gonna hurt your feelings every time. No, I'm in Africa right now, bro. I'm not American. I'm never gonna be an American. I don't know what your fucking ethnogenesis is. What the hell is that all about? I'm in Africa right now, and I'm around black people in Liberia. I feel right at home. Yeah, you got these stupid African Americans. They put on a dashiki and whatnot and just go around acting like a fool. You're the one with the fucking money in your pocket. Anything, think about the streets. You know, Kala is an intelligent idiot. You can't fight white supremacy with black nationalism. Yes, you can. The answer to white supremacy is black nationalism. That's it. There ain't no multi-layered. But if it is, man, show me where that existed. Show me that working in Africa any place right now. Africans reject black nationalism. That's why they're losing. That's why anybody's coming into your country, fucking screwing your women and doing everything the hell they can. If you don't believe in protecting your women, creating a nation for yourself. I'm a black nationalist. That's all I am, man. I don't want to hear nothing about no Pan Africanism and all that nonsense and everything. But yes, I am really enjoying myself. Like I said, Liberia. Maybe because I have a nice house here, a real comfortable house. 53-inch TV. You know, refrigerator, stove. I got a nice bed. My bed is so comfortable, man. I had it custom made like 4 years ago. It is so comfortable, man. I fall in that thing. I can't get up. Therapeutic as hell, man. Africans didn't sell my fucking people, fool. What gets me is this. The white man beat these Negroes to the death. The stuff they did. Did Africans basically bomb a city like Tulsa, Oklahoma? Did the Africans destroy Wilmington? Did the Africans do the Devil's Punch Bowl? Did the Africans do Lake Lanier, massacre the whole entire community, flood them underwater? No. So the bottom line is this: you and Tariq, you guys are so ready to forgive the white man because know why? Because you want to be with the white man. Despite all the shit the Africans are, I'd rather be with them than a white man. That's the difference in you and me. I'm happy right here. I'd rather live here in Liberia than live in fucking Europe, any day. I like being around black people, you know. I'm a fucking racist. I love being around the black race. Simple as fucking that. You like being around white people, Heritage America, under the guise of this because you probably live in an all white neighborhood, probably got a white wife, and all stuff like that. You and Tariq, who's in an interracial marriage, whatnot, Tariq has a white family. He sleeps with white people, he has white people in his house. So he's trying to be closer to Europeans. So he don't want to burn the bridge with Europeans, but he's trying everything. Now look, I have no problem with putting an ooga booga in his place once in a while. As you know, I'll do it. But I believe inside of every ooga booga is a black African American waiting to be born. They just have to be taught the way. You know, the ooga boogas will come along and they'll become on a bus. But you can't make a white man into an African American. Simple as that. Oh, please. Africa didn't sell you into shit. White man came and took your black ass. That's what happened. And I was talking about that on the last show. Last show we did a week ago was about black women, historical black women. You know, Tariq's wife is fucking white. That chick is white. So stop the shit. And he lives with his mother. He lives with a white woman. All Tariq is around is white people. He drives around Rodeo Drive and the brigade, you ignorant motherfuckers about black women. He ain't with us. Tariq is not with us. That dude is not with us. He's white. Let the white people and the Jewish people have Tariq. But who? damaging the relationship. I'm trying to heal the relationship between Black America and Africa, right? What the hell do I gain out of losing a relationship with my ancestral homeland? I'm not going to get any closer to white people. Tariq's not going to get closer. Does Tariq think white people are going to embrace Black people? No. All Tariq cares about is himself. He don't care about. He's not thinking strategically about the future of his people. He don't care about his people. All we are is a grift to him. And I'm sorry you don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. All you are is a grift to him. Now he defending Black America. That's one thing. People talking shit. They get online. You get out of line like that. But he carries it too far. His idea of burning bridges between Black America, yeah, yeah. I don't trust anybody who lives in a non-Black area in Southern. I'm sorry. I just don't. If you're that comfortable, every time I had to do that, I was partners with, and I was going to do great things with, talking about the connected. And he talking about what is it? I live in Los Angeles. He showed me his house, right? I know it's in a white neighborhood, right? And this guy was a Black guy. He was a millionaire, right? And then basically he kept talking about places like Las Vegas and Van Nuys, all this stuff. I'm like, man, these are all white fucking areas, man. He spent an awful lot of time. I'm staying in Africa right now. I could live here if I really wanted to. If I really wanted to live here, I could. I could stay here if I wanted to. I can get citizenship, whatever like that. But I cannot do that at this time. But I want to. I want to live here. This is where I want to live. I don't think there's any comparison. As Africa becomes, Liberia in particular, becomes more developed, everything like that, I don't see no need to be in America. As you see the infrastructure projects going up right now, roads, everything like that, I'm like, this country is off the chain, What do I need with fucking America for? Being around fucking white people. You have Black people, I'm tired of being Black in America, getting pulled over by police and whatnot. You think that's fun? No. So unless you heritage America or some fucking pass for white, unless you can pass for white, you can say that. Most Black people like us who look Black, man, we're tired of that shit, What's an ooga booga? You, Marooney, you stupid, dumb Negroes. You people that don't understand our culture and don't want to respect our culture, I call you ooga boogas. Because you don't understand Black American culture is basically African culture, but just transformed from a different place, a different experience. It's not a stagnated culture. Black American culture is a highly evolved African culture. That's all it is. African culture is stagnant. Because one girl was on TikTok talking about, oh, first of all, the girl looked like a Black American girl. She's like brown skin, she's pretty. And she was like, oh man, everybody wants to be African now, blah, 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 blah. Everybody, I said, no, look, sweetie, this is what's going on. No, Africans have, over the last 20 years, have been brought into Black American culture. That there's a very few thin line between what is Black and what is African culture. All the Afro beats, the styles, everything like that is more African Americanized. If you go and want to find out talk about if Black America and everybody think Africa's cool, when the day you see a bunch of African American girls in Ghana or someplace else spending 10 hours pounding cassava rice and whatnot, for a meal, then tell me that we're trying to be Africans. No, we're not. Africans are trying to be us, cosplaying us. And in true, the two groups of people, a culture is meeting in the middle. But Africans have forgotten what their real culture is. They forgot about their real culture, of hunting and gathering and making mud houses with their hands and shit like that, Brody, let's be honest with ourselves, right? I wouldn't feel that I'm superior if there wasn't some truth to it, I hate to tell you that, why do I feel like I'm superior? Why do I do that? Once you get to investigate that, why does Colin feel like he's superior to what he sees? I mean, personally, if I have to take African American culture and what you're trying to do, I think our culture is superior. Culture hasn't evolved. Your culture can't deal with the ultimate thing of white supremacy and racism. You guys have no defense for that shit. We do. We dealt with these motherfuckers for hundreds of years. In fact, I got saw this thing where this is what you're going to be drawn into. I saw this thing where the Zimbabwean guy was talking about Ubuntu with a group of friggin' white people. So we all must practice, we got to stop the black and white thing. I am because we are. So black and white come together. We can all practice Ubuntu. Get the fuck out of here, Broody. Get the entire fuck out of here. That's not black nationalism. I don't want to join hands with fucking white people, you know? I am because we are. You got people out there giving Ubuntu lessons to business people. And have you ever seen an Ubuntu business success story? No. The hell am I taking advice from you clowns for? You know, I am because we are. When they got white people buying into this shit, I want to be part of Ubuntu or not. Yeah, stupid ass people. One thing that's for sure: us black nationalists will never accept white people into our fucking fold. You know, take that back to your handlers, Birdie. We're never going to accept them. Anything that deals, we see white people in your organization or not, we're going to condemn it. As simple as that. This is about that black nationalist life. This is about that black revolutionary life. Rico Miller, what's going on, bro? Yeah, I'm gonna open up the lines a little bit tonight. I'm gonna have people speak. I'm not gonna have long conversations with everybody tonight. I'm gonna let people speak, say what they say about the topic. Drop you down, let somebody else speak. Now, if you have to address somebody, call me, say it in the back chat. I want to challenge somebody on something. You want to have a debate? I'll let you guys go like that. But I can't have. I'm not in the mood to have a free for all tonight. As a former ex-Zimbabwe, ended up marrying the lamest white dude ever. Former ex was I would end up marrying the lamest white dude ever. She attempted to reach back a couple of years ago, back to her white husband. I should have clapped in hindsight. Who's former ex? Kung Fu Guru, who you talking about? Kung Guru, who you talking about? Former ex, who's former ex? Look, when people talk, please be clear. Remember something, this is a show. If I read your comments, I want to be clear about what I'm reading or do not put it up there. It says former ex from Zimbabwe ended up marrying. Who's former ex? The lamest white dude ever. Who's former ex? She attempted to reach back a couple years back. I told her to go home to her white husband. I should. Is she black, white, or what? I don't understand. I don't understand. It's just bad radio, man. If you're a moderator of mine, please be clear about what you're talking about. I want to look honestly make this show better than other shows. Just people babbling. So when you talk and you want me to read your comments, when I talk clear, concise, say very little, so I can at least clearly hear what you read what you're saying, or understand what you're saying. But that was just a good waste of a minute. Oh, hate the white man took you abroad. Oh, he's saying that he had a ex from Zimbabwe and she ended up marrying a lame white guy. He attempted to reach back a couple of years back. I told her to go home to her white husband. Okay, I get. Okay, now, says thank you, Kofa. Yeah, I understand now what he's saying. I just maybe brother can't express himself. Yeah, that must be the worst feeling in the world. A white man taking a fucking African woman from me. God damn, man. That's like shit, man. My lady in there, man. If a goddamn man, that's the one thing that will send me over the edge. And like I said, I here in Liberia, I love this place. The women are beautiful. I had a couple of young girls, my stepson's friends. They're sitting on my stoop. Yes, in my front porch yesterday, and these girls just sit there. A group of them do, uh, sitting there just doing their hair. Beautiful young girls, just beautiful. That's like the innocence of it all. You know, they're sitting by a man that will give their life to protect them. I see these little girls, my little sisters, my daughters, a man that will protect them, from anything, the man that'll say, I'll never see no fucking white man or Chinese man here. You don't see that. You do not see freaking these foreign men messing with Liberian women. You just don't do it. Just don't see it. That's my fifth time to Liberia. I have never seen it. Well, I've seen one time. It's one chick. She was some real fat white guy and whatnot. That was I kind of felt sorry for the guy, man. I was like, and I don't know. And she had a struggle weave on, whatever. That was back a few years ago. I came here. Some people you give a pass to because they look so But I did see this one time a couple years ago. I never tell this story. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, very. When me and Bomani and I did that tour, all right, this is how it happened. I met one of our handlers. Girl was training from DC, waiting, right? She's a Liberian lady. So she's gonna come on a tour with us. We pay for her flight over, everything. Okay, we're gonna have a good time. Oh, yeah, anyway, I'm sitting in Kadeja with the lady, and she goes, "Oh, come over to our table, Kala." We're not, I go to the table. There's a fucking white guy sitting there with this fine ass black girl, Liberian girl. I to this day refuse to believe they were a couple. They weren't kissing her like that, but he was friends with her. But I refuse to believe that was a couple because I would be really depressed if I found out that white guy had got that shit right. So I'm sitting there uncomfortable, like, man, what the hell is this fucking motherfucker doing here? I'm in Africa. I come here to get away from this motherfucker. Anyway, he's sitting there, and also there was a Sierra Leonean guy that was a photographer, a Ghanaian guy, and a Liberian guy, right? And I'm such a fucking asshole, right? I said, where you guys from, right? The Sierra Leone guy said, I'm sincere. Before he could finish saying, I don't give a shit about Sierra Leone. That son, the kid was hurt. And next to the Ghanaian guy, I thought he was over there Ghanaian. I said, damn, nigga, I ain't my head to talk to Ghana. I don't give a fuck about Ghana. I said, the Liberian guy said, that's my guy right here. That's what I'm talking about. You're a Liberian? Yeah. And the Sierra Leone guy goes, technically, I live in Liberia, but I said, no, you ain't no Liberian, bro. You're a Sierra Leonean, live with it. You other guy, you a fucking Ghanaian. You ain't Liberian. Liberians are special, a special race. You know, I said I'm only here to connect with my Liberian peeps. That's a connection I have in Africa with my Liberian. They're my cousins. You know, that's what I got. I feel like I'm at home right here. This is like a homecoming. Every day, I haven't really done anything really yet. Last night I went to the Lagoon and had dinner, real late night last night. But I haven't really gone any places. I've been here. I've been in the house. This is only place I can sit in the house all day and still have fun. So, like I said, I'm just waiting a little while. I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna start next week because I got the GoPro working. I'm gonna start doing interviews in different places and getting a lot of film footage of the country. You know, of Monrovia and stuff like that. The nightlife here is incredible. I've never seen anything like this in my life. The bars, nightclubs, everything like that is like every day, all day, every day, 7 days a week. It's a freaking a good time here. Yeah, like I said, I look back at America, right, and I'm seeing Jesse Jackson's commencement, whatever it is, and Jesse Jackson Jr. said, would you please, everybody refrain from making political commentary. This is solemn time. What did Barack Hussein Obama get up there and do? Yeah. Look, I bet you anything, Rudy. Whoever wrote that article was probably a fucking African. The HBCU's drumline is look. The HBCU's drumline is 1,000 times superior to African drums. It's not even a comparison. So whatever it came from, when everything we do in America, our music, everything is highly evolved. But Africans want to sit there and take credit for our advancement, our achievements. Yeah, everything is rooted in our African culture. I get that. But we evolved here in America because of circumstances. They want to take they don't want us to have anything. We want us to be an underclass. They don't want us to have anything. The Harlem Theater, I heard the immigrants took that over and ran to the ground. Look at Essence Festival, canceled this year. After all this time, there was something for Black American women. You know, Essence was like the beauty, the resilience that go back from Madam C.J. Walker, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth. All our history and everything like that. That those women inherited. Say, look, we're gonna be like this. I don't care why defeated Crockett, because Crockett is a buffoon. You cannot win with just a black vote. You cannot win with just a black vote. And I like Jasmine Crockett. But I don't see what the purpose of this lady was. The main thing is this: the culture of Black America has evolved. You know, Jazz has evolved. It evolved. Rock and roll's evolved. Hip hop's evolved. You know, when you look at African culture, until they started doing Afro beats, it was very backwards. It was stagnant. Everyone wants to take credit for everything we do. People don't want to leave us a fuck alone. No, it's not about the drums, Frenchie. It's like, okay, we appreciate African drums. I'm going to see a drum show where I'm here. I love seeing African drums. That's fine. But why does Africans always feel like they got to compare themselves to us? Oh, look at us, man. Blah blah blah. And like I said, our dance is way more involved. The college step fraternity step shows are invincible. There's nothing can compared to these step shows and stuff like that, and these cheer squads and whatnot that we have in America, these drumline dance and whatnot. It's not even a comparison. Brewery's not African American. He's not. No, he's not. Brewery's a Ugandan. I heard his voice. He's a Ugandan or something. Shit. No African American hates his culture that much. Really. Somebody that hates their culture. I'm in my culture. I come to the South. I love my culture. I love everything about Black America. I believe a lot of these people are immigrants that come here, like Rudy. They're really immigrants cosplaying as us, and they have internal issues that they're dealing with. Rudy doesn't fit into African American culture, so he wants to change it, but he doesn't fit into Africa either. Yeah, it is. Frenchie, I'm sorry. I did they did a thing where they were showing different African dancers and African American. It's not even a comparison. Then they put the double Dutch girls in it, dancing girls in there. It was not even a comparison. Really. I thought the Africans were gonna take it. I sort of do. I said, no, Africans gotta work on that shit. You know. Yeah, but people automatically assume because it's African they could dance, right? But you look at a dance, they only do like 2 or 3 moves, and that's it. When you see people with doing flips and whatnot, splits and whatnot, I show you videos, right, of Black people doing dance from a long time. We had the Alvin Ailey dance theater. That was the #1 dance theater in the Black world for decades. The Alvin Ailey in Harlem. We create dance theater and whatnot, you know, shows stuff like that. There's no Africans that have dance and plays and stuff like that. I think the movie Serafina might have had the play Serafina might have had some dance in it, but for the most part, African dance is not marketable. You know. All right, Frenchie, you got some what you call okay, let's see some all right. Since y'all don't want to believe me, all right, Frenchie wants to step up. Since you want to step up, Frenchie, you challenge the college Genesis to a battle. Let's do it. Let's do it, Frenchie. Let's do it, sister. And I'm looking at these dances right here. Everything Africans do, they imitate Black Americans. It's an imitation. There's no original African dance. So I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. What passes for African dance nowadays is, is actually African American. You know, everything they do is imitating us. I'm looking at this African dance. It's garbage. You know. I'm looking at this dance and I'm like, look, the dudes this Africans do dudes, that's not African dance. I know African dance. The Africans are actually imitating Black American dance, right? And mix it with their own to confuse people, you know? Yeah, I can't play anything because I'm gonna get copyrighted, you know? I'm gonna get copyrighted, so I can't really play anything, so I can't really show anything. But look at yourself. There's a video. I put the let's see, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. All you want to do is I'm gonna put the link. You guys can look at it for yourself. You know, look at it for yourself. You know. Yo, everything Africans do is an imitation of black step. Everything, you know. And now the K-pop Africans are trying to say, well, what you call it, and I know Simba from Angola is actually pretty good. You know, I know it's similar, but it's not like dance competition. It's really good romantic dance and stuff like that. But you talking about the energy. Remember something in America, we used to have dance battles. The Irish and the blacks used to battle dancing right there in Manhattan, the Lower East Side of Manhattan, for over a century. You know, there used to be dance battles. We used to go up against the Irish. The Irish were good dancers too. We learned about our dance is a fusion of our own style, African, and some Irish folk dance. You know, Irish and Scottish folk dance. That's what African American dance step and all that come from. You know, but people basically, and I'm saying, I'm saying to myself, you got like an apple pie or whatever like that. We like it because it's African. Like, how good is it, right? Because you actually watch a step show and like holy shit, you're like damn, you know how the hell they pull that off? Those dance routines, even like the cheerleading squads and whatnot. You watch when I it's like how the hell you pull those. To me, the best dance I've ever seen to this day was Michael Jackson's "Beat It." That was like that, or MC Hammer. I'm like holy shit, you know. Unbeatable. To this day, nothing compared to Michael Jackson. Nothing. Nobody. So but like I said, and then over the years, you notice how if I can show you African dance from the 60s and 70s, all they were doing was stomping their feet, going around. They weren't doing no elaborate dance moves. Like that's not African dance. You know, that what you call look. A lot of stuff you see that they put as African dance, it just really evolved. Africans trying to look more modern and hip, everything like that. They're doing the same. There's no difference now between African American dance and African dance because Africans co-opted that. But you go back to the traditional way Africans dance, right? The drum beats and stuff like that. It wasn't elaborate at all. So miss me with that. And like I said, we have to start. Black people in America got to stop letting people take our shit and putting us on the underclass of everything. We're sick and tired. Next thing you know, they're gonna tell us Africans are the best rappers. They can rap better. Are you fucking kidding me? All this stuff like that. They're already trying to claim hip hop. Hip hop came from Jamaica. No, the fuck it didn't. So I'm saying I'm sick and tired of my people, my group, being put on the. But look, now if you're better than us in something, hey, I'll be the first to tell you, hey, you got it. But these people come over here and absent achievement, like when they took over Essence, right? We're gonna make it African. We're gonna make it African, and you ran it into the ground. You failed. You failed. You destroyed an institution. You didn't know what you were doing. We ran the Essence Festival with agree. Frenchie, you gotta come up here and show me what you disagree with, right? I'm being very cordial. And when you come to a country and you say you're gonna replace us, right, you gotta do better than what we're doing. Essence Festival was a complete flop and failure because they tried to Africanize something that wasn't meant to be Africanized. You know? Yeah, they claim it R&B. They're claiming everything now. It's like shit. There's not a real difference between Afro beats, African dance, everything. Also, the ripoff of Black American culture. Because you go back and look how they were doing like this. No, I'm just saying the dance moves. Those aren't African traditional African dance. Miss me with that. I know. Look, I've been studying Africa for actually longer than you've been alive. I know what African dances look like. African dances are very spiritual. The moves have meaning, deliberate, and they dance. People don't dance. Let me tell you something about African dance and drums, right? Africans don't even. The modern African is a disgrace, right? Your dance and your drums, they meant something. Every dance move, was signaling positions of the sun. They're paying honor to the ancestors. That was the energy that they were bringing. So the certain moves were a certain way. They weren't meant to be elaborate all over the place in your face. They were an energy that was released. And so the bottom line, the modern dance move is just nothing but a co-op of Black American dance. Media, and we're the dominant cultural group in the world. Where do you think they got it from? Where do you think K-pop come from? Let's be honest with our fucking selves. I'm sick and tired of sparing people's feelings. And that's where the tension and the problems come in at, right? We keep sparing Africans' feelings. No, the modern world is dominated by Black America. Now, Barudi's now trying to be like, the Black American, African American dance is rooted in Africa. No, it did. No, it's not. Our dance was basically symbolizes something broken from the African continent. So it evolved sort of on its own. Fela Kuti came to America. He was the father of Afro beats, right? Afro, the Afro beat sound, whatever. He came to America, right? And he, met with people like James Brown and stuff like that. Yeah, the bottom line is, the bottom line, we know, look, I know when people are cosplaying us, you know, modern dance is African dance, right? Is nothing traditional about that. I know traditional African dance, right? When you look at the African dance and the way they dance, and this is another thing people don't seem to understand. And I can tell you this about this is another thing people don't seem to understand. When our ancestors went to Liberia, one thing they knew is they had retained a lot of the African culture and retention, and it was in their DNA. When they would see certain mock dancing, because Africans do a lot of what they call mock dancing. It's like a prelude to doing something else. It could be a prelude to a marriage, a prelude to friendship. It's also could be a prelude to attack or war. What we had when we came, like the advantage we had was we could recognize the body language of African tribes when they were about to attack. They always did that mock dance, and certain drum beats with a mock dance that was unique to Africa. That's something that we knew as Black people would uh, what Black people have built into their DNA. So we could tell, you know, the people, oh, they're about to attack us. Oh, these people, those drums and the dance doing, that's they're friendly. We could tell the difference. You know, white people could not do that. We could. That's why we was more successful in Liberia than the white people were when I getting attacked. But we could see, we could hear drums. We could hear certain drums. We knew what drums were threatening, were war drums, and what drums were peaceful drums. We knew that. When I'm looking at African culture today, it's been so bastardized. Like most of African culture, it's not even African anymore. It's a hybrid African Americanized worldly culture packaged as marketed as African. You know, but when I come to Africa, for the most part, I want to really know the real culture. I can get African American culture in America, right? So I come to Africa, I know I'm gonna spend time in the rural areas, whatnot. Oh, I might, I don't know. I just found out that Liberia got a lot of deadly snakes. I did not know that. I just found that out today. Oh, I'm in Liberia right now. Yeah. I want to hear African culture, like I love the real African culture, the authentic African culture. I don't mind Africans doing Afro beats and dance, the swag, the style, wearing the fitted hats and all stuff like that, the baggy jeans, all stuff like that. That's Black America. You're cosplaying Black America. You know, I have no problem with that, right? But don't call it your own. Just saying, hey, look, we're just going with the style. It's like back in the days, we used to freaking give, oh, this fucking big ass water bug. Oh, excuse me, I got a water bug I got to kill. He got away. He lives another day. Back in the day, when somebody had a style, right? You say, "Oh shit, that's a Brooklyn style." Yeah, I missed him. He got he got away. He got away, so he lives for another day. But I'll get him. He'll pop up tomorrow when you least expect him to creep up in the back room and squash his ass. But African, when we had different things like different boroughs had different styles, right? Oh, that's Brooklyn. Oh, you would pay homage. That's Brooklyn. Oh, that's Brooklyn. That's Queens. That's the Bronx. We give each people give their respect to where it originated. Why is it that Yeah, what you call it? If you want to send something, brother, send it to Sim, his Cash App. Send it to Sim's Cash App. We're trying to do. Look. Thank you for the money we raised for the GoPro. As I give good, my job is to deliver now with some good footage and everything and stuff like that. And I want to give you guys dynamic interviews. This is a movement going on here. This You're watching a real Pan African Black nationalist movement in this show going on, and you're part of something. You know, you're part of something that's dynamic. Don't let anybody fool you. Never like that. This movement right here is real. But we had different styles, everything like that. Like you had, okay, that was West Coast. Well, that's West Coast style. And then you had that one sound from Chicago, what's that, Crucial Conflict, Kanye West. That was a different style, you know. Then you had the Dirty South style. We recognized and respected where stuff came from, you know. We recognized New York had its own style and this and that. Why, when it comes to Africans, they don't recognize, they steal other people's shit and they don't recognize and respect where it came from? That's what the problem is. So that once respect that we have for each other, we understand. Hey, look, okay, that's from Brooklyn. Okay, that's Detroit style. That's Chicago style. That's Cali style. You know, but you guys, people over here, man. I'm like, goddamn, man. I look at these people. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers are doing everything the fuck we do. Everything, even your dance. That ain't no fucking African dance. They weren't doing no fucking crip walking dance in the fucking Africa 100 years ago. They weren't crip walking and bouncing and shaking and stomping. Are you fucking crazy? Yeah, they don't have any respect for us because we're the underclass. That's what it is. They don't have any respect. They think they can steal from us. They think they can rob our history, rob our culture. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna give a fuck if you don't like it. I'm gonna tell it like it is because I want to save our race. I want to save our race. I don't want to see black people fighting each other. But the bottom line is this shit's getting out of hand. They want to erase everything we stood for. They want to erase our HBCUs. HBCUs for Black America. If you want to come be part of HBCU, you come and get on code with us. You know, So yeah, Frenchie, what do I call it? What do I call it? Instead of coming here building your own shit, why do you want to fucking come in and change our shit around? Because we're open and we're good to people. We let people come in and get into high positions in administration. We're not like white people. White Anglo-Saxon men will gatekeep. If they look at your bloodline, you know what they used to do? They used to look at people. If your ancestors didn't come from the Mayflower, if you're an Italian, you can forget about it. If you were German, forget about it. If you were Irish, you were fucked. That's how they kept power. The white Anglo-Saxon man kept power. They're like, are you from the Mayflower? Are you from the original settlers of the 13 colonies, right? Those are the people that had the highest power in America. They're the ones who run all America's banks and institutions, for hundreds of years. But when it comes to black people, right, we just let anybody come into our culture, right? We don't have a sense of self-preservation. We just let anybody come in because you're black, White people didn't do that. They didn't let Germans come in and take their friggin' their shit over. They didn't let Irish come in. They didn't let Catholics. You know how it was when Kennedy ran when Kennedy ran as president, he was Catholic. That was the biggest uproar. People actually thought a black man had a better chance of running the presidency than a Catholic, because the Anglo-Saxon Protestant church in America, right, was like, no Catholics. That's what it was. But the Black America, right, we just let everybody come in, and we always get betrayed. People doing their own thing. They go with their own agenda and everything. And they openly do it. And now we're now down there. These people are on high, and the immigrants and everybody on high, and our institution and whatnot, and we're pushed to the bottom. They're helping their people out, their situations. They even got our politicians like Brandon Johnson and the mayor of Baltimore working for the immigrant community. Our community is freaking being left to fend for themselves. Our institutions no longer represent us. The stuff we built no longer represent us because we let other people in. People who don't love us. All right, so we're hour and 16 minutes in. I think I had enough of monologue. Yeah, is Black America becoming the new underclass? No, it was raining tonight though. It's not rainy season, but it was raining. It was raining tonight. Oh no, here comes Kidola. Kidola, I hope we can stick on topic, bro. Right, what's up, Kidola?
Carla, I've been listening to you, Carla. What did Africa steal from Black America? Like
Everything,
your track,
you
like what?
know,
Like
the
what?
music.
Carla,
Yo,
you have to, Carla, you have to understand.
you know for yourself that ain't your fucking music. Everything you guys do
Which
is a
music?
rip off of us. Come on,
Which music?
you said yourself. You
Which
guys
music?
grow up watching, listen to us,
No,
and everything like that.
no. Hold on, hold on. Which
Everything.
music?
Afrobeats is just
Uh,
Afrobeats is a rip off of Black American hip hop.
It's like, you see why, we create our own Afrobeat, we create things for ourselves. Is this?
Yeah, but
Hold on.
Afrobeats, I have no problem with that, right? But like I
No, no,
said,
no.
look, everybody knows. Look, in America, right? In New York, I'm from Queens, right? Certain parts of hip hop, certain flavors of hip hop came from the Bronx. Certain electro beats came from Boston. We give them that credit, right? If you do electro beats and whatnot, you gave Boston respect, right? California had their own style. If you did Cali style, you gave respect because you understood the origin. You just recognize that, right? Why is it so hard for you to say, yeah, Afrobeats was people listen to hip hop, they had their own spin on things and whatnot, and they just
Uh,
copied it. The dance. How come
Carla,
all
uh,
Afrobeat rappers look like rappers?
Carla, you forget, if you have you ever seen what called juju music?
To who?
I want to tell you something. Juju music. Most
No.
African countries, okay, most African countries in West Africa have their own sound and have their own
Yeah,
beat.
but it's not. But what I'm saying, I
To-
know
to-
that
to-
sound. It's not nothing using
No,
instruments,
no, no,
electro
no, no, no,
beats,
no, no,
and stuff
no,
like
no, no,
that.
no.
Come on.
Carla, this is what you always say. Oh, Africa copy your style. If African people wear baseball cap, it's you style. You forget the ones that colonize you in America are the ones also colonize us in Africa. If you have to check, even the suit that Africa wear depends who colonized you. If you're from the French, we can see your style of your suit.
Yeah. Okay.
If
Now let me ask you a
hold
question.
on, hold on.
How come there's no French Afro beats?
Hold on. They have their own music. Congolese have their own music.
Yeah. Well, how come
We
how
we
come French Afro beats
we, sou-
don't look
we
like
sound
American music? Why?
no
Because
hold we sound
they weren't
we sound
influenced by
hold,
The English speaking world.
Kala, we sound differently, and even we copy each other in Africa. Let me tell you, Awolo Paba is a Congolese singer. Let me tell you, most Nigerian sound came at first for the Congolese side, but don't even hip hop or American hip hop, you know. Well, most of them come from Awilo Ripomba. Through there they get their beatings. So the people just think, oh, you put the only creator, but Africa cannot create it. Africa is the home of music and drums and beatings. You understand?
I
And
don't think
Most of this
so.
Afrobeat singer, like the Burna Boy, right? You think white people? Do you
I
ever
don't
say
think
white
so,
people don't
bro.
like to
I
hear
never
to?
in African music.
Kala, that's what I said. You put on because you put on research and see a lot of different things. We the home of beatings
You
and
know,
drum.
I'm saying like this. You know, everybody says everybody. Look, we all get algorithm, right for something you guys did not build.
Kala, Kala, when you said you the way music go, the way architecture also go in Africa also. You know, it's a pity that you people say oh, Africa still white people. Majority of things that are even uh, be kind of like be done sometimes, be done by the white man. Some of these modern things you see, not Black America, even the guitar is be created by the white man. You
Like
understand?
what?
Even the way
You
the
saw the
sound.
white man. The white man was rapping. He was doing all that stuff like that. Are you kidding me?
What you think you don't think the white people just be stand still? You think the white people don't have a source of
The white
music?
man
How
did
did they
not create nothing in our culture. We create. Hold up. We
how did they,
gave. Hold up. We gave
how
them.
did they come with,
Hold up. We
no
gave
you put
them
the
ragtime, the
no
blues. Hold up. Hold up. They ripped off
no no
our culture, bro. Let me put it to you
no 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 no
straight.
no no no.
They ripped off our culture
You
with
you
ragtime, soul, country music. That was all us,
you,
bro.
you think we don't have what called you think we don't have what called talking music also in in Africa? We have what called talking music. Africa is the home of
You
talking
know.
music.
Saying is, what I'm saying is, the biggest music, the
You call
biggest
the
being
jazz.
influenced the world is comes from Black America.
Kala, you don't even do research much about African music. African music is the home of what called talking music, what called storytelling music that you people call blues or jazz.
What mean?
What you
Stop,
start talking
please.
about?
Please.
You
They
know,
don't compare the blues and jazz. Come on, stop.
man, you know what you call blues. Blues is the talking music. What called storytelling music. You know,
I know you're
you
not
know.
used to Black Americans defending themselves, but for
No, no,
now,
no, no,
I'm
no, no, no,
defending
no.
our fucking people. I'm sick and tired.
Kala, most African music I will call talking musics. You know, storytelling music. What you call blues now. You know, what blue call, oh baby, I love you. You know, this kind of music. We have what called moonlight musics. You know,
All right,
storytelling
Kanola,
music.
let me get some more. Let me get some more people on. This conversation is dragging. Let me get Frenchie on. Let me get Mufasa. Go ahead, Frenchie.
Hi. So yeah, I just like to preface this by
Yes,
saying that
sure.
I absolutely love African Americans, Black Americans, however you like to identify yourselves. I love your culture, your music, your food, your dances, your literature, all those things like that. But I completely disagree with Kala when he states that Africans have stolen Black American culture. You can say they've used it in some of their music to influence certain genres, absolutely. But to call it outright theft is diabolical. Because if we're saying we're all the
Maybe
same,
that
we're
was a poor choice of
cousins.
words.
Hold on one second. If we're saying that we're
That was a poor
cousins,
choice of words.
yeah, I
Poor
mean,
choice of words.
no one's got. I would be a fool if I said that Afrobeats of nowadays isn't heavily influenced by bashment, dance hall, hip hop, and even R&B. I'd be lying if I didn't state that. Of course, they've mixed it up with other. Well, Kidola's Nigerian, so he can speak to more Nigerian genres as well. But it's a mixture of genres. It's not just purely African American, if that makes sense. And if we're all one in the same, then is it really theft? If we're both taken from each other, because last time I checked, Chris Brown does have some Afrobeat songs out there, and no one's calling him a culture vulture or anything like that.
Let
Because
me say this, Frenchie. Yeah, hold on. Let me put it into the purpose by saying this, right? See, in America, right, people don't really understand this, right? The Bronx wasn't the only place. It wasn't really the birthplace of hip hop. Black America hip hop was a urban America for a long time before the Bronx basically put it all together, right? But the Bronx, South Bronx had their own style of music we called hip hop. That was what we called the South Bronx music, hip hop, right? The Queens had their own style. They're more residential, middle class. They had their own style. Brooklyn had their own style. They're more gangsters and stuff like that. Boston had their own style. Boston was the first to use electro beats and stuff like that. Before you was born, this is the '80s. Electro beats was big back then. I can't play some of the music, but electro beats, right? Over the time period, then we had California. That laid back California where they talk about girls, bikinis, when I. Then you had the dirty South. You had Luke, Two Live Crew, dirty South music, right? What I'm trying to say is this though: each region has its own flavor, and they develop. When you recognize, let's say you do something that's like dirty Southish, and you're from Chicago, you got to at least acknowledge. That's what it's always been about. That's how beef start. You got to at least acknowledge, okay, you was influenced. Everybody like they'll give a shout out of a mentioning a rapper or something like that, a region, and I think the word to Cali, something like that. So they recognizing and saying that I recognize that I'm using your culture and using your thing, and I'm showing you homage and respect. But my problem is, I'm not saying Africans. I think I'm being phrasing wrong. Africans don't give that same freaking respect. When the music is clearly the dance. The African dance you talk about, that's crip walking. For God's sake, throwing your hands up in the air like this, flinging your hand with the two fingers like this, that's crip walking. And they're doing crip walking, that ain't no damn African dance. I know what African dance look like,
Nah, yeah,
and
that's
so
true. Yeah,
therefore I'm saying,
I was gonna say that's a good point you bring up because they do that. Like you said, like you do the crip walking in America, right? We got that from nowhere African. We just thought of it randomly, and then they'll be like, "Hey, we do that in Africa, so that's African. We made that." You know what I'm saying? I'm just tired of them doing that, man.
yeah, so it gets annoying after a while. It's like, what's this fucking unity all about? If everything's gonna be like
Yeah,
Black America ain't shit and we got everything, whatever like that, whatever they got, we're just gonna take from them and shit and repackage it as our own, and we're not. That ain't right.
yeah, but what's the issue if they've got something that's
And
similar
then like
to crip
Africans think because
walking? Why is that an issue? As long as they're not saying it's theirs, they may be
they don't
saying,
have a thing
and you
that
can correct. Sorry, hold on one second. You can correct me if I'm
it's a
wrong.
rip walk.
Kyler, you gotta
But
let her
why?
finish
Why
though.
is? Jeez. I don't want to argue with you guys tonight.
What
I
I'm saying
really don't.
like this.
It's
I'll look at some
Hold on,
videos
hold on, hold on,
and
hold
I'm
on,
saying
hold
to
on, Kyler.
myself,
She still ain't finished what she was saying. Go ahead.
go ahead.
Jazz is
All right,
not even from Black
Mufasa.
America. Go and check it.
n-
Black America
I'm saying
invented jazz.
Well, okay, so
Black
Frenchie,
America
y'all ain't gonna let her
invented
finish.
jazz. Go and check it out. Black America invented jazz.
You don't want to let her finish, Kidola? Go ahead, Frenchie.
no. So all I was trying to say is, so long as they're not saying that crip walking started in Africa or anything like that, then I don't see what the issue is. If they're just merely saying that we've got something that's similar, wouldn't that just show how related actually are and how we've got all these amazing similarities? Wouldn't that just
No,
Yeah,
show
no. What
yeah,
they what
most
they
definitely,
what
but they
they're
closeness?
don't say
doing,
it
they're
like that,
doing.
Frenchie.
Okay, so Burna Boy came up with a dance. He called it the African Walk or some goofy shit. And it was already done by Usher like 20 years before. But because no one knows any better, he'll just take it and then call it something new.
Oh,
You see what
that
I'm
makes
saying?
sense.
How?
Yeah,
Hold
because they
on.
in Africa, like they didn't
No,
see
he
Usher
had
Hold
a
20
on.
years
name. You can
ago.
look this up.
Okay,
He
hold
called
on.
it the
Hold on.
African Walk or something.
We dance. We dance. We talk about. You
He
put
just
think.
said it, the
Ma,
African walk.
look, hold on, let me tell you, my
Okay.
man. If you check African dance, you don't even know about African dance. What you put called gymnastic today, it was being invented by us. When you put, oh, let's do the gymnastic sport. We do acrobatic. We move with our body, with our legs and everything. We even move walk when we dance. They come from you people. What you people call yours, or what you say, oh, we create this country. This will be created by the white man. Even the jazz people talk about be created by the white man. Go and check it out. Who
Okay.
created jazz?
No, I know,
Go ahead,
but
take those
that's
live there,
that's
Jazz.
a different argument, Keto. Like you're
No, no,
talking
no,
about
no, no,
like
no,
ancient history, but
because
that's
you
Oh
irrelevant.
man.
when you create something, you don't talk much about it. Africa have
Okay,
a lot
all
of
right.
different type of jazz.
In America today, they have they're bombing Iran with bombs called bunker busters. They could drop them from the sky. They're loaded with like TNT and explosives and other things like that. They get deep into the ground and then they wait. There's a delayed fuse and it blows up. In Africa, we started mathematics first, but just because we started mathematics first, does that mean we have anything in comparison
My
to what
my
they have now
Yeah,
today?
exactly, man. It's crazy. I don't know why
my
they don't
man,
understand it.
please say, no, 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 no. Don't claim things that doesn't belong to you people alone. Country music, you people say you people owns it. You know, anything people say you people. We already created all this things. Most West African music or Congo music, this are all this you go and do your investigation and see how this music came about. That's what I was kind of do you know what
I
called
did it.
juju
I already
music?
did it already.
You know, do you know what
I
called
I
think
juju
the
did the
music?
problem
investigation.
is just it's corny, Cadola. Maybe that's why.
No,
I think
man,
that's
no, no,
really
no,
what it
no.
is. It's
Later you
not
put to
popular.
Asake. If you were to say Asake, oh Asake copy
That's
black
not
American.
true, Nico.
No,
That's
but
not
I'm just saying compared to like the Black American music, like it's kind of
Nobody
easier
copy
for
your
them to get
music.
it off
Nobody.
around the
We
world
will
than
run
you
away. We
guys.
will run away for such a music, sir, because it's very toxic. Asake music is what called juju music. Asake music is what called juju music. The guy called Asake music. Go and listen to one of his song. Burna Boy music is mixture of all kind of Yoruba and everything.
No,
Nigeria
it's
even
not.
the so
His
called the
music has
contemporary
nothing to do with Yoruba land except for
the
the
so-called
language.
contemporary music today in Nigeria come all the way from Congo. I will Lupamba, where the P Square picked that's where the P Square picked it from. And we all know how they pick it from. Because Congo was very popular. Congo was very popular music in Nigeria. Just the way Cameroon music was also very popular in Nigeria. Even this so-called high life, we know the Ghana type and we know the Nigeria one. The Ghana started first, the Nigeria played their own sound. That's just the way it is. We all have
See,
similar
but
type of
this is the
this thing.
issue. The issue is that like we're dealing with Africans who don't know the origins of things. Like so, you just mentioned Yoruba
How do you
music,
know?
whatever. I can tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now. So most Yoruba people don't even know the term Yoruba is external. That was an insult used by the Northerners, Hausa, and their
We talk about their music. We don't talk about the name you
what
want to
this
call.
well, let me land. So I'm saying so they don't even know that. So the same way they don't know the origin of their name and stuff, it's just like you don't know the origin of music. You haven't
Hold
studied
on.
music. You haven't studied
You
it.
think
So
we go to
you'll look at juju music and not even know that it's inspired by other genres. You know what I'm saying?
you no
Because
no
you
no
don't
no
know
no
the
Juju
history.
music. Do you think Yoruba people call themselves Yoruba really like that internally?
Yes, they
They
do.
all have
Yes,
their own.
absolutely. Yes,
Hold
they
on.
do.
They all call the Ejaksha people, the Ekiti people, the Agba,
They call themselves
the
Yoruba.
Egba
They
people.
know their clans, but they call
No, no,
themselves
no, no,
Yoruba.
no. We group them together as a Yoruba set of people.
They
Inside
group
there, they don't call
themselves as
themselves
well.
Yoruba. Hold on, they don't call themselves Yoruba.
Yes,
They are
they do,
laughing
bro.
people.
So okay,
They are
so
laughing people.
I could type on a thing right now. I could watch you a video of a bunch of
It's when
Yorubas in
because
a
of
song
the
called
language,
Yoruba Ni Me. They got
they
a
say
song called Yoruba Ni Me with thousands of them in the video.
when they want to let you know who they are, sometimes they group it together. When you come close to them, they all have different accent. What Ogun State will speak, or you sometimes don't even understand it. Just like the Igbo. The Igbo people are not kind of like, oh, under the umbrella of Igbo. They all have different type of their own languages inside that Igbo umbrella. That's what you don't know.
I knew
You
that, bro.
know,
You ain't telling me nothing
you don't
else.
know, no, you don't know it, man.
No, what
You
you
just
don't know
Yoruba,
is the
Yoruba.
history. You don't know the history of
Who
music.
told you?
So
Who told you that? Who told you that? I'm
you
telling
told
you
me.
what you
You
call
sat here
Yoruba
talking
today.
and we could tell.
Hold on, when you call Yoruba today, go into what call Yoruba land. They will not call themselves Yoruba. They'll say I'm Ijase, I'm Ekiti, I'm Egba,
Bro, I'm pretty sure I probably spent more time in Yoruba
I'm
land.
what called Ijebo. They'll tell you I'm Ijebo man. They all
They don't
spread
say
their name
that.
like that. They all
Oh,
have different music,
I'll
different
admit,
sound.
a lot of them know their clans, like except for like the really young people. They know their
So they
clans,
also will steal music
but
from
they
you
call
people.
themselves still Yoruba.
Go and play African music. You see the dance, you see everything. We don't we do not we didn't stand still. Some of the people that took all the way from Africa, what do you think they're doing? You think they did take some of those cultures to where they took them to? Brazil today, what do you call the music they do in Brazil? That so-called martial dance. Where did it came from? Not in Africa? Capoeira?
I can't speak to that. I can't speak to that. I'm talking about
Where did
America.
that come from? Capoeira music. Where do you think it came from? Even the
Yeah,
guitar
but
they even do it.
it's different. It's different because the people who were there created something new, just like we did. So
No, they
we
did
have
create nothing
African
new.
roots as well.
They did create nothing new. It's only Isa Black Americans say, oh, we create this. No, you did create
We
this. Even
did. We
tango.
did. Unless
Even
unless you could pull up an old recording that sounds like hip
even
hop
tango,
in
even
Africa.
tango, even tango in Argentina, flamenco, they will tell you, oh, this thing came from Africa.
No, it didn't. We came from Africa,
Go to
but we
Argentina and see
created
their
our own
dance.
style. Hmm?
Go to Argentina and see their dance. What they call the tango dance. They also they form into
It'd be
Okay, well,
funny.
this
what does
their
that have
dance
to do with
together.
anything?
Everything like everything comes from Africa, but when we start saying, okay, everything from Africa, where's our piece of Africa? Oh, you can't have that. Y'all ain't African.
No. And then if we talk about the negativity, that didn't come from Africa. That's just African Americans.
No, because you always want to claim you portray this. Even I won't even want to do the research
Oh,
in
that's right.
jazz,
You
jazz
guys are
music.
moving the goalposts. We're literally
Negative is
speaking
African
about
American.
But Black
music
America they
right
even
now.
create even jazz. Black America they even created jazz.
Damn.
Jazz was
Who
created by the
created
white
jazz?
man.
Who created jazz? Who
The
created
white man.
jazz?
The white man. Go and check it.
Okay, which
How
ones?
jazz
Which
came
ones?
about.
Which
Go
white
and
men?
check how jazz came about. Go and check
Bro,
it how jazz came
I've
about.
taken entire courses about how jazz came.
No, go and check
I've
how
read
jazz came about.
thick books. I've read thick books about jazz.
Jazzy came
You
from
have no
Jazzy came
idea what
from
you're talking about, bro.
Jazzy come from okay people. Oh, we create country music. No, you put the create that music.
That's debatable. A lot of people would tell you
Man,
that we did, but
please, you
at the very least, you can't say that we
we
were not a
we know you
major
for
inspiration
popular
for country.
we know you for brought what's called hip hop. So-called name called hip hop came from United States. Who established it? Who create? We don't know.
We
We know it
created
from
it.
the black people from United States.
No. You don't know. So you got to make I
No,
statements. You
I'm
have to say I
no
don't know.
because
That's what you got to say.
when I
Like you
start
got to say
seeing the
I don't know because I
no
have
no no
never
no I
studied
can
those.
never
I'm
give you
just talking because I want to
no
hear
I don't
results.
know the people that created what I see inside hip hop. I see all kind of Latinos, all type of different type of
Black
blacks.
ragtime and
He's never heard of ragtime in his life. What is ragtime? Keto Allah.
we were doing that
Without
and
looking it
white
No,
up,
people
what
people
is
took
that
it
ragtime?
one night,
What is
they ain't
ragtime?
no fucking
Keto Allah. What
culture.
is ragtime? What is ragtime?
message we that create.
What is
That's what I'm
What is
telling you right now
ragtime?
that
What is ragtime? What
anybody
is
that create
ragtime?
we know the Cameroonian sound of music.
Kid Ola. What is ragtime?
And everything we create this,
He's trying to
we
stall so
create
he can
that,
look it up.
You put the
Who
create,
create?
you put might have your
Okay,
own
explain to
type
me
of
who created
way of
jazz. Who
life.
created jazz? Who created jazz?
Who
Who
created?
made
It's the
the
white
first
man that
jazz
created
song?
jazz. It is the
Which
white man
white
that
man? What's
created
their name?
jazz.
What's their name?
It's the white man that created jazz.
What's the name of
Who
the
created
band? What's
piano?
the name of the
Who
group?
created piano? The piano came. Look, this so-called opera music that the white man created and everything. That piano music. That's how jazz came about when they start bringing the guitar. It came from that piano to the guitar. With the white man create electronic guitar now. That's what the whole
Okay.
thing came about.
So if I build a guitar and I hand it to the next man, I created everything that he did.
You create the guitar or you create the sound.
It doesn't matter. It's about
That's
who
what I want
plays
to
the
ask you.
notes.
That's what I'm telling you right
You
now.
could play many
That's what I'm
different.
telling.
See, you're just being
That's
silly
what
at
I'm
this
telling.
point.
That's what I'm
Because
telling you
you
right
could
now.
play
That
jazz on the
hold
guitar, you
on.
could play
That's
rock
what I'm
on the
telling you right now.
guitar,
That jazz
you can
came.
play blues
Jazz
on the
came from the
guitar.
piano. Jazz came from the piano of the white man, way back when they would do their opera music, opera dance. You know, before they go with
Okay,
voice,
so the
they
person,
start with piano.
whoever created. No, I'm gonna ask you a question. So whoever
You know,
created the instrument, whoever created the instrument is the person that creates the music.
whoever created the instrument know how to play the instrument.
No, I'm asking you. If you
No,
didn't create the
whoever
instrument, you
created the
can't create.
instrument. Have you ever
I'm
seen somebody
good,
that
Kyler. He
creates?
got it.
Have
He
you ever
got
seen
it.
somebody that creates instrument?
He
Have you
just
ever seen
being
somebody that created this instrument could not play it? The white man created the instrument. They play it
you got it,
before
bro.
before they even give it to the Negro to play.
You got it.
You know, I'm just telling you, man. We have our own type of guitar, be made out of calabash and all kind of rope on it. If you want to see simple example of it, if you don't want to go to Africa, check the Brazilian music called capoeira. The way they hold it and play it. They have it there. We have a all type of data we create ourselves, not the white man on. That's what called the talking, the story. That's called the talking music, storytelling music. We have all type of music. We praise women. We praise anything. We even praise animals. People don't know the research about Africa. People just, oh, Africa still this. Man, let's just have respect for ourselves. And if we can share, just do the white man share.
But what's wrong with saying that it derives from a particular African country or tribe or region or whatever? Why is that such a bad thing? Because I've never met an Afro Argentinian or um, an Afro Brazilian that's ever denounced the fact that samba or capoeira derives from the African continent. I've never seen them do that. They've always being proud of the fact that it has African roots, but it seems like in this conversation, it's made to seem like it's wrong if we say, okay, it would derive from the continent, obviously, if you come from there.
I would say like this is a problem that people are saying, right? Hold on, can you hear me? Frenchie, let me say this.
Yeah.
The problem people have is this is you have people who in the modern Africa, right, who are not they're ethno enthusiasts, what I'm saying. And they're tribalists and they're bigots. I'm seeing right now what's going on between Liberia and Ghana. There's a lot of tribal. So in other words, basically, it used to be black people are black people. We're all black. We're all in the same thing together. It's not like that anymore. Now you got people out here who are now using things to project and flex on other people and cover things, So therefore, because what people are trying to do is, oh yeah, we created this, why not? So like this. Well, you didn't create anything, but you want to attach. What we're becoming like? We're becoming like white trash. A white trash person will sit there and take he'll have a low IQ, low level of comprehension, right? But he thinks because he's white that he's in the same category as that's tribalism. That you think because you're part of some tribe, right? That you get all the benefits that whatever that person created. So I never literally liked the idea of black people talking about black achievement, and accomplishments and stuff like that because it lets a lot of underachieving black people off the hook. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I can't be talking about really dance and whatnot because I can't say that's we or not because I don't fucking dance. So that's stupid of me talking about. I just brought it up as a point, right? I'm not a musician either. I'm just stating the fact. I gain nothing by stating this fact. That yeah, African the dance that you see that the Afrobeats are doing come from Black America. All the music comes from Black America. Everything comes from Black America. Bruno Mars said that. Everything comes from Black American culture. There it is. Now, I basically am not a musician, so I'm not. That doesn't make me feel better about myself because I do not have any stake in the game because I am not a musician. I am not an artist or anything like that. But I'm just stating a fact. That is a fact because like it's like back in the days, we used to acknowledge like where certain styles came from. Oh, that's Brooklyn style. That's Queen style. That's Bronx. Stuff like that. We always paid respect to different places with these origin. That's what we always did. Or when we did steal somebody's stuff, when you hear a rapper steal somebody's stuff or use somebody's hook in their songs, they always give a shout out. They're like, hey, acknowledging, yeah, that's where I got it from. That's part of Black America. That's called giving props. Problem is, Africans don't know how to give props, and that's what
But
the
Kala,
breakdown in the
sorry to interject, but surely if you were to Google Afrobeats and such, wouldn't it say that it's a fusion, and wouldn't it include Black American genres within it anyway? So isn't that
Well, I know
acknowledging?
that, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. When people outside of our race are looking at this, right, and they're saying, "Oh, look at this Afro beats," but now it's so different than hip hop. And I have to tell you the truth, I actually like Afro beats. I listen to them. I'm here and everything. I'm in Africa right now. I listen to Afro beats while I'm here. And I love it. And so, but the bottom line is, and I know it's developing on its own, it has its own sound now and everything like that. But you listen, talk to anybody here, they'll tell you that Afro beats is influenced by Black American culture. And the way of the style, everything. Even the conversation, even the relationships. Right? It's not so much Black American, but modern. Since Black American culture is only modern, you could say people who live in a modern world, not just Black America, but anybody living in a modern world. Then you got to understand something, Crutchy. There's traditional African culture, that nobody wants to talk about, Like I said earlier, I know you got to chuckle about this, right? I don't see a lot of African American women, even Ghana, right? I don't see them sitting there pounding cassava for 10 hours a day. You know, what is Ghana now? The nightlife, the club, is that African culture? Is that the essence of African culture? The club life, what's it, the Across 304 girls? That's what we come to? So what I'm saying is, and then when you look at
It's
Afro
the
beats and
culture
everything like
now.
that, it projects that almost negative aspects of Black American culture. And Africans are embracing it as its own, which they're going to end up destroying Africa and destroying themselves because they're losing their identity. Let me get uh Benjamin Mandinka. What's going on, Benjamin Mandinka? What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? Salute.
I'm
Hey, what's up,
live from the
y'all?
motherland, man.
Live from Liberia, huh? That's good, man. I
Yes,
just
right,
heard
man.
y'all heard these people talking crazy, so I just wanted to come in.
Now, what
But
do
you
you got to
already
say about Mr. FBA? I know you got a lot to say, Mr. FBA.
I ain't got nothing to say, man. You said it all. You put them in check to the mate. That's
Well,
it.
see, the thing is, my job
We
here
didn't
is
put anyone
to
in check, actually.
hold up. I set the record straight because I do not want people like Tariq gaining fucking ground. You know, because the bottom line, Tariq's goal, if he had his way, I would not be in Liberia right now. I wouldn't listen to Afro beats. I wouldn't have African friends. In other words, you notice how everybody on here have one thing in common. What? We're Black African descent, right? So therefore, even though we may disagree with each other, I consider us all family. Tariq is not like that. See the way he talks to Africans that come on the show, like there's some
Kala,
alien race or whatever like that. That's never, you know.
Kala, Kala, go and check Curtis Mayfield music. The drums, the white men are beating. Curtis Mayfield have a lot of white men beating his back singers and drum beaters. Do Africa ever complain that Curtis Mayfield drum beating, talking drums, that Ray Charles play every time inside late 60s and 70s? Do we ever
What are
complain
you
that,
talking?
oh, he's stealing our something? Do we ever complain that, oh, why are they beating our drums? Curtis Mayfield music, Superfly. Check most of his music. You see that most of those white men beating those drums. How did they learn those beating those drums? So we just have to be very careful. Say, oh, you steal from us. No, man. Africa never complain whoever play their music. The Chinese man is even playing African music now. If you go to YouTube, you see Chinese singing with Chinese type of accent and kind of this thing, playing, trying to get to the Africa genre. We just, oh, nice. We have different type of music. We should not be saying you copy from us, that copy from us, or this copy from us. If you check whiskey
Well,
music,
like I
Oju
said, I really
Olegba,
don't want to see you. I really don't want to see you lose your traditional culture, Kidola. And that's what I'm saying.
oh, we keep
All right, let
our
me get.
culture.
Oh,
So
let me get. Kwame, yeah, you guys are losing your culture, man. Really, you guys are losing your culture. Really fast. Commercialized, everything like that is going. African culture is gone. You know. Go ahead, Kwame.
Yeah, Kyle. I'm listening to. I'm catching the end of the conversation, but I would just say this: uh, a lot of black people in the diaspora are very ignorant of their history. They don't know where a lot of things come from. Even though we develop certain things in the diaspora, we still have to have a base where things come from. Like white people in America, they have no problem acknowledging.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
What? Damn,
Let me
Kyler,
stop
can I
you
land
right.
my
Hold on.
plane?
Hold. Let me before you land your plane. Let me stop you right there. Right. Look, there was a thing called the Ma'afa that happened for 400 years ago. Right. That ended that. Once you take people off their land, right, and put them into captivity, and they had to survive on their own. That relationship, the fact that I'm over here in Africa right now, and I'm trying to rebuild a relationship, that was lost and whatnot with my African brothers and sisters says a lot. But don't act like I have a fucking obligation to acknowledge Africa when I freaking don't. Because Africa has never contributed anything to the development of Black America. Nothing.
Kyler, we do have a duty. What do you? We do
Well,
have a duty.
oh yeah, I know. Hold on. I do it because
Kids should
I'm
not
willing
be
to do
growing
that.
up. Wait, Kyler. Kids should not be Black kids should not be growing up not knowing their roots and their foundation of where their culture comes
They
from.
got their roots. They got the look. That's a bunch of nonsense. That's a bunch of
Yeah,
bullshit.
that doesn't make any
That's
sense,
a bunch of
Quan,
look.
because
Believe me, like I
these
said,
kids don't care. They don't care.
That's that Pan African nonsense.
Yeah, they don't care. That you know what? I want to be honest and shout out to Kaguru, my Jamaican, what I'm saying, Tanzanian homeboy, what I'm saying, that's in the building. Man, you know what? This conversation always derives around the people that was born in the late 60s and the late, I'll say, 80s. Do you get what I'm saying? That's where the conversation is gonna die at, because the young people don't give a fuck. The young people, I talked to my son, I talked to my daughter. My daughter is 23. She'll be 20, she'll be 24 this year. My son is 15. They don't give a fuck where hip hop come from. That's just us as Black people, because we know that a lot of shit been taken from us, French. I'm gonna tell you where it derives from, Frenchie. The white people took so much from Black people, and and I'm gonna say this, Frenchie, and we gave away a lot of shit. And we sold a lot of shit. But a lot of shit we gave away was sold is because that's the way how white people was. So let me put it like this,
Oh,
Colin.
hold on,
White,
simply. You think white kids in America don't know that their culture comes from ancient Greece or Rome or the British
they
Isles?
don't, hell no, the white kids don't give a
Come on,
damn.
bro. That's cap.
The new gen, from you have
Well,
no idea what
kids don't
you
give
have no idea what you talk about. These young
Hey,
kids
these
these
new
days
kids don't
don't
give
give
a
a damn
fuck
about no
about
greens,
shit.
and all that shit. Kwame, you are, bro. I can't believe how naive you are, bro. You get what I'm saying? That you think white kids give a fuck about Greece and all that shit? They are living the American dream technological
They might
generation
know
right now.
about it, but they don't
They
really
know
give a
about it,
fuck
but they
about
don't
it.
care. It's us. It's the
Yeah.
it's the people that's in they late 50s, 40s, and late 30s that care about this history shit. This history shit is gonna die with us. My son and my daughter don't give a fuck about history. They don't give a fuck about slavery. They don't
Hey,
give a fuck about none
hey,
of that
Sim, do
shit.
you remember when you didn't give a fuck about history? Do you remember that point?
Yeah, I remember.
I
One
remember
time I
that
tell
shit.
I remember I didn't give a damn about it. I remember I never forget I was in the fourth grade and they was talking about history and who came before slavery. I was like, what the fuck is
Yeah.
this?
Hey,
We
we
were
all knew history was bullshit
were
at
talking
one
about
point.
Transformers and
I
G.I.
don't know what
Joe.
happened, man.
Yeah, but simply, the kids grow up though, and they get to a
That's
point
a
where like,
difference,
damn,
Kwame. Then you're pushing the goalposts. I'm telling you, the kid, whether they grow, just like me, Kwame. I turned into a YouTube professor. A lot of the stuff I learned is from YouTube and knowledge. That's because I wanted to. That because my street life, the chasing chicks, all that shit, thug life, all that shit died down, and I picked up on something else. YouTube was it. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's not gonna do that. So
Nah.
what I'm saying,
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
French is that what makes us look so bad as black people that we lower ourselves down to some fucking music, man. It just that kills me with us that we just sit down and then we get to this conversation about music and we can't agree on it. It's nothing to agree upon because white people run the show. White people making money off. Matter of fact, not only white people, the Koreans, the K-pop, they
But you
make it.
know,
They
Simp, you
make it.
know why we keep having this same
Hmm. That's
conversation
true.
over and over? Because motherfuckers just don't want to tell the truth. That's
But
all.
hold on though. But what does the truth get us? Is that gonna take? Is that gonna take the masters
In
out
the
the executive?
conversation, motherfucker, in the conversation.
Yeah, but we can't do that as black. That's hey. This is why I say we're doomed as a people
I
because
know, I know.
we can't even tell the truth about music or whatever. You get what I'm saying? So if we can't agree on something simple like that, how the hell we gonna come together and build a nation and compete with the
Uh,
white
Wait,
people?
wait, wait.
See,
Simply, are you telling
you
me
know,
kids wasn't influenced by Wakanda and
the thing
Beyonce, Lion
is,
King?
these motherfuckers don't want to
they
have
don't
that
give a fuck
conversation.
about no Wakanda. Oh my God, bro. No, bro, my kids dressed up with that Wakanda shit when I took them to the movies. After the shit down, my son said, man, my son and my daughter said the second Wakanda was trash. And that was the end of the conversation. They ain't never talked about it since.
So simply, what about the kids that's going to college and dashikis and
Bro, when the last time you been on a college campus, Kwame?
I mean a minute, but I see college kids. I
Boy,
don't
you
live too
haven't.
far. Wait, wait, I don't
Boy,
live
my
too far
daughter,
from St.
I've
John's.
been going to a college campus for the last 4 years. You don't see that stupid shit on no goddamn campus. Even we got Morris Brown, we got Morehouse, we got Spelman. You know what Morehouse just had last week? They had motherfucking Young Miami up there shaking ass on the steps. Look at it. That's what they having. They got
Or that
sexy.
one chick that did. Uh, hold up. There was one chick that did. I forgot her name. She did a song called "Trickin'" with a bunch of freaking junior high kids.
The high
This is the
school
mentality you got right now. Everybody
with her whole
that was junior high.
Frenchie. She would have gave you a run for her money. She had her whole ass out, and she didn't have on no drawers. Frenchie. She went and gave it to them kids at the school.
Excuse me,
Red
my
shorts
butt
all
is
up
not
in
lit.
Frenchie. Red shorts all up in her ass. Goddamn eyelashes looking like goddamn macaroni noodles out there shaking ass, talking about tricking, and all the kids are surrounding them. Ain't now one of them talking about no goddamn Wakanda forever shit.
Wait. Simply, you in Atlanta, and
Yes,
I see E5 growing amongst the young rappers, the young people.
young rappers.
Huh?
Which young
What?
rappers?
What?
21 Savage, Uzi.
Uzi ain't from no Atlanta.
No, I'm just saying. It's plenty more, but I see
No.
E5 growing.
Hey,
You
Tyler,
can't say
E5's on
plenty
the
more.
rise.
You can't say plenty more if you can't name them. And 21 Savage is damn near 40 years old.
I, but I'm just giving some references. I don't
No,
know
no, no.
all the young, but I see it though.
That's your
Takeoff and
fault
Cardi
when
B,
you're
bro.
dealing with a person like me. You got to deal with the facts. 21 Savage is damn near 35 years old. And like I said before to my original statement, that goddamn history shit is only in the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s. These young kids, anybody under 27 years old, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about no his. Let me tell you something. I try to get my daughters, they friends, to watch something on TV, but they don't want to hear that shit. They be like, "Hey, look, what we gonna order to eat? Is it gonna be Mexican?" They ain't even trying to go to black restaurants.
Hey, you know what, Simp? The attention span that got so short now, they not gonna
Attention.
listen.
Hold on, that's what
They
I was
not
just
even
gonna
gonna
get to.
sit there to listen to no documentary, no lecture, nothing. They not,
You mean tell me they won't listen to Baruti for a couple hours?
Man, hell
hell
no,
no.
man. They'll,
Yeah. Hey,
they'll ask me,
Simp,
is he
I
gay or
don't even
something?
want to listen to that shit no more.
They'll ask me, is he gay or something? That's how these females talk now. These young girls, anything they don't agree with, they call it gay. They be like, is he gay
But
or
simply,
something?
what about Dr. Umar? His
Or
main
lame.
target
Or
audience
lame.
is college students. That's
No,
his main audience.
no, bro. No,
What
hell
the
no. Don't even tell
fuck?
that lie. Yeah,
Umar fucking audiences gotta be crazy. Something wrong with him. Shit.
Umar audience is chicks with 3 kids by 12 baby daddies, a bunch of goddamn uppity hood rats with a bunch of
What
weave in their
is
head, and some goddamn simp ass older dudes. That's it.
When I see Umar, he doing speeches and lectures
Right.
at universities.
Yeah.
Most of the people in his comments is young black
Nah,
females
not that.
from
No,
colleges.
that ain't
Hold
it.
up.
He
That's his
does go
target
to.
audience.
He does,
Black
bro.
Queens Forever, Snow Bunny. That's
That's
his
what I'm
target
saying. He
audience.
got this a gimmick. That's what a gimmick.
yeah,
So you can
that's
bring that. You can bring that to the thing because it's gimmicky. So you can bring him to the thing. They ain't listening to none of that. Me and Carla had this conversation. They ain't listening to 90% what he's saying. Only thing they wait for him to say is "Snow Bunny's never black queens forever." That's all they wait for him to say. They waiting for the catchphrase.
yeah.
Let me
They
tell
ain't
you
even
something.
look,
giving a
Let me tell you
fuck
the
about what
craziest
he's
thing.
talking
Let me
about,
tell you the
man.
craziest thing. Then I'm gonna pass the mic, Kwame. Even
look, can
though
somebody talk?
Dr. Umar is claimed to be a clinical psychologist, most black people don't even believe in going to a psychologist. Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. You claim he got so many people as a black person to go see a psychiatrist, go talk to somebody about their mental health. They will get offended, but they'll get online and listen to him because he good with the memes. He good with the memes. See a black dude looking at a white girl that he step up. He's good with the social media. But that's why you see the difference between FBA and Dr. Umar is a panderer. He panders. Tariq Nasheed gives them a platform to talk they shit and to be extra greasy with it. You get what I'm saying? So he amplifies the extra greasy. So you'll get more people, with aggression than you do pandering. When you pander, you're only gonna get one group of people. That's why on Dr. Umar, it's more women that
Yeah, that
it's
nigga
more
just
women
sitting
over
there
there. But if you
begging.
go to
Shit.
FBA, it's equal. It's men and women over there because it's aggression. And aggression fuels it because black people like to complain. So you got black people that's going to complain on the FBA side, and you got Dr. Umar sit up there pandering the black women. It's all a grift. Tariq Nasheed right now is Bantu Mandingo. Bantu Mandinka.
Yeah, put me on game because I don't know shit.
Hey yo,
Tariq
hold on,
Nasheed, Tariq
Sip.
Nasheed right now, this is the last point. Tariq Nasheed right now is crowdfunding to make Hidden History 6, right?
Oh, okay,
So hold on. You
okay.
can go to it. He got it. It's on Kickstart, or either
It's on Kickstarter.
it's on
Oh,
Kickstart.
okay.
So listen to the swag. Listen to the game. He gonna take your money, make the movie. Then he gonna build a website for the movie and sell it back to your ass.
But yeah, Sip, do you know the crazy part is he already completed the movie.
That's what I'm
But,
gonna
but
say.
he's
Was
tell,
the movie completed already?
but he's telling people, yo, I need 250K to start the movie. I said,
And
nah.
he gonna get online and crack his jokes and talk about cheetah piss and talk about hairlines and talk about hip hop started in the Bronx. He
Yeah,
gonna
you
do
know,
all
hey,
argument and gonna
you
get
know,
that
you gonna
money up.
start throwing money there.
Then they gonna start making it rain.
Yo, it is non fundable. Meaning that whatever those
Non-refundable.
people.
Cause guess what? I didn't know nothing about it. Shit.
You can't
But
even file it on your taxes. That's how greasy Tariq is with the swag. It ain't no different. It ain't no different from Afro Stink Tank. This
but
dude over
guess
here,
what?
he
If I catch
doing the
him out
same
there,
thing.
I'm
He
throwing
doing
money down.
Afro
I don't give a
Afro
fuck.
Stink Tank is doing the same thing. He going to Africa, got them selling y'all some struggle bush living. You know what I'm saying? In the bush, playing with catfishes and goats, selling you that, but then he go online and randomly talk about white people and white people issues. He want to get the white liberals to build his subs up, but he gonna sell the struggle African bush life to black people. So now he's selling mugs, he's selling jackets, he's selling goddamn consultation. He's charging $500.
Who?
A
Afro
dude,
think tank?
Afro think tank, a dude that don't talk to nobody, that sit up
But
there and just look in the camera with chinky eyes and got their nappy
but
dread.
I'm gonna tell you what make FBA superior, Hustle, because every man got to stand on their own now. You can't blame nobody else. You can't say, "Oh, Tariq is the leader." Nope, he
What
doing
you
what he
what you mean? What do you mean?
who what.
That's all FBA do is blame people.
I don't know
That's the
what
grip. That's the
I don't know
grift.
what FBA you talking about, but yeah.
That's the grift. Tethers is taking foundational Black American
Oh
job.
man,
They stealing they
that's a
stealing
mute.
FBA
Hey,
culture.
that's a mute
That's what he's
talking point.
telling
I don't
people.
even talk about no shit like that.
But that's what Tariq talk
Seriously.
about. That's the grift.
Okay. All right.
What, what, what I'm
I
saying is
guess
that Tariq has he has a it ain't just one thing, it's a
I guess
multiple
that's why I
thing.
don't really listen because I'm not
Yeah.
on no shit
It,
like
it ain't just that, it's a multiple things that
that.
he, you know what I'm saying? Just like how when Carla was talking earlier, how he was saying that, you know what, they just want to be, just say that you borrowed it, say that you took it. But that's what I'm saying. That's the way we feel. Like how Carla was saying with the rappers and shit, if you took somebody hook and everything,
Yeah, just
you know what I'm
give
saying? They want
due,
you
you
to
know.
acknowledge.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to tell y'all that acknowledgement shit, the young
Yeah, it
people
don't mean nothing,
it
but
don't mean nothing. It means absolutely nothing. But to some people, listen, Batu. I got them grew up with a lot of black dudes. I know dudes that died about the principle, which don't mean a
yeah, that
goddamn thing.
but
I
at the
know
end
dudes
of the
have
day,
lost. I know dude in prison right now, and I know dudes 6 feet under talking about the principle. It's the
hey,
principle of the
but
whole
at the
thing.
end of the day,
So
hustle, that's
so
all you got.
so
That's
hustle
it.
smart.
I don't
If
care how
we hear
much
Af-
money you make. I don't give a fuck how many women you got. I don't give a fuck about none of that. At the end of the day, if you ain't got your word, you ain't got your principle, you ain't got your honor, you ain't got your dignity, you ain't got your pride, you ain't got shit. And it's straight up like that. And that's why you see people die over it.
Yep. So you'll see
no,
acknowledgement. So you
but hustle, hustle
Go
smart.
ahead, Mufasa.
You
Go ahead.
okay? So if we hear a Nigerian dude straight out of Nigeria, never been to Atlanta,
Mhm.
talking like you, using the same slang,
Right,
talking about he made it up, talking about shouty this, shouty that,
right.
you ain't gonna trip on that.
I
That
wouldn't
don't
give a
matter.
fuck.
Okay.
I wouldn't give a goddamn because that shit don't take not $1 out my pocket. Bro, my name is Hustle Smart for a reason. Not goddamn worry about what a nigga say for a reason.
I wouldn't really care, but like if you trying to make it like you swagger Jackie, then you gonna have to get checked. But
I
hey,
I
you
listen.
know,
I don't give a fuck if he come around here talking about if he call himself Jermaine Dupree. The fuck that be? What the
No,
yeah.
no,
fuck they
but
got to do with me?
it can turn into that though.
Hold
It
on,
could
but
turn
let me
into
tell
them
you
taking
something.
money
But
though.
what I'm saying is that I don't own Atlanta. That's just a goddamn hospital where goddamn I shit and pissed at until I got ready to go up out. I don't own shit in Atlanta. Even the house. Let me not pay my property taxes.
No, but
Like,
that
like,
don't
like,
take away from the
like,
fact though, bro. That don't take
like,
away from
no,
what we do.
no. We saying what I'm saying is that two things can be right at the same time. What I'm saying is that you're right. You're right. Some people will get offended by that, but I'm not gonna get offended by what somebody else portray. It's the same way. It's the same way with dudes running
hey, you
around here
could
with.
look at it. Go
Hey,
ahead. I didn't
let
mean
me
to
say,
cut you.
let me say something. Like,
Can I
Do,
say
do you see
something, please?
females? Do you see females have a problem with dudes walking around with 12-inch heels and pocketbook and weave and makeup and got their dicks tucks and everything in operation? Females don't
No,
have no
because they're
problem with that.
dumb.
It's like,
Matter of fact, females make them dudes their best friend. So
hey,
if a dude want to come, from Africa and cosplay as an AT alien, he can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Long as they ain't stopping my business, that I just don't give a fuck because
Yeah,
there's so many people that come from other states. You got people that come from other states in America and come to Atlanta and still try to act like, man, I always been. You can hear it in their voice. They ain't from here, but I ain't trying to correct them. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like trying to correct somebody and they trying to sound
Niggas
like
can't be
me.
trying to grasp at straws and talk about niggas cosplaying how they speak, man. Niggas got bigger fish to fry
I
than
got man. Hold on, bro. Let me tell you something. Monthly, I got $3,800 a month going out. $3,800 a month going out. Truck, motherfucking trailer fee. Cause I don't own the trailer. I have to rent the trailer out every. I have to pay for insurance on the house insurance on the truck. Baby mama got my goddamn pockets in the figure four and dropping elbows on the child support. What the fuck I care about a motherfucking talking about? Man, I did a hip hop, man. You know, I originated the shake dance in Atlanta. What the let me tell you something. Worrying about what other people got to say is broke nigga activities. That means you ain't got a lot of shit going on in your life that you worry about what a motherfucker got to say about some shit that's going on in the city you was born in when you don't run shit or own shit. When white people don't push you up out of there. White people don't push you up out of there. The Jews, the white people, Italians, they run the rap game now. They can't rap at all. They can't dance at all. They can't do nothing. All the shit that Kidola was talking about, they can't do none of that shit. But they sit up in the office and they come together while we sit out here and argue about this shit. They sit up there doing the paperwork, the monopolize and finalize and
They
take over.
cosplay too.
They cosplay too. But you know what the difference is they making millions off of it.
yo, how's it small? You notice
Right.
that
So
niggas never. You
Okay,
notice
but
that
you don't
niggas
care
never
about that though.
complain that
You don't care
you
about
know
that, right?
the small has run rap. They always or Afro beats or whatever genre, whatever black genre. Niggas be focused on what other black people's doing instead of worrying about the people that's making billions, putting they kids through this shit based on what niggas is doing.
Hey, you know what? Me and Carla, we had this conversation also. It's because that we're low hanging fruit. Black people and Africans, we're the low hanging fruit. Mexicans ain't gonna talk to us because they gonna play like they don't speak no English. So the only people that pay attention to black people is other black people. So therefore, we fighting for the bottom. We're the crabs at the bottom. We're the crabs at the bottom. You got the Africans over there that wearing dresses like Frenchie, that doing the two-step turnaround with the hands on their forehead, doing the little shake dance. You get what I'm saying?
leave my
And you
dress
got the
alone.
you got the chicks over here with the BBLs and everything, thinking they the best. You got the dudes in Africa over there dancing and talking about who got the best rice. You get what I'm saying? They sit up there who can make the
Who got the
biggest
best
bowl of
rice?
Jollof
Yeah.
rice, like stupid shit that we doing, and looking at everybody else just getting money. So you right, Mufasa. I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to get the money the way the white people that's in the taggers in the Jewish people that taking everything from us. That's who I'm trying to learn from. Because
And
if
you got
black
a
people,
dummy.
if
You got a
black people,
dummy in the comments called Mr. Know It All. Small hats ain't trying to erase our inventors. You hear the low hanging
it,
fruit?
listen, just the low hang.
He
Listen, that's
said
how it
what?
is. Listen what I'm saying. I'm trying to learn how they watch people. I'm doing the same thing they do. Watch black people sit up here and argue about nothing and see where I can goddamn take some shit from their ass. I'm gonna try to take everything from black people because that's all they care about is some fucking useless argument. That who cares? That you know what? One thing about I know a lot of y'all don't like Brandon, but Brandon always say this thing is that when you argue for the bottom, that's what you get. That's the prize that you get after you get what you get. Then you like, oh, okay. I told them. That's why y'all think they had Jasmine Crockett out there and Kamala out there, and you got black people and black women still upset. You get what I'm saying? Because they wanted symbolism. Black people like symbolism. You give black people symbolism. Like, listen, if Kamala or Jasmine Crockett win, they don't give a fuck about no policy, nothing. They just like, oh yeah, it's a black woman up there. Oh, we coming up in this world. Don't give a fuck what she do. Long as she get up there and do her sister girl and got some weave, some 38-inch frontal, you know what I'm saying, natural Peruvian wavy, bouncy Kim Kardashian bob in the front, yakking. That's all they care about. The symbolism.
Hey yo, I could vividly remember niggas saying that I don't care what Obama do. I'm just happy he black and he in the White House.
Yeah, that was symbolism.
And
That's
that's us.
symbolism.
So
Yeah.
listen. I understand it. I understand it two parts. I understand the people from my generation that want to be acknowledged, and I understand what the FBA saying. Wait, if it wasn't for us and the civil rights, then and this two things can be true at the same time. I remember when stuff was going on in South Africa in Zimbabwe and all the places, and black people, we was up in arms about that shit. We found out something happened over there. We was like, oh hell no, that ain't right. But then we realized we get over. Me and Carla had this conversation all the time. And I tried to I've been telling Carla, Dinus, and Brandon for the longest. I said that Pan-African shit is one way. It's us insisting upon ourselves upon them. It's us
Yeah.
listen, we got all this money. I got all this fucking money, but I'm gonna go over there and lay my goddamn face and my head on the ground. Some dirty motherfucker that for the ticket that I paid that too. For the plane ticket that I paid to get over there, he don't make that in 2 or 3 years.
Hey
But I'm
man,
gonna come over there and
that shit over with,
and then
bro.
act like.
You know these
What I'm
young
saying, I
kids
can't
don't give
blame
a fuck about that
Bantu.
shit.
Bantu. This is the thing I was telling Carla. That's not their fault. We went over there acting like we was coming over there to be a savior. We the one that was saying that we wanted to change things, and that's when I noticed when I went over there my second. Yeah, I saw it in my first time, but I had to go over there 2 times just to make sure.
But you know
Those
what?
Africans don't
You
want to
can't get
change.
listen. It goes both ways. They could have just turned it down. They didn't have to play along. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. But they didn't. But they didn't. You know what I'm saying? They got the little bit. That's the thing. I agree with Carla. Yeah, it was an unfair deal. It was an unfair deal, but they still made the deal.
Yeah.
If they ain't getting them but mirrors and a bag of salt and some goddamn bath clothes, then that's what it is. But what I'm saying is that we as in the Pan African movement, we went over there and insisted upon themselves. And the thing about it is they don't want to change. Now, if you want to go over there and help them, you want to give them a job. They'll work. They're hard workers. You know what I'm saying?
I
But
would
they- but
say I would say this. What I agree with Kala that I see with Africans. I'm not gonna lie. I am a little biased when it comes to Africa, but I have noticed, like I'll be on panels and I'll be like, yeah, man, like we the diaspora, we need our own homeland in Africa. And the first thing niggas say is we don't owe you nothing. Uh,
nothing. We don't use
Yeah.
nothing.
Like, you know what I mean?
Listen, Kwame, let me
But yeah,
say something.
you would think. You would think. Hold on. You
Damn,
would
Carl.
think the fact that these people we would uh when we go to Africa, right? Like right now, we have a lot of. There's a group. I didn't say this earlier, but anyway, there's a group. You know that guy Sabu, whatever his name is. He called me the other day and he said, "Kyle, I heard you're in Liberia." So anyway, he's that dude, the YouTube channel Do Africa. They're like Hebrew Israelites, whatever, like that. Anyway, I have a group called the Association of African Americans for Liberia. They said, "Oh, we already got groups over here, blah blah blah." I said, "Dude, I'm not trying to take over." They always automatically think I'm trying to take over. I'm saying I'm not trying to put anybody in nation or something like that. But a point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of black people here that, like my guy Naya, that came here, right, from Rhode Island. He said he met some African Americans that were on their way to Liberia from Kansas. Think about it, Kansas, right? And they said they're missionaries, whatever, like that. They're building a school, clinic, or something like that in Liberia, right? So they said, yeah, they know the history, like that. The work we've been doing is spreading the word. More and more people getting interested in Liberia and Black America. So what I'm saying is we're always giving. We've been like that for 100 years with missionary work. The African Methodist Episcopal Church. We've been in Africa, for over 150 years now. Going back to the continent building. Um, but when it comes to Africans, they don't understand that history, or they don't appreciate the fact that the civil rights movement was about us trying to give anybody of African descent the ability to come here and live like a human being and have a job. Look, 60, 70 years ago, there were no black people working in offices. There were no black
True.
people as accountants. There was no black people in service. You know? Well, how did all that change? A lot of Africans think they just came over here and this country was great and all the opportunity. How the fuck did it get like that? You couldn't own a house in the neighborhood you wanted to. How did we get
True.
here? Another thing is what I say about the disrespect. Everybody's benefiting from the struggle and the blood we put into this. Because there was a lot of people killed in the civil rights movement. I mean, killed. Hustle Smart. I was watching this thing. I had no idea how violent the civil rights movement was in Mississippi and stuff.
Oh yeah.
They were literally murdering white people and
Yeah,
black
man,
people
they was
down.
hanging
You
motherfuckers,
had to
Ka-
be
Ka-
crazy.
Ka-
dogs, everything,
Kala,
man.
Kala
Check
is
it
not
out. Hold on.
Africa.
Hold on. Let me Kidola. I don't want to hear it right now. Look, the thing is, now you had a lot of black militants, Nation of Islam, love them to death, right? But when you really look at it, much as we clown Dr. King, John Lewis, and everything, I don't know if I could have went through all that. What they had to friggin' hold the line, not act up, and take all that freaking abuse, the stuff they went through, just to change the law, change this country is amazing. So I want to always give the civil rights people their due, their respect.
Kala, take you.
White people was
Kala,
coming
But like
out
I
their
said, you
office
got a
to
lot of
crack
people come
black
here to
people
this
Kala,
country.
upside the head, Carla.
Yeah.
Kala, somebody has talked, please.
They were
Kala,
literally
till you get it
busting
wrong.
people's heads open right in broad daylight. Go ahead.
Africa did come there because of civil rights,
It
Kala.
was killing women
Africa didn't
with
know what called
pregnant black
Af-
women, everything, man.
Africa didn't know what called civil rights when they came to United
Kilola,
States
Kilola,
to start
are you
fighting.
on
Hold
drug? Are
on.
you on drugs? Are you on drugs?
No,
I
Kala,
mean,
let me
that
tell you
Dutch
this.
woman got his head all messed
Kala,
up,
let me tell
man.
you
You
this,
got to
Kala.
understand something.
But
Africans,
Kidola, shouldn't Africans educate themselves on the
no,
black diaspora and the
hold
history?
on.
Shouldn't they know
Africa was
about
more,
if they come into
Africa
Bro,
was
they
more
don't know
America?
their
closer.
own. They
Let me
don't
tell
know
you
their
this.
own history.
Hold on. Africa was more going to England, some of them to study, or some of them inside African university that African people established themselves
Africans are
by
always going
hold on,
someplace studying.
hold
How
on,
come
by
you
the
can't
help of
come to
the
this country?
hold on, by the
Go
help
to
of the
study your own
British.
goddamn country, man. Shit.
Hold on, Kala,
I'm
because
sick of hearing about Africans coming to
don't give us fake history, Kala.
I'm
Check,
sick of
check, check when University of Ibadan was open, Kala.
African
Check
student
when you
bullshit.
As a
check when you
grift, shit, they
check
ain't
when
going to
you
study shit.
Kala.
They try to get the
Check
fuck
when
out of
University of Ibadan was
Africa.
open, Kala. Inside 1920 something. When University of Ibadan was open.
Check this
Hold
out.
on, hold
When
on. Don't
Ukraine
give
war
us,
broke
don't give
out,
us that
right?
shit.
All these
Hey, I
Africans started
know.
fleeing, right? They had
I
this
already
one lady
know.
up there. She was a so-called
Shit.
student, right? She was a
No,
student,
no,
right?
no. You
She
have to
was a
be.
goddamn
We te-
grandmother on a student
Yeah.
visa.
It's a
we tell you
Grandmother.
the
grift,
truth.
man. I
We
know
tell you
too
the
many
truth about
women
things.
that
You know,
try
you
to
want to
do
make us
it.
look like
Shit.
wicked because of few people. United States didn't want Africans to be close to the Soviet
You would
Union.
not be in this
What they
country if it
have to
wasn't
do,
for us, bro.
hold on. What they have to do, they have to change in a way
Fuck,
like,
you
whoa,
gotta
this
go to
African are going.
Europe to study. All
This
them
African
fucking
is going to
colleges
Russia
and
to
that.
study
Yeah.
mercy. That's how United States changed their policy. It would never be made. Oh, we so love the Africans. Oh, yeah, Black Americans people to come in. It's a geopolitics something they did. Oh no, no, no! It's now become people to people. People to people culture. That's what the
They
white
want to take
Americans
your
did.
they want to take your oil regardless whether you liked it or not.
No,
They
no,
didn't really have to do
forget
that
it.
for you.
It's not
They
about.
want your oil.
It's not
They would
about.
have
It's
took
not
it.
about this thing. If you go to the embassy, you don't even see Black Americans there. Go to American embassies. Until today,
Look, we're saying
So,
the
they're not there.
fundamental
fuck that.
laws that
What are you
allow you
talking
even to get
about, Godot?
citizency.
No, they're not there. Go to all these
You
embassies.
don't
You don't
see
see no Black
black
Kido,
Americans
Americans
at
there.
embassy.
Kidola
What the
always
fuck
being
is you
left field
talking
somewhere,
about,
bro. We don't
man?
know what you be talking about, bro.
No, if you go to
You be
embassies
way
in
Don't let
left
me
Africa,
field,
ever
bro.
be cracking
if
up,
you go to
man.
embassies in Africa,
That's because Kedola and most Africans think we're the underclass. We think that we're beneath them. We're not in power.
You don't
We're
see
not about
somebody
free
at the
Virginia.
embassy. That means something to you. Okay.
No, but Kidola, you don't. He never like
No, if
studied
you no,
history or
because
read any
because
books.
no, no, because we don't need to change history.
Tell us
We
some of
just
the
have to
books
say
you
the
read. Tell
fact.
us some of the books you read, Kidola.
I told you this because of Russia, Soviet Union at that time. That's why they have to change their policy. They have to know this Africa because we don't. When Africans were started going to Soviet Union, it's like even early 60s already. You know what I mean? Because Soviet Union was far more involved because Africa people didn't like would do it, the colonization, the independence fight and everything. You understand?
Okay,
This
how does this
the
tie
way
into
you call
how does
South
this tie
Africa
into the
today.
civil rights
Will
movement?
you call South Africa today? Do you know African head of states? They were standing up, leaving the UN because of if West South Africa sit over there. You know, Zambia take a lot of bullet for South Africa. Zambia, Mozambique, Angola.
How does this relate to the civil rights
No,
movement
because you
that
post
Tyler was
because I
talking
want to
about?
get. Oh, we free Mandela. Is not the whole topic now. Oh, we free Mandela. You body free Mandela. Africa spent a lot of money in that thing. Africans have to hire Steve, the guy called Steve something. You know,
It's
Africans have to give
worse
them
than I
passport
thought,
to
man.
move. Zimbabwe pay a price for all these things. You know, we free Mandela. We fight for Mandela. You know, no, it's not like that.
It was U.S.
You know, you put myself
sanctions
even
that brought
Reagan,
that down, bro.
even Reagan even listen to you people, even self.
Oh,
You know,
Hold
Nigeria
on, check
paid
this out.
price
When
because of
Nelson
South Africa.
Mandela came, hold up. 4 months. Look, 4 months after Nelson Mandela got out of jail in 1990, where did he
It
come
didn't come
to
because
and thank
Mandela,
history
because
and
the whole black
face
people,
about his
Mandela used
ordeal? He came
the
to black.
that's what because the white people free Mandela would just be pawn on him also. Because why they free him, he didn't have economical power.
It was no
They
dang
just free
white people. It was
politically.
black America mobilized. We mobilized
No,
this
man,
country, bro. We
no, you put this
mobilized
spend
this
no money
country
on
to
him.
basically.
You put this spend no damn fucking money on him. I just
Oh,
want to tell you the truth.
okay.
You put this spend
Like
no
I
damn money
said,
on him.
these Africans, they got
Do you
their
put
alternative
know the
history,
freedom
man.
fighters? Did they came to America to hide? Do you know
you
the freedom
people. What the
fighters?
fuck you keep talking about, you people, man? What the fuck? Shut up,
No, I
man.
don't want to hear
I'm
that
tired of you
nonsense,
talking
man.
about you
You
people.
put do this.
You
Most
So
people,
Africa,
what? So what if
motherfucker.
you said you people? You guys are
Fuck you
saying you
people.
Africans, so
Shit.
you put talk about
Keep
Mandela.
talking about you
let's not be
people. You
hypocrites.
people.
Let's not be
You
hypocrites.
people.
Kende was almost
Fuck you people.
Kende of
Nigga.
You
Zambia.
guys are annoying as
Shit.
hell.
Kende
Shut
of
the
Zambia
hell
will
up.
almost be king.
You shut the hell
Of
up.
Zambia will
I'm
almost be
saying
You
king.
people.
I'm talking about
I
hell
Julius
ain't even
particular.
talking to you.
I'm not talking about
Frank,
history. I'm
Julius
talking about
Nyerere. Julius
talking
Nyerere
to
will
you.
almost be king.
when I'm
Julius
talking. Hold
Nyerere
on,
of
when you say you
Tanzania.
people, hold on. With
You know,
Condola, when he said you
sit in
people,
your
he's
comfort zone, eating
disrespecting
pancakes.
our
People, oh
ancestors that
Mandela.
came before us.
What people
He's
did?
talking about people like Jesse Jackson and all these other people that fought
Forget
to
about Jesse
bring
Jackson, man. These are
apartheid
guys
down.
coming to Africa to eat jollof rice. Just a corrupt motherfucker. What did he come
That's
to
so
do in Africa?
disrespectful, bro.
It was just coming to make
So,
money,
man,
coming
like I
to
said,
beg money for all these African leaders.
you do what? You do what? You know,
What
everybody's
did he do?
corrupt. Okay, Africa's not corrupt.
What did he
Everybody's
do?
corrupt.
What
You
did he
know.
do to Africa?
All
When
right,
Malcolm X
okay,
came to
all right,
Africa,
kid.
they didn't even listen to him because Africa was busy doing
He
their
didn't do
thing.
nothing. You know. There you go.
No, we should not lie about
There
history.
you
We
go.
should not just lie
Yeah,
about history.
I tried to
So
tell
so
y'all,
Reggie,
man. This is
you
how it
can't argue with this
is.
dude, bro.
Y'all just
He don't listen to nothing you're saying. He just keep
No, I'm
rambling
just
about
telling you the
nothing.
truth, man. Don't twist history. Don't twist
Man,
history, man. Stand by the history.
But hold on, though. Hold on,
this
Condola. Hold on,
tether
Condola.
babble,
Condola, hold on
man.
just 1 second.
Tether babble.
One thing. Listen, this is the thing. Condola is right that black people didn't raise any money. He's right on that. But what Condola failed to realize is that the pressure, with black people in America with white people put the pressure because America voices go strong. Listen, if Africans go out there and march in the streets, nobody's really gonna know about that. But if Black Americans go march in the street, it's gonna be on every news channel all over the world because everybody wants to see America falls. So if any type of disruption go on, it's going to be known about all of, like, listen, the police and the Nigerian military and the police can kill people in Nigeria and you won't even hear about it. It won't even come on American news. But let a police officer think about the shit with Mike Brown and the dude that got his next to the George Floyd faggot ass. You know what I'm saying? That was worldwide news. So what Condola doesn't understand that the American voice and
He
American media,
understand.
that
He just
push
trying
was
to
big.
be
But this is
combative.
what I'm
That's
saying.
all.
But this is what I'm saying, that how we don't get along, because Condola is right. We didn't raise not one single dime.
No,
But
no,
at
I
the
doubt
same
that. I doubt.
time,
You
though,
talking about for
Bantu
apartheid?
was right. Hold
African
on,
part?
hold on. But I'm saying these two things can be right at the same time. The funny part is, Bantu, is that you got to understand the way the African mind think. They think that if you ain't put no money into it, you ain't did shit.
Yeah, I
So,
know.
but in
That
Black America,
retarded
we
shit.
understand that strength is in numbers, and they don't have that strength is in
see,
numbers mentality. They
see,
have a
see,
they have a
see,
naira, they have a cash. Whoever
see,
see in Africa, it's whoever has the most cash rule. See, we got this weird thing in America where we say money ain't everything, but it actually is. But we still, we'll throw that into
see,
somebody's face in a minute. But see, in
see,
Africa, like Kala always say, a lot of them live from hands to mouth, right, Kala? They don't want to hear no goddamn
see,
rhetoric about no, the strength is a number. They like how much money I got in my
Hey,
bank account.
listen. Yeah, if you give
So
them a
it's
see,
dollar, they'll listen to you. They'll
see,
listen
so
to you
so
all
that's what
see,
I'm
day.
saying. They're
see,
more they're the way their
see,
society
see,
is set up. They're more
But
see,
why do
functioned
they
on
ask
how
for a
Africa,
much money
dollar? Why
they
don't they
got.
ask for like way more money?
What you say that?
see,
Now I was
What you
saying,
say,
why do they
Miko?
ask for a dollar? Why don't they ask for like way more
No,
money? You
I'm
know what
just
I'm
saying that
No,
as an
Oh,
example. I'm not
Batu
saying.
just said that shit, man. Batu just said some shit.
see,
But
see,
but what
see,
I'm saying and
see,
what he's saying
see,
is true. So but
see, not just about
Condola, but the way
Africa.
Condola
Instead of a
We
talks,
dollar, it
he
might be
just he just have a
1,000,
one.
whatever.
He just have a tunnel vision. So, but
no,
what
no,
he's
no, never
saying
at
is
all.
true, because
Look,
even today we don't raise up no money. You had black dudes out here raised up $1 million for Kamala, and that was it. And they thought they did something. Kamala raised up $1 billion. And you had black
Yeah.
men and black women raised up 1 million, thought they did something. You get what I'm saying?
because
Then when
of
she
let
lost,
me tell you one thing.
they feel like they
When
gave it away, like they lost something. What you say,
when South
Mufasa?
Africa, when Peter Botha said he would nuke Nigeria, when Abacha was in power, right? When they have that nuclear, when they just have that nuclear bomb at that time, Africans pay a price for South Africa. Some of them will be, some of them almost be killed even. Kenekande of Zambia, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. When these South Africans came into the UN, they will walk. All these African leaders will walk out. They don't want to. They did participate with no game with them. But what did they do? What did the white man did? They went to. They brought Barbados to come and play cricket with them. We were surprised. How? You know, when they were walking out, did they have no Africa game with them? Did they have no football game with them? We, the whole black Africans abandoned them. Said no. You must free that guy. You can't kill one of us. You know, you can't kill one of us. You know, they were hiding this, some of these Sibiko, some of these people, Water Sister or Sister Water, something like that. It's not only Mandela that fought that fight, it's a group of them, a lot of them. Some of them were far more radical. But what was surprised when Mandela came out of prison, he was going to sleep from palace to palace, Queen of England Palace, the Dutch Palace. He was even calling with this lady, this actress, Elizabeth Taylor. You know, they put the phone number, the white boy twists his head.
Hey,
What
Kyla,
did
I
he
want to
do?
know what was the topic about? Y'all talking about
You
it.
know,
No,
All right,
can
the
I
nah,
just
topic
say,
is
but hold on, but
come
hold on,
on,
hold
come
on,
on,
hold on, hold on.
Condola.
We
let
did.
me say this. Let me say this. Let me
African
get this.
Americans did put bread on
Is
the
Black
apartheid.
America becoming the Black world's new underclass? My thesis about this is that I'm looking at the relationship between as Black America and Africa become more intertwined globally, right? I think Africa has a career with Black America in the fact that Black America, even though we're the richest group of Black people, most advanced, more educated, we're all that, right? But still, it's like having an educated, highly intelligent dog or highly intelligent horse, right?
God damn, bro.
Highly intelligent, you know. So therefore, look, Rome used to friggin' capture Greeks as slaves, right? You think all the Greeks stood labor? No, the Romans were stupid. A lot of those Greeks had ideas, minds, something like that, that could produce wealth, business, commerce, all stuff like that. And so they enslaved them to use their mind. I think it almost look like we're being enslaved by our own race of people to serve Africa. It ain't an equal partnership. I look at what happened with Richard Dennis. People don't like what I'm saying because I was. Everybody knows. Listen to me. I was also a friend and a supporter of Richard Dennis for years. Right. I had no idea. Right. Because I was a starch Pan Africans. Right. I had no idea. The idea was we're gonna have this Pan African world, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be at the bottom. You know that Black America, we have no say so. Uh, these people, I think I should have a clue should have been on Dynasty's show, right? I should have checked it back then with that guy Lou Major. He made a similar he made a similar thing back in the
Hmm.
days. He said that black people in America should never rule themselves. When I all the other black people in the diaspora need to come and control Black America because their culture is too powerful, but we got to control it or destroy them because they're a
He
threat to the
said all
all
that.
kinds. Yeah, Lou
That's
Major said that.
Yeah, he
crazy.
said it.
Yeah,
Damn, that's
and so
crazy.
Diners let him say that shit. And so then it dawned on me. I said, how many of them actually really think that Black America is like the
They all
underclass,
think
right?
like
Because think
that.
about
They
it.
all think like that.
This is how it is, right? Black America,
Sad.
we've always resigned to be the America's underclass. We're working class people for the most part. Some professional, even our professional people like myself, right? We still kick it with the people in the hood and everything like that. We don't separate ourselves by class in Black America. We don't have a class system. So all black people are just one thing, and it's usually our home, our family reunions, the hood, whatever like that. We're home at all these places, right? When immigrants come here, right? They're coming right into the middle class, right? In circles with more white people and stuff like that, right? And so, therefore, the culture of Black America is this: we don't have a middle class Black uh, social and political machine in America. Black people in the middle class, which is a majority, right, still votes as if they're still on welfare. Oh yeah, like I remember Al Sharpton, right? So it's not funny.
That's true,
Al
man.
Sharpton on his show was sitting with a bunch of African Americans, obviously middle class professional. Talk about who was president at the time? Oh yeah, it was Obama was president at the time, but he said Republicans are going to suspend our food stamps. And I said, the black people said, I ain't no goddamn food stamps. So we have the underclass mentality. You know what I'm saying? And now what happens is Africans and Caribbeans they don't want to be part of that, right? So they're looking at us like, okay, y'all gonna be the underclass, but we're gonna be the ones handling business and everything. We're gonna take over your institutions. We're gonna take over all these things like that because you guys are stupid. We got to break out of this shit. And the only way you can break out of this shit is a black nationalist movement.
You had
Only way
black
you can
people up there
break out of
talking
this.
about we gonna be back in chains. I'm talking about you got
Yeah.
rich black people talking about we gonna be back in chains.
Well,
I mean, you know
we're
what,
talking
Uncle
about bring
Man?
back
I
slavery.
ain't got no mercy for a motherfucker. I wish they would go back in because they stupid.
85%. I see Frenchie when that 3 second silence. That's when you should jump in, Shorty.
Yeah, it's on you, Frenchie. You got the floor.
No, you guys already pissed me off. It's fine. You guys have the floor.
What do we say?
Oh,
What do we say?
spicy,
You know, it's me. I don't know what I do. I don't
spicy.
know what I do to people, Hustle. They just, I
Like
don't
what
know
you
what
call?
it
Look, I
is,
say
man.
things about Black America all the time, and I got a thick skin. I say things about Black America. People say things about Black America is true. I got a thick skin. People got to start having thick ones. I'm
Yeah, I
sick and
don't give
tired
a
of
shit
Nah,
what you
yeah,
say
I
hearing
be
people
saying
about
say
that all the
Black
time, Jed.
America.
Like, yo, people
Whatever.
could
It's got
say
nothing to do
anything,
about
man.
having thick skin. It's just about letting people speak. That's all it is.
okay,
Nothing
okay.
about
Like
having
I
thick
said, you got the
skin.
floor. You got the floor. Just like I said, I wanted to have a show. I told you, I didn't stick to my rule. I said I didn't want to have a full panel tonight.
Colin, you
I
don't
wanted to have
never
one
stick to your rules, bro. Come on, man. You
like I
mean
said, I
well.
get tired.
You mean well,
I get
Colin, but you never stick to your
I get
rules, bro.
tired.
Be
I wasn't sticking around because I said because I got like limited bandwidth over here, so I didn't want to have like this. I wanted to have one people talking about if somebody wanted to address
hey, Colin,
somebody
what's the name
like the
of the
title.
band? What's the name of the Wi-Fi you using over there?
It's orange. It's called orange. You
Oh, the
know,
orange. Okay, I did see that. I did see that on the.
it's it's actually a good plan and everything like that. I bought the router. It's a portable router. I can take it
How
with
many
me.
MBS per second?
I have no idea, but it's pretty good. And also it's 250 gigabytes. They start
So
you
that's
like
what it is. So it's
yeah, it's
No,
about
no,
250
no,
gig.
no. That's the amount of stuff he could do. But if
Yeah,
you
yeah, I
want, you got
got
to
you.
go
But I'm just saying,
speed.com.
if it's 250 gig, it's running probably at about 500 MBS.
Yeah, look, Barry. So I said, me and Jonathan were talking about Colin last night. So you and Jonathan talking. Jonathan tried to invite me to it.
Oh,
Yo, Chase,
I thought
Jonathan
Jonathan
tried to
had a
invite me
wife.
to a Tariq Nasheed panel. Said, Colin, come on, deal with this. I said,
Why you didn't
there's no
go?
way in hell I'm getting up on Tariq Nasheed panel. If I wanted to go on a neutral panel, debate that fool, I'll do it. But on his panel, what he does is mute people. You see how I'm up here? I
Oh
can debate
yeah.
anybody without muting
Yeah,
them. He
it
mutes
wouldn't
you,
even make
silences
sense.
you, and everything like that.
Oh
And
yeah,
It
you'll
wouldn't. It
get
wouldn't
he
even make
muted.
talks
sense
over
to
you,
debate him. Oh yeah,
puts
all he gonna do
words
is
in your
mute you.
mouth. You mute
Yeah.
you. So I don't even, I'm not gonna dig. Look, Tariq Nasheed is married into a white family. I'll keep saying that. This guy, Mr. Heritage guy, oh no, his wife is white. No, his wife is fucking white. That chick is white.
Yeah,
His wife
they
is
from
white.
California, man. They always be
She
doing
probably
that.
have some, I don't know what else.
Yeah, his wife is white.
And
Hey,
so the
hey, hey,
bottom line is
Frenchie,
she
Was she
has
hey,
mixed?
Carla, I
Hebrews.
think Frenchie, Mr. Sandman is a fan, Miss Frenchie. He said that he gonna buy you a Louis Vuitton bag.
Hey, leave Fritchie alone, man.
Yeah, she's not one of
What's up?
those, man.
He said he
Real
gonna get you.
talk,
He
Yo,
said he
Mr.
gonna
man.
get you
Sandman.
the
What's
LV.
up,
Hey,
He said he gonna
man?
get you the LV.
Sandman.
What
Sandman and Adama. They're two weird dudes, man. Adama. That
I want
dude.
to know if she gonna
I
take.
know. I know. Frenchie
I want to
sees
know if she gonna
Nah,
Adama
take.
is her nightmare. Him.
Y'all let her speak.
Adama's.
Why y'all speak? Why y'all speaking for her? She can talk herself.
But that'd be cracking me up. Her and Adama. That'd be cracking me up though. But,
He's just
that's a weird.
Dama's just obsessed. He's obsessed with Cameroonian women. I don't know why.
Cameroonian
Mm.
yeah,
women.
he say that in Kenyan woman. He hates y'all.
Frenchie, are you
Yeah,
gonna
I
take
don't know
that
what we've
bag or
done
not?
to
Cameroonian
him. He's just yeah. Sorry,
Are you gonna take that bag or not?
what bag?
He said he
That
gonna buy you a bag.
Louis.
No.
Take the
Ugh.
bag.
Ain't no girl. Ain't
Hey,
nobody trying to
Frenchie,
do no bag.
it'll go. The colors of Louis would go perfect with that leopard skirt, shawty.
It's a dress. It's a very long dress.
Hey, listen, as a guy, it's if it goes to your thigh level, it's all a skirt. That's how we see it as guys, man.
What? It goes to my
Yeah, we see
knees.
it
It
all
goes
as a
all the way
skirt.
down to my knees.
Yeah, but we couldn't see that. All we
But
saw was
I don't need a
all we
bag.
saw was
Yeah, I
Yammy
can't
I'm
even.
good.
Tammy from Miami.
Mm.
I
We
can't
didn't
even
see
see where
that.
the.
We didn't see that.
Yeah, you can't
I
even see
can
where. Yeah.
provide for myself. I can buy my own bag. And I
Provide us with
definitely
evidence.
would
That's what
not
we
want
need.
a
We need
tacky Louis Vuitton bag. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
yeah.
you got to get at her. You got to hit her in the inbox, man. She ain't gonna admit it right
Yeah,
there.
get in that
No, it
go
doesn't
on
have to
go
do any
to
of that because I've got a
channel.
boyfriend. Thank you very much.
What that got to do with anything?
See, you gotta get hey,
Everything
listen,
has
is he
everything
American?
to
Hey,
do with everything. The
Frenchie, what
fuck?
your man got to do with me? Say you got a man.
You guys
Say
are
it.
just
Listen,
trolling
Say
me.
it.
listen. You ain't
Say it.
Frenchie. You haven't
All right,
lived
all
till
right,
you
all
You
had
guys
right,
your
are
all right.
American
trolling
self.
me.
Fellas, we're getting off topic here.
All right,
Stop
all
it.
right, all right, all
Stop
right.
it. You know what I'm saying? We'll do that shit. Get your us up a TikTok channel, shit like that. I don't want to hear that shit, man. Talking about topic here. Talking about freaking topic here. I'm like, Badger, we got a lady on the platform. Just leave her alone. The one where you joke a
Hey,
little bit and then you leave.
we just trying to get her in the conversation, Colin. That's
Well, look,
all.
that ain't how
Yeah, Colin, cause you calling you every
Stop
time
that
she get three
bullshit,
words out her
man.
mouth, you interrupt her. We just trying to get her to talk, bro.
no,
Every time she
okay,
start
let's
talking,
talk.
you
Let's
interrupt her,
talk.
bro.
Let's talk about the topic. She has those strong feelings about the topic. She.
Then
I want to finish this.
let her talk. Then go ahead, Frenchie. Go ahead and talk, Frenchie.
I'm trying to let her talk. Excuse me. Okay, Frenchie, you have strong feelings about this topic, right? You mentioned that about Essence Magazine and stuff like that. What's your opinion so I can address it?
No, I was just making a point. If you were upset, and rightfully so, about the whole Essence Fest. But you fail to acknowledge that these things were sold, just like the BET was sold. So you can't be mad after the fact if someone has changed things up a bit. You can't be mad because you no longer own it.
Well, as a
You
consumer, you
sold it.
can't.
You sold it to coons. No, but my point is, you sold. It was sold to coons, people that don't care about the culture, people that clearly have their own
Okay,
agenda. But then,
let me ask you. Let me say this,
She
right?
got a point
This is
there.
what happened. I don't know if you remember Essence Magazine. Essence Magazine, and the up until like the mid '90s, was really a good dynamic magazine. I used to listen to it, right? Then, like towards like the late '90s, things started changing. I remember I saw an article about it was like 1998, right? It was an Essence article that really bothered me. You know, it was an article because I felt like I was attacked. Anytime I feel like I'm under attack, or like that, and I know when I'm under attack, I'm not a fool, right? And the fact that I'm here right now doing this show shows me I was right the whole time. I realized the enemies of black males, heterosexual, straight black males, right, were trying to infiltrate black institutions to get us. We used to be insulated, right, in our community. We picked up black magazines. They protected us, right? We didn't hear a lot of garbage and whatnot. We didn't hear a lot of propaganda. Then when I saw Essence Magazine did an article about black women, what was it called? Talking about divesting and going their own way, exploring their options, or some stuff like that. And the stuff I was hearing, right, in a magazine, like I said, these aren't our sisters. This is somebody pushing an agenda. Then over the years, right, I know it's Essence started talking about things like the LGBTQ and all stuff like that. So, and then they started celebrating the ratchet ghetto culture and everything. And so therefore it was on a spiraling path downward. Then when it became like a lot of black people divested from Essence, right, in the magazine, whatever, um, it was up for sale, and Time Warner bought it, right? Now I believe that Oprah, a lot of people wasn't, because it wasn't for that much money, right? I do believe that they were going to. There were other black people who wanted to buy it, right? But I do believe that they deliberately looked for somebody like Rachel Lau Dennis. Now at the time, I was like Pan Africanist and whatnot. Yeah, I'm in Liberia. Yeah, I was the Pan. I am still a Pan African, right? So I figured, oh, the African culture will get rid of the ghetto culture. I to this day, I prefer African culture over ghetto culture in America. You know, but I did not know it was going to be used divisively. You know, and so in other words, basically, when this festival happened this year, right, and there were things like a Jollof versus jambalaya. Why was that necessary? You know, and it was just a real big mess. And the whole, like I said, I'm not a black woman. I'm not a black American woman. You know, so I don't know how that is. But the black women in America, these were our sororities and these black women's business groups and everything. That's how it was a chance for them to network as sisterhood. You know, women. But I do believe that these other people came in here. They were not part of building bridges with the sisterhood and the brotherhood. They came in with their own thing, and they could not sustain this. You cannot have a people, 45 million people, right? And you have an institution representing 45 million people, right? And you come over and you don't have the numbers, and you want 45 million people to change who they were. Essence was in New Orleans, Frenchie, for a reason. New Orleans was a culture, the jambalaya, the Bourbon Street, all stuff like that. That's what they did. It was a celebration of Black New Orleans culture, right? But you want to take that away and replace it with African culture, and that's what lost a lot of people. Now, you could say they could do whatever they want to do. It's their thing, but Black people say, something says this don't represent me. I'm not going to support it. And now the magazines and everything's failing. Now, some people are like, oh, that's mad. Y'all guys are being xenophobic, Kala. And no, people are like, hey, look, oh, Liberians treat me great. This place is heaven. I'm only 1 week in, and I feel like it's going too fast. I love this freaking place. I love
How long
Liberia.
are you out there?
I'll be here for another 5 weeks. So
Tyler ain't
I
never coming back, bro. He never's
if I were,
coming back.
if there was a way, look, I tried to work from here, but I don't feel like getting a fucking data plan for out here, so I can't use my phone and call my business line and whatnot because it won't connect out here. I would have to get a plan, and then when I don't want to do that because when I get back to the states, my phone bill will be like $1,000. I don't want that shit, so I'm just using my local plan here and WhatsApp. If anybody want to call me, and call me on WhatsApp or
Kala,
Telegram. Go ahead,
Kala,
Kidola. Hold on. Let
without
me
my
ask
boss,
Frenchie. Do you understand what? Hold on. Before you go, Kidola, did you understand what I was saying, Frenchie? Frenchie, my girl, you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. No, Carla, listen, I absolutely agree with you, right? I was just playing the devil's advocate. Um, but I have a question for Mufasa, just because, earlier we were speaking about not crediting people and stealing, etc. And before anyone cusses me out, I'd like to say I love Michael Jackson. I'm a big MJ fan. I think he's the king of pop and he's the greatest entertainer of all time. There will never be a second Michael Jackson, right? But if we're talking about crediting people and theft,
Shit.
can that also apply in the musical sense? And one of his greatest songs of all time, "Wanna Be Starting Something," about how he sampled it from an African artist and didn't credit them. So if we want to talk
Yeah,
about um, the art of theft, stealing, quote unquote, it goes both ways.
I think he was
Now, this is
paying homage that same Masaba Latusa, same Masaba. Michael Jackson
I
also had a song called
mean,
Liberia. He was very Afrocentric.
that was obvious though. What?
I mean, but he claimed otherwise. He claimed it didn't mean anything. He didn't really know what he was saying in that song in
Uh,
particular.
Yeah,
uh,
right. Yeah, right.
But that's just one example. There's plenty of examples of the whole sampling thing that's happened to African artists. I can only speak about
You said we
Cameroonian
got
artists
we got
most.
also we got
If
Soul
you don't
Makossa,
if you don't credit somebody and you
one of those
sample,
biggest hip songs back in the day was Soul Makossa. That came from Cameroon, I think it was. Soul
It did, yes.
Makossa.
listen, man. The most
Yeah, so
sampled man in hip hop is James Brown. Man, stop this.
But most of it's James Brown's samples.
But
okay,
yeah, I,
Kala,
I I love Black Americans. I love your culture and all, and I would never say that you guys don't have culture. I think you do have culture. You've created your own culture there in America. It is unique. It does have influences from Africa because, you guys, well, those that believe they came
It's
from
called
there, you
African.
guys know
It's
what
called
it is.
African.
But
It's called African retention. In other
there
words,
you go.
basically, but people understand something. African American culture is an American African retention culture. That's all it is. In other words, if you took African Americans and put them in Australia, the culture will be different than America because of the environment. It'll be technically African, but it'll evolve into something else. Your environment has everything to do with how your culture turns out. Your land, your environment, situations, happenings. You know, Michael Jackson had more swag than was a Jackson 5.
I
Uh,
like MJ, man. The greatest.
Michael Jackson was my hero when I was a kid. Yeah, somebody was asking
I
about
Kala,
didn't
Liberia.
like
This
Yeah.
place
him.
is great. I will look.
Kala,
I love
I
this
like him
country.
now that I
So
got
This
older.
place. This place is like Look, I have not seen a white person since I've been here. In the whole week. You know what that's like. You know, a whole week no white people.
sorry,
It's
can I
like
just
great.
finish,
And
please?
something. They're now trying to white people are trying
Hey,
to force
Carla.
themselves in Liberia. White people trying to force themselves in Liberia. They want to change the constitution, and I'm like over my fucking dead body. Because let me tell you what'll happen. Let me tell you what'll happen. Right. Well, first of all, you see the Philippines, you see Thailand, you see all these places. Look, like I said, my stepson right here has little girlfriends out here in front of my front porch. They're out there doing their hair. Beautiful little girls. You're doing their hair. I look at the innocence of African children, right? I want to preserve that. I do not want to see African women with white men in bars. I don't want to see it. If I see it here, I'm going to approach the table and say, "What the fuck is going on here?" Well, bam. Simple as that. You know, I'm like this. I don't want to see white men in Africa prostituting. Look what happened in Ghana. White man came in there and infected hundreds of Ghanaian women with AIDS or sexually transmitted diseases. Everywhere the white man goes, he brings prostitution, death, destruction in his wake. Also, Liberia, the only people that own land in Liberia are black people. If white people are able to own land here, Africans and black people are priced out of this country will be second class citizens over here. Right now, this place is like paradise to me, right? Because when you get here, you feel like you're fucking in charge. You're in power. You're in charge. That's what I feel like every day when I wake up. I feel like I'm home, in my own land. This is what Liberia is the closest thing to an Afghanistan I could imagine. A black state. So Liberia is developing like they got an overpass bridge going down Tubman Boulevard. It's unbelievable the friggin' infrastructure improvements. It's like so developing. This government right here is on friggin' point. This government right here is on point. It's to the point I wish they would just suspend the Constitution, right? And don't have elections no more. Because the chances of the wrong people getting into power will destroy Liberia. So this government's doing a good job. They should just postpone elections for 20 years. Hey, look, we're gonna focus on building the country.
No, I
Can I
wanted to
It was
just
respond
un-
to
finish,
Frenchie.
please?
Frenchie asked
go
me a
ahead, go ahead.
question. I think you shouldn't. I think anybody who's sampling or using somebody's art and not sampling it or not crediting them, you know what I'm saying? I disagree with that. But there's a difference between crediting someone on a sample that you use as an aspect of your music and taking an entire genre and building on top of that genre, right? So there's a difference between rock, there's a difference between the blues, there's a difference between techno music, right? House music. If I'm making house music and I steal a sample, that ain't right. But that's different than I take an entire genre and say I created house music. It's two different things. So I don't agree with Michael Jackson doing that if he did it. I never heard it, but that's different than taking a whole genre.
Say Masai
I
Masai. That's an African song.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Mufasa. And I oh damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say now. Um yeah, so I don't think we can say well, arguably we could argue that some Black American genres have roots in Africa, but that's not something that I want to debate about. It's not something that I'm very um,
They
informed
do.
on, so I don't want to debate that. But you're 100% correct. We cannot say R&B is African. We can't make that argument. But I would say that Afrobeats
You,
is a
you know, it's a good
fusion of
example,
the.
Frenchie.
Sorry. Uh-huh.
It's a good. Okay, good, good. What a good example of this is heavy metal. That is definitely white, right? Heavy metal, but heavy metal comes from rock and roll, right? But it
Hmm.
evolved into heavy metal and punk rock, death metal. It's like black people saying, "Oh, we created heavy metal." No, you didn't. You created rock and roll,
Right.
which evolved into punk rock and heavy metal.
Hmm.
Like Africans, when they say can't say they created black culture in America, right? They say, okay, it evolved from Africa, but
Even the
it
R&B came
evolved
from the
into
white people.
Absolutely.
what are you talking about?
What came for the
I mean,
white people,
hold
man?
on, Kidola, before you guys derail this and argue about the white people, so please can I just finish quickly? There's one thing that I do want to praise Black American women for, and where I disagree with Kidola, because Kidola made a point of saying when we see Chinese people and these Eastern Europeans making our type of music or dancing our type of dance styles, we love it. I hate that so much. And I give credit to Black American women because whenever they do see that stuff online, they're the first to call it out. They're the first to say that we should be gatekeeped. There is no way that we should be so happy to be seeing Chinese people and people that are not like us doing our dances, because that's how they start the culture vulture, So, um, Yeah, I don't agree with your point on that. I do think Afrobeats and Amapiano and such is gaining more popularity around the world, but it isn't as popular as hip hop and R&B, of course, but it is growing in its numbers and it will probably continue to increase in popularity. But to state that we should be so happy because we see these people that don't truly like us do our dances and sing our songs, I don't like it when I see it. And you can call me racist, a bigot. I really don't mind.
Thank you.
You
Um,
know, my opinion on that, if they can buy your dances, if they can buy your music, then they can do them. That's the way I feel about it.
Thank
If
you.
it was something sacred
Have you ever
and you
listened to
weren't
Tom?
selling
Have you
it,
ever listened to
then I
Pete?
wouldn't I would say you could keep it to yourself. But if you can sell it to them, they should
Look,
be able to do it.
most music is still now. This contemporary music you see they're singing now. Most of them came from white people. Celine Dion, Phil
Man,
Collins. What do you think they're
why the
doing, Michael
hell you
Bolton?
keep trying to give all
What
these
you what you
people
think, what you
credit
think
for
doing,
something
man?
they didn't do, man?
White people are the most copy people on earth. The baseball cap, the Timberland, the long sleeve, the t-shirts, all came from white people. Some of these beauties you're seeing now, interiors, some of these modern interiors, all came from white people. I never see white people complain about all these things,
Because it didn't come
because they
from
already
them.
know
That's why.
Because they stole them. That's why.
They
they did still nothing, man. Stop it.
stole that
White
You
shit,
people,
gotta
white
Condola.
Yo,
people,
Kidola, white
Kidola,
people
you
didn't
gotta
invent
like
anything, bro.
Kidola. You grew up in Nigeria, right?
Everything you say, the blues, Detroit, they ripped off our culture, bro.
No, well, you
Yo,
got to
look, let me give
understand
you an example.
Nigeria. In Nigeria, the
Elvis
president.
Presley. Elvis Presley was a carbon copy. He sung Big Mama Thornton's "You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog." You had Pat Boone
Yeah, he
stole
was
all Little Richie
copying
stuff,
Chuck
and
Berry,
another guy
man.
stole Chuck Berry stuff. Chuck Berry was the
No,
king of rock and roll, man.
Kala. There's an album called Dixieland Jazz with a group of white people who stole all the jazz music from black people, and they put on the record that they created it and no
Yeah,
one else created
Condola.
it.
You don't even
This
know
is the type
black
of stuff
people
they do.
couldn't even put
Like I
their
said, that's why
face on
that's
their
what's
own shit.
dangerous. That's what's dangerous about a lot of Africans. They don't know history, and that's where all the
No,
tension's coming from. They don't know
well, no,
shit
he's
about
from, but
America
no,
the
but
or
Kala,
what happened here.
he's from
the
Nigeria,
the
and
the, the
it was
blues
history was literally taken out of the
the
school.
blues
The
people
Drop the
sing
president
came from
link,
outlawed
Dollar.
history.
the blues people sing came from the cowboy people. You know what I mean? So
He doesn't even know the term cowboy comes from black people.
you
He
White
know
doesn't even
people
know
had
that.
no reason to sing the
Yeah, I
blues,
think they
bro.
drop out at fifth
White people
grade.
don't
I
have
Nah,
heard
no
I
Carlos
reason.
mean,
said.
Condola. Quit trying to argue for white people. This ain't the place.
no,
White people didn't
they're
have
the
anything.
original. Not from the white people, man.
oh,
this ain't
Kidola, I love you,
this
but
ain't the
no, they
spot, bro.
stole it. They stole it, Kidola.
Even French, you know that. Come on, man.
Not from the white man.
They all hates white. They all wrong.
I like their
A
foods.
white
I
black
like
man
their
and can't even fight. Whatnot, white man great chest. Whatnot,
I like I like I like their
Kidola, do you think any
salads.
black?
I like
Hold on. Kidola, who's the best boxer? Was it Rocky Marciano or was it Muhammad
Hey.
Ali?
Cool. Condola,
He has to
man. You
think.
can't. You gonna get banned
No,
from the show. You keep talking like this,
I'm
man.
not talking about the bosses. I'm not talking about bosses. I just like their style. I like their food. You know, I like their. I just like
Nah, you
their.
just like
I
that
like their
women.
sausage.
You like that women. You like them
No, but
white.
I
that's
like their.
this is what you deal with a lot of Africans.
You
They
like
I like
them
their
worship
white
these
spaghetti.
people.
I like
hoes.
their spaghetti with the white sauce, cheese sauce.
They worship these
Yeah,
people because they don't know no better.
but Celine Dion's
That's why
amazing.
we
We
gotta
can't.
beat their head in Mufasa every time so they can learn.
Celine Dion is an amazing singer. We can't take that away from her. Don't think there's anything wrong with Celine Dion.
Nah,
Phil
Who is
nobody ain't
Collins.
taking that
Celine
away
Dion?
from her, but you're not gonna sit up here and say, "Oh, the white people created all this." No,
Yeah, I mean they
they
just sit
didn't.
up here and copy off of what we
Oh
did,
yeah,
and
yeah. No, it's
people
true.
buy it
Yeah.
because they're white. The white
Sure,
people got
civil
all the
rights
money.
center.
The white
Right.
they've been doing this since the beginning of time. The black people create something cool. White people got all the money, so they find a white person to
Yo,
copy
Mr.
off of what
Sandman's a
they've
coon.
been doing that since
Yo,
the
yo,
beginning of time.
okay, hold on. I got somebody coming. Mr. Know It All. You got to turn your camera on.
Oh
I need to see
shit.
who you are. You
We
know,
got a FBA. Oh shit, we got a FBA going
you gotta put your camera on. You know, once I see that you're black, whatever like that, I'll let you on. If you don't, you're wasting your time. You might as well drop down now. I'm not putting no strangers on my show and everything like that. It's not gonna
on.
happen.
Totally. The truth of the matter is that we all learn from each other in terms of music. Africa have their type of music, and the Black Americans have their type of music. And because we're so close to each other in terms of skin color and some of the heritage sometimes we have, even when it's 400 or 500 years, yeah, we kind of like gravitated towards each other a lot. That's just the truth. Apart from the music, really, I'm not really down with black people like that. You know,
Man, you know you
I'm not
down
gonna
with
lie to
black
you.
people like that. Quit trying to front, man. You love Smokey Robinson and
No, no,
all
no, no, no,
the
no, no. That tribe,
Commodores. You like
no,
James
Smokey Robinson,
Brown. You like,
Smokey
man, come
Robinson
on,
tribe
man.
is a problem
Stop
with
that
black America
bullshit,
today.
man.
No, Smokey
Come
Robinson tribe, Smokey
come
Robinson,
back
no,
to the
Kala, Kala,
B1 side,
Kala,
man.
Kala, I can see it, I can eat with Kala, because Kala look like me. But Smokey Robinson tribe, that's the problem that is ravishing black America against the Africans, you know,
Well, Smokey
so
Robinson, maybe he just doesn't like you Africans, man.
He said
You know
Smokey
what I'm saying?
Robinson tribe like he got his own tribe.
Smokey Robinson
Because
he
Smokey
don't
Robinson
mess
is
with
a black
Africans.
American. He's one of the black Americans who don't ain't feeling Africa.
He's
Yeah,
one
he
of
don't
the
like them
greatest.
Africans.
Condola. Stop that nonsense.
He's one of the black Americans that
no,
ain't feeling Africa like
it's
that.
a it's a Latino black, it's a Latino man that look like a
What
black
did
man.
Smokey Robinson
Ain't
say?
no
Sorry,
Latino.
I'm lost.
I don't know.
He doesn't identify as
He
African.
don't
He
like
doesn't.
light skinned niggas like
No,
me.
no, no,
Oh,
no.
okay. I mean, well,
Smokey
that's his choice
Robinson,
if he
he's
wants to
one of them
identify as
black
Black
people.
American.
Yeah, he one
But
of them black
Smokey
people
But
that
Robinson
identify as
likes
he
African.
being
works with
respect.
African musicians, so I don't think he dislikes them. He definitely works with African musicians.
Nah, he just one of them people that say I ain't African. Don't call me
Oh, okay.
African.
Oh,
Conduct.
Smokey Robinson say he ain't African.
Yeah.
Yeah, he straight up
Uh,
said that shit.
I mean, he
He
high.
say he don't
Just
like
He is
being
like
called.
like
what's his name?
He say he don't
The
like being called
actor.
African.
What's his name? The actor. Damn.
Look, I
He
have look.
played
Look, I mean, I'm like
he
this. I
played
used to
God
be
on
like, hold on. I used to be. Hold on. I used to
Morgan
be
Morgan
Freeman.
mouth
Freeman. Yeah,
breathing.
Morgan
Morgan
Freeman.
Like I
Freeman.
said,
Yeah.
Morgan Freeman, he's a coon.
Yeah, he
But
just
like I
some
said,
bullshit.
I used to be mouth breathing against somebody. Oh, yeah, African. Now I'm like this. Me personally, I consider myself African. Right? I don't, like know, because I know my history where I
Kala,
went through.
you're Blackfeet, Kala, you're
Unless
Blackfeet.
somebody tell
No,
me,
Those are fucking colorist.
no, I'm black. So what I'm saying is this.
Kala,
What I'm saying
Kala,
is
you're
there's a
Blackfeet.
lot of black people in America who just don't feel culturally that they're African. They're like, we don't, I don't want, I like it. Just it is what it is. They still, something. I used to get mad at that, but now I don't get mad anymore because the way
No,
some Africans
no.
act, like I can see why.
No, I mean, and when you
You
look at the
know.
reality, like if you go to these places, I can't take my culture and drop in the middle of Nigeria and fit in. It's nothing the same.
I deal
Nobody
with
can cook me the
reality.
foods I want. Nobody could do, you know what I'm saying? So if they
Right.
say that now, you just lose me if you say if you say like you're a Native American or some bullshit like that. But most people who say
Yeah,
what
I say I'm
Smokey Robinson say,
racially, my
most of them are
ancestors
gonna
came from
say
Africa.
they're gonna say that they're descendant from Africa. Most of them are gonna say that. They just gonna say we ain't got nothing to do with Africa now. I can't argue with that.
Okay, what is
But
But
wrong?
that's
Okay,
them.
you know what
Yeah,
though?
because
You
it
know
was
what
a
though?
broken, it'll be a broken.
okay,
And
what
that's
is
You
a
know
wrong?
what
lie
though?
too, Mufasa,
What is
because you know who show
what is
Africa the
wrong?
most love? Black America.
Hold on,
100%.
It
Kala.
just
Person like
because
me.
Africa,
No,
like
it's
we finally
Caribbean
waking
people.
up. We finally waking up
Come
and
on,
realizing for
Frenchie.
the
Stop.
in a whole that Africa just ain't showed us no love. Like it's the same thing how we feel about white people in America, Cadola. Like black people really like white people. You know what I'm saying? We just get mad when white people don't love us the way that we love them. That we trying to figure like it's a lot of black people that don't even understand, like, damn, you brought us over here, you beat us, you took our language, you got us in Jim Crow, you suppressing, you still all we do is like you. Especially black women. Black women love white men. You get what I'm saying? But they just don't understand. They don't understand how do black men get with white women and it's cool, and black women come up murdered. You know what I'm saying? And all type of shit. Like the white man with a black woman, it doesn't get the same way with a black man. It don't happen as often. You get what I'm saying? You get a more cohesive, because at the end of the day, the white woman still will look at the black man as the head. The white man would never look at the black woman as the head. You know, so I think a lot of people get that mixed up with these interracial relationships. The white woman still has to bow down to the black man. The white man is the black woman has to bow down to the white man. You get what I'm saying? So she's still in a subservient position when she goes interracial. That's why she did the way she did. Now, the only thing a white woman can do to a black man is take his money, but the white man will take a black woman's life. I don't think y'all understand.
A white woman to do the same shit to a black man.
Bro,
He'll wind up in jail or with his fucking life too.
Who?
If a white woman say something,
white women ain't going to jail. Listen, I only know two cases of a white woman killing a black man. Two.
Okay.
But I know thousands of cases. Me and Carla, I send them to Carla all the time. Of white dudes wiping the shit. Just last year it was like maybe 200 or 300.
All right, yeah, I can't argue with that.
Same. Sim, I don't want to change it. Sim, I don't want to change the topic, but let's just be honest. The white woman teach me how to hug and kiss.
Teach you how to what, man? What the fuck did he just say? What did he say? She taught you how to cook.
You how to hug.
Man, if you don't get the fuck
your
mama never hugged you.
Let Condola open up his heart, man. Go ahead, Condola. Tell him, man.
Get the fuck out of here with all that white woman worship.
What did your snow buddy teach you, man? Go ahead, tell us.
Hey, we need Umar Johnson for this.
No, I didn't know how to hug. The white woman teach me how to hug and kiss and hold my hand and we fly like a butterfly. You know, we do more running. You know, she buys, makes salad and makes some nice things. Talk sweet in my ear. You know, rub my face. Why should I like it?
Hey, you need to play that Umar Johnson clip. No snow bunnies for you, man.
Listen, man. If Snow Bunnies was gonna give Umar Johnson money, he'll be like, "I make an exception." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you be up there with Umar.
Believe me, Umar just like Colin say. Umar is a hustler, man. He probably banged fat chicks.
Fucking beggar, man.
He sit up there telling women. Frenchie, did you know that Umar is charging black women $500 to go on a date with him?
No, this is the first I'm hearing of this.
Yeah, $500 meet and greet and a dinner of your choice because you're paying for it. Donated to the FBGD EFG HIJK Elementary Academy. That's what he's doing now. And then when he goes on the date with you, Frenchie, he gonna be like, "Snow bunnies never, black women forever." But cut that check though. Now it's time for you to hit that. Now it's time for you to pay up, and you got to pay for the tip. What you think about that, Mufasa?
I don't think Frenchie is in the. He go after like the middle-aged single mother.
Oh no,
Frenchie probably still a little too young.
Yeah, she a little too young. Her skin's still tight. He ain't going after her. He like them loose husky hyenas with a bunch of kids and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Chin falling off, chin falling off the bone, double chin.
Triple chin action. No. You know what I'm saying? He like them chicks that got a bunch of kids so he can act like he they stepdad and like he they internet stepdad. And dudes like that kill me. Be on the internet playing stepdaddy.
Yeah, that Umar is a clown, man.
But Carla said something earlier. Well, Frenchie said something earlier about the Essence Festival. And she's right about if you sell it, you do what you want to
Oh
do.
yeah, that's what I said. She had a good point there.
Yeah, she did have a good point. Kala tried to,
Yeah,
as
he
black
tried to
people,
circumnavigate that.
yeah, he did. But hold
No,
on,
I disagree. I disagree with her too.
but this is the thing though. How can you disagree with it? If
You
he want to
can't
buy it,
disagree
and
with that shit. They
if
sold
he,
it to
how
the
can you
motherfucker.
disagree? Mufasa, how can anybody disagree with something that you bought and paid for with your money?
No, my point is that people were talking as consumers. So if I go to McDonald's and they give
Okay.
a double,
Oh
if I
yeah,
go
I
to McDonald's
mean,
for a double quarter pounder, and
Hmm.
then they call it a double quarter pounder, but they give me, you know what I'm saying, just half of
Right.
what they're supposed to give me. As a consumer, I'm gonna say I don't want to fuck with McDonald's no more. They don't
Right.
give me the
yeah.
half.
I mean, you have
Hold
that.
on,
You know,
Bantu.
uh,
That's your choice as a consumer. But what you can do is you can take your business away. But what you can't do, you can't tell the people that sold you that sandwich how they need to do their business. You get what I'm saying? Like if they
You
if they
can.
if they want to do it that way and they don't get your business, that's fine. So if they go out of business, that's their dime. The problem
Hey,
is with black people.
Hustle. That's exactly my point. Black people say, okay,
No, but
that's why it's gonna be, man. And we,
That's your point. But that wasn't black women and all them fault. They was trying to tell them what to do and all that. But the thing about it, black women
no,
still
no.
gonna go.
I don't think so. I don't know. Actually, to tell you the truth, man, I study the situation. So a lot of black people just say, something. It is what it is. That's what it's gonna do. Because you know why I know I'm right, Hustle. Because there really was nothing to go back to. You know, Essence was run to the ground way before Rachel Aldennis took it
Yeah,
over.
okay, now you're talking. Because that was my next point. Essence Fest was already going down. He actually, Frenchie, this is the thing, Frenchie. And I'm just directing this to Frenchie because maybe she doesn't know. It was going strong for about 3 years. The problem is that the people start overcharging. And then some of the artists wasn't showing up on time. Like, you know what I'm saying? The people were sending out there the art. So it was going downhill already. So he just tried to implement something in there to try to boost it up because he wanted to get those 1 million Africans to show up. He just didn't do it in the right way. Instead of him incorporating it, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe he could have did. Colin, have you ever watched that show where black people of different races cook each other food? Have you ever seen that show?
Yeah, let's be honest with ourselves. This shows something that the African business community in America is not that strong. Because let me tell you
True.
something about business, right? Like this. It takes you decades, generational thing to pass down knowledge to run even a restaurant. It takes you many years and many decades of trial and tribulation. And also, I was a vendor one time before. That's a lot of work. There's whole families that travel around the country. They got a schedule of events that they do every year. They show up at events every year. That's all they do is go around the country, this fest, selling their stuff, whatever they're selling when they're at the business.
Damn, Colin, you
can't
got
just
a dog in
come
there
off the
too?
boat and off the thing. That's not me.
Okay.
That's Mr.
But
No.
Carla, what I'm saying is that you're right about everything you're saying is right. What I'm saying, he just implemented wrong. It's this show that I watch where you have like they'll get black women, the Gullah Geechee women, and they'll get Chinese women, and they'll be like, okay, it go to recipes. Let me make it. He could have did something like that instead of the verses was the problem, and a lot of Africans don't understand why the verses was a problem. But if he would have did it like, okay, we're gonna take the 10 of African chefs, and we're gonna get 10 American chefs, and we're gonna get them to make the jollof rice, and then we're gonna get the African chef to make jambalaya or soul food, and then we're gonna have a taste. If he would have did it like that, that would have been better.
But it has the only problem with that, right? Was that Essence Fest is supposed to be
that would have been a lot.
at some
better.
point in time, like when you go to like a boxing match like that, you're gonna see confrontation, right? You want to see a match like that. Essence Plus is supposed to be at one time of the year black women go to have a sort of peace. Now we deal with this stuff online all the time. Who's better, Afrobeats or Jambalaya versus Joe Off Rice? Whatever. Essence Plus is supposed to be that place where black American women go to fellowship among themselves. Nobody wanted to be in a full-on diaspora war at something like an Essence Fest. You know what I'm saying? It's like going to Afram Fest. I'm gonna be in Afram Fest in August, right? I don't want to go up there and freaking see a dance off between Africans and African Americans. I'm there to celebrate African American culture or the Emoji Festival. You know, there's a time and place for everything. It was not the place for that. You know,
I agree. He read the room, but see, he read the room wrong because you know, and I can't even say in his defense, but I know black people, we do a lot of versus shit, Bantu. We always do. But it's a much Black American. You get what I'm saying?
But it hit the wrong way.
It hit the wrong way because he did it versus.
Hold on. So in Essence Festival, you had top Black educators, sororities, women that do things like women, female empowerment and stuff like that, microloan, all stuff like that. That was the pinnacle of Black women in America, you know. And they like this, so they go there to network and build and stuff like that. And so they go there and they're like, the hell we doing talking having a fucking Joel off, right? People are like, what the hell?
That was just a bad move.
The problem is that these dudes, they live in a bubble. You see what I'm saying? They up in all these places. They friendly with white people. White people like to put safe Black people around. So they don't know no real Black people. If they knew regular everyday Black people, they would know. Like even me, right? I'm on all the Africa shit. I wear African clothes. I do an African religion. None of my people fuck with this shit. If they knew any real Black people, they would know they don't give a fuck about Jollof rice or Africa or none of that shit. The average American person, period, can't even name no African countries. So you can't come straight out with it like that. Can't do that. But he in the bubble. He don't know that.
And plus, all the people that's on that shit is like versus. Is like it's not a good time for that, you know.
But that's what I agree with Mufasa Bantu when he's saying that living in a bubble. Because but think about it. Let me tell you how he tricked himself, Mufasa. What was going on in the Black community that was real popular? Those rap verses, remember?
Yeah, that versus shit.
So therefore, he
two different things though.
We know that. That's what we saying. That's what we saying. It's two different things. This Black American caller. That's what we saying. We saying the same thing.
Different things, man.
Yeah, we all basically saying the same.
Yeah, we saying the same. We saying the same thing, caller. We saying that he missed, just like Mufasa said, he missed that. He missed that. If he would have talked to real people, just like Mufasa said, they would have said, nah, you can do that shit with Black American verses, but you can't. You can have two grandmamas in there trying to make who can make the best pork chops and ham hocks, but you can't do that with two Africans.
All that shit, stupid ignorant shit, you know.
Yeah,
this was like the
because no matter
before people.
But hey, that goes back to
stuff like that. You know, they went here uplifting stuff and whatnot, the history. Everything. This wasn't some fucking hip hop fucking rally, you know.
So he just got to deal with it, Colin. He got to deal with it. If this business go out, he go out. But this is the funny thing: if it does go under, Black people ain't gonna sell it. I mean, ain't gonna buy it. I remember back.
First of all, it wasn't for sale, right? Black people could have bought. There's a lot of people that want to buy this, right?
Colin, in 2018, Colin, are you joking? He bought it in 2018. The shit was in bankrupt. You saying that it was nobody else trying to buy it?
Even though it was in bankrupt. No, I think there were people buying, but it don't mean they're gonna sell it to you. They chose to sell it to him for some reason. You know, there were other buyers that wanted that.
Colin, that thing sat on. Yeah, I don't think you really know the story of that, Colin. That thing sat down. Everybody was trying to lowball. Everybody was lowballing. Then the people that was trying to buy it because they were trying to sell it to a media. The company name was Sundown. I remember this like it was yesterday. You get what I'm saying? The other companies wanted to buy it, but the thing about it is that when they just offered more money. That's all they did. Sundown offered more money because they was going to try to do it with they was going to try to do it with the radio. They were going to try to combine it with radio. So that's why they sweetened up the offer. But it was a play. It said, Colin, that shit sat on the block for almost 8 months with nobody.
Sundown also had a partner with a major white corporation, Bain Capital. You know, that's what allowed them to do. And so when he also Sundial, his what's the butter company he had? He sold that, right? He sold his
Mhm.
Sundial, and then he was able to buy Elizabeth, and he formed Sundial Media Group, you
Right.
know, two different things. So when Essence Festival was part of Sundial Media Group, he sold
Right.
Sundial the thing that was a huge market for black women, their product that bought into his brand. He sold.
Hey, yo, Mike
Is
went
that
out,
my phone or
Kala.
that collar went out? That's that
Kala,
Liberian.
Kala went out. That Liberian
That's
orange.
that Liberian Wi-Fi, bro. Yeah, it look it burns, but they don't what they don't have over there. They don't have like that fiber optics. You get what I'm saying? So it doesn't run at that speed. It ran at about hey Mufasa, it ran at about 250 to 400 max MBS. It does, but it
See,
does not consistent.
Nah,
Sim,
but
Sim,
I mean, is
Sim,
when
Sim,
you don't have the
Kala is being
fiber
served.
optic,
Sim,
your
Sim,
upload gonna
Sim,
be slow.
Sim,
Yeah, y'all
Kala is
hear
being.
Mufasa talking, man. Let Mufasa talk, y'all.
Now I was gonna say they
What's
said
my
their
brother
upload
talking
speed
about?
gonna be slow. So your download speed might be fast, but your upload could be slow. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
yeah. That's the way it always is.
Yeah, that's what Flexed Up came up here. He said they sold it to some white people or some shit.
Sim, can I
Yeah.
ask something? That BB
Go ahead,
Rodriguez, is
Tadeo.
he a black? That BB Rodriguez a woman? Is she a black woman or
I have
she's
no
from the
idea, bro.
she's from the
Baby,
who is she?
I
she
have
Is
no
she from
represent
idea.
the
for the
Hey,
FBA. Don't worry about it, nigga.
one day, one day she LPA, the next day she live a la loca, viva la loca. Next minute she Panamanian. Next day she
you know?
believes. So hey, it's whoever you
She's
get,
from,
bro. You know what I'm saying?
I want to know because she might be fake. Of she might be from this Smokey Robinson tribe, or I don't know, man. I just want to know who she
Smokey
really, man.
Robinson tribe. This is what
Yeah,
happens when
because
bad juju.
she be salty sometime, man. I don't know who she really. I don't know what can she make really, because some of this damn really man, I don't understand. Okay, so talking same, because I like, Rachel say like black people and everything. I understand she might be attracted to the black side and everything. But but
You know one thing about the black sector of YouTube, people kind of go where the wind is blowing, where it's popping. It ain't that many. It ain't that many black channels like that. Like one thing I always tell Carla, I like your channel is the only channel besides Dynast that really has panels that let people come. Of course, you got I know how Frenchie feels about it. You got to fight the talk, but you still can talk.
Hey, Kala got the realest shit on YouTube.
Yeah, it ain't that many other channels that will let you come up here and talk and not mute you and whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you have people that come up there. They'll try to Colin stand his ground. You know what I'm saying? So he'll ask me sometimes. He'll be like, "Man, what you think? Did I went too far? Did I block it?" I'm like, "Colin, look, that's one thing that I'm not gonna do. No matter who I like or who I dislike, I'm not gonna tell you who to have on your channel. I like let that be your decision 100%. You get what I'm saying? Now, if that would have been anybody else that didn't
Let
like
me
me,
tell you, Kala, I'll tell you who to have.
nah, I don't do that. Cause then you make the show like an echo chamber. We was on Dinah's show the other day, and that weird ass Jamaican curry goat old Negro spiritual was sitting up there telling Dinah's like I give super chats, I give money. I told this owner, I'm like, what the fuck? That you sound like a chick.
Who was that?
I'm like, you sound like
Icon?
not Icon, Dale Royal,
Oh.
whatever his name is now, Taka, whatever his name. I always think he know everything about everything military and Jamaican. It's him and Icon fights on, so they both old as shit. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yeah, I
But what
don't
I'm saying
know.
is that you have those type of people that you can tell they're emotional because they want to be controlled. They don't want to go start up their own channel because they know they can't gain an audience. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be like that. You can't block people. You got to let people just talk. You know what I'm saying? Because when you have an echo chamber, unless you have a big audience, you know what I'm saying, then your message just become repetitive. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have no type of opposing views. You get what I'm saying? So that's why with Collar, like if he kicked somebody else or let him back on, I'm like, that's good. You know, you did it when you was upset. The next day you thought about it and you did. But I never tell him to not to have. Even with me and Elvis don't get along at all. I've never once said kick Elvis off or whatever. But I do tell him whatever you allow him to do, that's what he do. You can't get mad if you allow somebody to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't change anybody on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he got his internet back.
There it is. There it is.
No, what happened was
got a phone call or something. Oh,
I forgot to plug my router in. It died. So I just plugged it in now. So it's going out.
That's that portable shit.
Hey, Hustle, I hear you, but I feel like he should discipline people more, though. I feel like
no, but what do you mean by
discipline people? What the hell?
Put them in the back. Like when people get crazy, put them on timeout.
But then you create an echo chamber. That's the thing that brings people to Collar's show because he's smart enough. See, when you're smart enough, you can combat any fuck shit. You get what I'm saying? But if every time somebody talking, if you don't like their point and you bring them up or bring them down, it make it seem like you're scared of what they're gonna say. But Collar is smart enough that he can dissect it. You get what I'm saying?
So I'm saying shit like when Knock Meezy come up here and be like, "Oh fuck you, bitch ass nigga," like you should go to the back for that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
if you making your point, that's one thing. But when people just disrespect,
you know what? I would say that. I would say that
all the time for that.
Hold on, but that's what I'm saying. I would say that if Collar didn't talk the same way sometimes too.
but don't listen to me though, because my show will be boring as
well. I know. I never called nobody. I never cussed nobody on the show.
No. Collar, I know you didn't say the exact. Collar, I know you didn't say the exact words. But what I'm saying, Collar can be spicy also. You get what I'm saying?
My whole thing is that I could be spicy, but the thing is, he comes up here and sometimes he's disrespectful. Like he'll say like this, my bitch ass thing. I'm like, dude, but first of all, we're men in our 50s. Who y'all? What kind of fucking man? That stuff I stopped saying when I was in my 20s. You know, bitch ass niggas. Right. I'm not a fucking street nigga. You know. So you come up here and you talk like a gentleman. You know, if you got to cuss somebody, that means you ain't got the intelligence. That's why I let Knock Meezy talk. You know, he makes a fool out of himself.
Hold on, though, Collar. Mufasa, Collar does drop him down. Collar will drop him down after.
He drop.
Yeah, he do drop him down. So
I have not. Only time I ever dropped Knock Meezy now, one time when he was basically when you get belligerent. And if I'm trying to answer you and whatnot, and you're filibustering me and stuff like that, you know, like Elvis, right? The only time I drop people down is when you're filibustering me. Like you say, if I answer something, right, you're gonna move the goalpost, right, and then talk over me after you just got through saying, "Please don't interrupt me." That's what he always says. Please don't interrupt me. So he gets all his points out there, and then when you say, "I'm gonna address your points," right, he'll start asking you questions. Why you're trying to answer his initial thing because he don't want to think. Then he'll say, "Oh, I cooked them." He answer my thing. No, you like this. So that's why when I say when you're doing that, what I immediately do is you're gone. Because that's
okay. What about the other day when you let that?
You're not trying to have an honest conversation with me.
Oh, you had that crazy lady on there.
Take over the conversation for an hour.
I heard that shit. She was.
So
wild,
that's just a genuine. Like I look. You know why I know this? Because I used to put words in people's mouth, say what they didn't say, make how many. I was a king of that shit. I know all about that. That's a cheap way how to fucking lose a debate and win a debate, you know. But I want to have real discussion because I know what I'm saying is real. You know what I'm saying is real, and I'll stack myself up against anybody. And I will. If I debate somebody, you'll have the whole thing. I won't meet you one time. You know, won't meet you one time. I don't drop people down like that. The only time I drop people down, usually people like Elvis, who likes filibuster. You know? He'll start saying, in Elvis, you know he filibusters? When I be having a debate with somebody else, he'll come as a third party. Well, call this, look, I'm not even talking to you right now. Why are you asking me questions? You filibuster when you ask questions and mislead people into a different topic, to throw you
No,
off.
Carl,
That's a
I think
filibuster.
he was asking you about that chick,
People
Carl. I think he was asking
Yeah,
about that chick.
what was up with that?
Oh
Why you
yeah,
let that
why you
chick
didn't
come and
kick her
disrespect the
out?
whole show?
Chantel.
Nah,
No,
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 the,
look,
the
you
other
know he
day
talking
that was
about that
like a
Chantel. You
that was
talking
like
about
a
that chick from
that was like a
oh
week
yeah,
or
that
oh,
two
you talking
ago.
about the time traveler, the time
Yeah, the
traveler.
time traveler.
the
That
chick
was
that was
dope.
showing her, the chick that was showing her
That
book.
was
Hey man,
dope.
too, you should have came on Dinah's show. I went in on her, bro. I roasted her on Dinah's show. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah,
But
she
she
was
came on Diane
wild,
show.
man.
She came on Diane show.
Yeah, she came. She came on
Like
Dinah's
with
show.
her, I
Marie.
was like that. With her that night.
I
Yeah,
like
to
how
tell you something.
Nagmeezy handled
With
her
her,
though.
I'm like this, right?
Shut the hell up already.
Like me, I'm not gonna sit there. Look, I'm like this. Look, female. Look, if you, I'm not gonna say what I'm saying because French
Just
is
go ahead and say it,
but
Carl. Females
but
get a pass.
if
Go
you're a
ahead and say
female,
it,
boy,
bro.
I'm
No,
not
Just go
Stop
ahead
that's
and
being
say
a
that's
it,
that's
bro.
simp. The
how
simp
that's how
police, you
women
gotta
I'm
get
not.
usually
it.
do, bro.
No,
Hey,
it's not
Carla,
being
I
a
like
simp.
that
I'm
Carla
like
let
this.
her talk.
I got better fight.
Carla, can I ask
There's
something?
nothing. Look, there's nothing a woman can say. You know why? Oh, you know why? Because the only time women really got power over you is when they think they can get you in the bed or you desire them. If you don't I have no desire for you, you have no power. So what you say means nothing to me. That's how I feel about it. So why am I arguing with you? Now, if
No,
you're
I
somebody
agree,
that
but don't
that's
argue
got a
with her
lot of
to tell
money
her
Bantu,
ass off.
In other words, she get a pass because she a chick.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it
Just
is.
no, look,
But
I'm
you
not
know
even
what
talking
though?
a pass. I'm like this. I'm like what she's saying is
well,
hold
I
on.
give him
What
credit
she's
though
saying is
because he let her
inconsequential to me
just
because she
speak
doesn't
and
matter.
speak and speak. So I gotta
I
give him
was glad
credit on that.
you. I get that. That was the thing
Yeah,
I told Carla
look,
the next day. I
I'm
said,
like
I'm
this.
glad you
Hold
let
on.
her
I'm like
talk
this.
because she
Yeah.
exposed all that shit that those women were saying about me. How I told. She came up here and told
But
10 times
one
worse.
is this lady,
Yeah, but she
this lady does not
But she
fucking.
went. Go ahead,
Go,
Frenchie. Go ahead and say what you
No,
finna say.
go
Go ahead,
ahead,
Frenchie.
Frenchie.
But she went.
No, I was just going to say, when she first came in, unless I'm mistaken, she came in trying to have a genuine conversation with Kala, and then Mufasa triggered her. I'm sorry, but you did. She wanted to speak to Kala, and then Mufasa said something to her, and then it just
What did he say
started.
to her?
Yeah, that
I
makes
don't
no
remember
sense.
exactly his words, but he said something to trigger her, and then it just went left
So
after
so
that. No
so
one else.
so he
Uh,
triggered
I,
her,
I
but
think
so
she
because
was going
he
left
didn't
no
cuss
matter what.
he didn't cuss her out or call her out her name. So
No,
whatever
he
her
didn't. He
triggers
didn't.
allow her to just go
Yeah,
let
I
me
think
tell you
that was
something.
just an excuse.
Let me tell you why that's some
No.
bullshit. Hold on for a second, Christian. Let me say this. It's just like if me and you having this conversation, right? And then you say something, and then I immediately just go from 0 to 1,000. I'm not really mad at you, Frenchie. I just needed a reason to say what I already wanted to say. That chick, that's just how she talk. And let me tell you why. Because soon as after that, it was like 4 people that came on Dinah's show and like, oh, get ready. You know what I'm saying? She gonna say the word nigga and call dudes coons and all. That's just how she talks. And then I went back. One dude sent me a timestamp of her on Cynthia G channel. I heard the way she talked. She called black men trash bag bandits, and they need to be aborted and put in a bag and thrown in the trunk.
Oh, wow. That's
That's
crazy.
what she
Oh,
says
I
about
don't
black
Hey,
agree with
Finn,
men.
that.
Finn, who is that? Who is that,
I
Finn?
don't
Who is
agree
that?
with the way
I'm
she
gonna
That's
hold
your
on.
handled the
girlfriend,
situation.
Chidola.
I,
That's your
no,
girlfriend.
I don't agree with the way
Who?
she
I'm
handled the
only going back
situation.
what she said to me on
Who
this
is that?
platform.
Sorry?
What she said to
What's the
me.
name?
Like this. I was
Her name is Cadola number
I
2.
was the one who
No,
asked
no,
her
no,
about
man.
Cynthia
You
G.
don't,
I said, "What do you think about Cynthia G?" Look at that. And then she
don't
Colin,
said,
do that,
"Oh." I
bro.
said,
your
"Okay, I
thing
see
going in and out,
you're
bro.
a Cynthia G type of person
Colin,
or
Yeah,
your
whatever."
thing going
your
in and
thing
out.
going in and out, Colin. We can't really hear you.
Who
Nah,
is that?
But
simp.
I,
That
She
I
got
who is
think
that?
triggered because
everyone,
that the Jamaican
Yeah, no,
guy
I'm telling
kept
you, brother.
ev-
trying to bag her. That's why. He was
and
Is
calling
that a
her
everyone on
black
this
girl?
monkey
Is that a
stuff.
panel
black girl?
is intelligent enough to be able to see when someone is clearly suffering from mental health issues. And I think she was dealing with something deeper. And I don't think
Yeah,
we
that's
Nah,
we
why I
she
knew
help
she
just a
was
that
Oh
mental.
sort
my
fucking
of
God,
Why don't
that's
she
a
come
cop
over
asshole. That's
out.
here?
all.
That's a cop out, Shawty.
you
That's
don't
a
think
cop out.
so?
That's a cop
Nah,
out. You
yeah,
sitting
she
up there
definitely
saying like,
No,
crazy. Something
like
wrong
because
with her.
like
how do
listen,
you
listen, hold on.
hold on for a
Like
second,
you
y'all. Hold on
said,
for a second,
go
y'all.
ahead.
Hold on, Fridge. How you give her a pass that you're gonna clinically give her something that you don't even know she has?
No, it was just I
Okay.
watched her live afterwards, and it was just there were just signs that I was
Let
like,
me
this
say
isn't normal
let me say
behavior.
my
There's
last
something
Precious,
seriously
please let me
wrong
say my last
here.
thing to Carla. Carla,
You
I'm
said that
leaving,
it's not normal
No,
behavior, or it is normal behavior.
Let him say his
It's
last
it's
piece.
Carla,
not it's not
No,
normal
Carla, I'm
Fridge.
leaving the
behavior.
show.
Fridge.
Let the
I've
woman
Carla,
heard
Carla,
her
let
talk
the woman
on Cynthia G channel,
hold on,
and that's how she talks. And that was
hold on.
weeks. That was months ago.
I'm leaving the show,
that
Carla.
the chick,
I have
she
a nice
clearly
time.
mentally ill, bro. Something wrong with
I wish you all the best in Africa, in Liberia. I hope I know now you're not cooking for yourself. Somebody's cooking for you. You're a nice guy, Carla. Let me go back to bed, and maybe tomorrow I will eat a very beautiful ripe apple pie and some certain goodies. Have a nice time,
Nah, I'm
Carla.
going to show
God bless.
Appreciate you, Condola,
Oh,
man.
bye,
I take care,
Kidola.
Condola.
Bye, good night.
Go and get your hug, Condola.
it.
But this is the thing though, Frenchie. If she got some type of mental issues, that means that she shouldn't even be coming over here then. Because you know what I'm saying, you don't like it, just like if I got a
Hmm.
crazy person in my family, you know what I'm saying? We don't when we have company, we don't bring that person out there, make everybody be like, oh, you got to kowtow to this crazy person like that. The crazy person,
Mm.
the exception doesn't negate the rule. If everybody else is sane and she got mental problems, then she need to go. She don't need to come in these
Nah,
spaces.
but
If she
this the
that easy.
problem though.
Absolutely.
The problem is
Yeah.
that
She knew
there's
what she
nobody
was
there to
doing,
control her.
man.
So when you see you get a person that's mentally ill on your show, you supposed to get
Mm.
them off the show. Like it's clearly
And
Well,
to be
something
that's
fair,
wrong
okay.
with
Carla
her.
did try to
Nobody
do
knew she
that.
was. Nobody knew
Carla
she
did
was
try to
mentally
do
I
that,
ill.
don't
but
know how
people
I
y'all
kept
tell you
know
what, I
asking
that.
for her to
dropped her
come
I don't
down
know
back.
the
like
way she acting. It ain't
five
making no
times. I
damn
dropped
sense.
her down like
People asked
5
for her to
But
come
the thing
back.
is, I think
Yeah.
people are
I dropped
entertained
her
by
down
that.
like five
That's why I was
times, and
like, look,
she
I'm gonna just take a break and I
answered
come
the
back.
Nah,
call.
he let her
And
get everything
behaving
off.
herself.
She,
No, but what I'm
No,
saying is, y'all
n-
wanted to see
she
that.
was
I didn't
wilding,
want to see
man.
that.
no, Bantu. Carla dropped her off.
No, I'm
Dropped her off
saying if
his
a person
panel.
come on your show, they clearly something wrong with them, and they
Wait, I
Yeah.
thought
crazy
you
and he,
said he didn't drop her off.
no, he
No,
kept
in
her
the
on there. But
beginning,
what I'm
in
saying
the
is,
beginning,
that's why I'm
he
like,
did
Yeah, I
look,
in
you
the
dropped
can't
her off.
listen to
She
me
beginning.
dropped
because
her off
my shit
He
is
did
annoying.
drop
I
her
ain't
off
got
in
no
the
time for that shit
beginning,
like that.
and then
I don't
people were
really want to
asking
argue
for her
with
to
no
come back.
females,
Oh, they
but I
wasn't no to
definitely
come
don't want to
back.
argue with no
Okay.
females that got like mental issues and ain't letting nobody talk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
I
would
I
wasn't
don't
never.
argue with
about to
females that
come
got
on
mental
that
issues.
show.
I'm sorry.
Shit, that
I would
was a little
never.
too
Yeah,
crazy for
that's why
me.
you see, you seen. I was on the panel. I was trying to talk to her. I dropped off the panel. I ain't got time for that type of
There
stupid
ain't no
shit.
way in
No,
hell I
Yeah,
was gonna
because
sit
absolutely. But
she,
there.
I was just
because
saying
she
that it
went.
was
Go ahead, Frenchie.
no. Sorry, I was just saying. I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. You're completely correct. So I can't diagnose her, but there were just signs that, for me, I was like, we're way too intelligent to be engaging in a conversation with someone who is showing us signs that she's clearly going through something deeper. And I think we all failed that night, honestly.
But at the same
Because I
time, let me
laughed,
tell you
I
something,
laughed at
Frenchie.
times, and I shouldn't have, because when I watched her live show afterwards, I said, "Okay, no, there's something seriously
There's
not
something you gotta know
okay
about
with this
mental health.
lady."
If she's really in mental health, that was good for her. What Khaled did for her.
Yeah, let her get it all out.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
she exposed herself because she tried to do the same thing on Dinah's show. She tried to come up there and talk all sweet at first, and then I pulled her card. I was like, "Why you ain't?" I said, "All right, Shawty, why you ain't got your boobs out
A
over
lot
here?"
of
I
times
said, "I'm
women,
sure
they
they."
look for confrontation.
Yeah, she looked for confrontation. And I'm telling you, within that, she just started going off and did, but I'm the right one. The only reason why I didn't come up on College Show, because you had that lame ass Icon Fire with his stupid ass was sitting up here trying to simp for, and I knew she was going, because the Icon Fire had this weird thing to think
I
like,
thought
oh, you
Icon Fire had her for a minute though.
man, it's no such thing. It's just like you saying if you play 3-2-1 on the cash three and it come out 3-2-3. It's no such thing as almost. She ate him up. You get what I'm saying? And the only thing
Yeah,
that not
she ate him
easy do,
up at
all,
the
look, let
end.
me explain it to you, Bantu. All these dudes that claim like all they do is protect black women and all that, they had to get down there and talk like Hustle Smart. That's what it showed.
That's
That's why
why I
they come
wasn't
up up
coming
here.
on, bro. I was like, shit, fuck
That's
that
why they come up
shit.
on there, because all these dudes that sit up there and
Shit,
talk
I
all this
was,
black girl magic and black
yeah,
women are
they
never
do,
called.
bro. They do.
She pushed them. She pushed every last one of them to the
They
level
do.
that they started talking like the way I talk without giving. See, the way I talk, Frenchie, I don't have to get mad to talk the way I talk. They dudes had to get mad to get out of character to talk like that. But you saw when they talk like that, they talk like that pretty good. And then they get emotional about it.
That was Icon and that me.
Oh
Yeah,
She didn't
dear.
argue. She didn't argue with me.
I'm not
That wasn't me.
emotional about it.
No, but I don't
I
think
don't get like I said. I
any
told
of
her,
the men that
my
came on could
problem.
handle her. But that's just my
I would have
Right.
opinion.
smoked her, man. I just didn't feel like it.
Yo, hey, Migo, that exactly what I said. I said, why you ain't got your boobs out over here, Shawty? Why you ain't talking green? She was like, I like, don't start stuttering now. I'm like, you got the right one on here now, you know what I'm saying? And she it was another chick from Panamania or something. Man, I roasted both of them. But see, the thing about it with me is that if you listen to Icon Fire and Not Measy, they kept calling I don't never call women bitches. I just got a way that I talk that make women just, they just don't like the way I talk. But I don't call women bitches. You know what I'm saying? Women get mad when I call them husky and heathen. Not Measy call her a bitch.
Not, yeah,
Hold
not
on for a
easy
second,
dealt
Bantu.
with her,
Not
man.
Measy call her a bitch 62,000
He,
times.
he dealt with her, man.
You get what I'm saying? But the way I deal with it, I just got a slick, I'm just a hustler. I got a slick way of talking to chicks. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm not that much invested in chicks like that. You get what I'm saying? Like I talk to a chick the same way I talk to a dude. You don't hear me calling dudes, even though me and Elvis don't get along. You don't never hear me call Elvis a bitch or a bitch ass nigga. I don't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? I go with the facts, and then I'm slick with the way I talk. So it's like I demean you, I make you look small. But what Not Measy and the rest of them had to do, they had to go on her level and keep calling the bitches and hoes. Y'all don't hear
Well,
Hustle Smart talk like that. That's why I didn't come up, because I knew the level. I knew the level. I knew once that black man was going to try to talk to her normally. See, this is the thing I tell my daughter this all the time. You cannot have a rational conversation with an irrational creature. You can't do it. So you're going to have to get in the mud with them, or you're going to have to back out. And that's what Icon Fire Curry Go Avenger did. He ran like a little girl after he started calling her cuteness and empress. He called her empress.
Yeah, I thought he had her calm down. I was like, okay.
No, you can't calm down no husky hyena, bro. I keep trying to tell y'all, these chicks need medication and supervision, shawty. You
well,
get what
she's
I'm
a very
saying?
beautiful girl. Very beautiful girl. I just,
Lovely
for
titties,
me,
lovely boobs, Frenchie. You're right.
oh my goodness. And I just felt really bad. I felt like we may have let her down, because when I saw her cry, I instantly felt very, very guilty. I felt like that could have been a very educational moment for us all. Maybe Carla could have had just a one-to-one conversation with her, and try to rationalize with her, rather than, her going back
Didn't
and
you try
forth.
to have a one-on-one with her,
Yeah,
Carla?
wait.
She
I
cursed
think you
you
know
out or
something. That was
something?
my fault. I shouldn't have let that. I shouldn't have let that happen. I should have stopped it. I should have dropped the ball
Man,
down. And next time I will do that. I'm not gonna have that.
I
I
was
gotta
glad Carla let
have
it
that
happen.
nonsense.
No,
I
yeah,
don't
you
want that
did
to
the
happen.
right thing because
No, I did not let
it's
it happen. It just happened. It was going on. And you know something? To be honest with you, I freaking just muted. A lot of times I just, when they start arguing, I didn't even hear that conversation with her and Measy. I muted my thing. I don't hear you guys talk. And then what I do is I go watch TV. I turn my TV on. I'm watching a fucking movie or something like that, and I come back
Cartoons.
every once in a while and check on what the fuck y'all talking about. Like I said, look, if you're not talking about nation building and shit like that, I want to talk about, I don't want to hear it. What part of it I don't understand? People come up here with all this nonsense. I don't want to hear none of that. All I want to hear is, like I said, I'm here for a mission. I have a goal in life. I do this channel for a reason, you know. But people are always bringing their damn problems to me, and I'm like, damn, it gets so tiring after a while. If she got problems, she got
Right.
man problems, right? I can't solve that.
But
I'm not
Carla,
a single
she's
man, you
also
know. If I
African
knew somebody
American. Carla, she's also African
yeah, she's one
American.
of
She
us.
is someone. But wait,
What I'm trying to say,
Let her talk,
what I'm trying to
Kyla.
make
Don't
is
cut her
this.
off. I want to hear it.
Yeah, let me say
no,
this.
I was just gonna say.
Let me say
So
this.
she's
I
someone that
let
could.
everybody talk for a minute.
Oops, sorry, go on.
Good.
No,
No, go
so I was
ahead.
just
Go
gonna
ahead.
say
Finish what
she's
you're saying.
someone that could be in Afghanistan, for instance, right? So I just felt like that was a perfect opportunity for. Oh, you guys stop! Oh my goodness!
Nah.
That chick ain't did
No,
no
it's not. Like I
goddamn
said,
No, but wait,
Hey man, she could be
no,
one of your
I say like
no,
this.
because
Africans,
she
This.
came.
Kyla.
No, the reason why I say that, Carla, is because when she first came
Hold
on,
on.
she
Hold
was
on.
calm and she was rational. Sorry.
Hold on. Yeah, she was building up. I could tell that doing the show for many years.
Oh, okay.
I
Right.
could tell when somebody, their tone, their breathing, they're about to get aggressive. I could tell. I was
She was breathing like a dragon, Carla. You
when she
100%
asked
right.
this quick
Okay.
question.
She was wait.
The way
And then
she was
Frenchie,
acting though, yeah, it
that
seemed
big
like she was
Frenchie,
yeah.
where you from? Man, Frenchie, where you live at
I
right
said,
now?
look,
Like
I'm
what
having
country?
England.
Where she was
You in
acting.
England. You can't tell when
You already
somebody
know
just
she
waiting to
wanted that
wait,
smoke.
like somebody just waiting to pounce on you. Like you can't tell when somebody is talking nice to you, but they finna get ready to try to rob you or snatch your pocket. You know that you never seen that in a movie where somebody just sitting there talking to you as easy,
she's like a
and you'll
female
see
Nat
that.
Measy. She's a female Nat Measy.
Yeah,
No,
they
no, but
play, but
no,
you didn't feel none of you
Pounce on
didn't,
you.
so what I'm saying is you didn't feel none of the victory all with her at all before it
no, there
came out. You didn't see
was.
none of it.
No, there was,
No,
but at that point, she did apologize to Kala, and then they went on normally, and then something happened between her and Mufasa, and then she just went off. So I don't.
Then apology is
yeah,
not an apology. Then
I'm not
Mufasa
saying it's
probably was
Mufasa's
trying to
fault, by the
talk
way.
to her
Mufasa, it's not your
normal.
fault at all. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, that's what I witnessed. I just felt like she wanted to speak to Kala clearly. She clearly respected him enough to want to speak to him, and I felt like that could have been a good conversation. Had it not been for everything else that
So
happened.
you just
if that's
defended
the
her.
case, she
You
need
just
to have
said
a
she was
one-on-one.
crazy.
She
I
need to have
wasn't
a
going
one-on-one
nowhere.
consultation. How you come on a panel and say, now this is the thing. She could have came up here and said, "Hey, Carla, you're older than me. That you wise. Can you drop everybody down and maybe you have a one-on-one conversation?" Cause she could have said it
Well,
that way, but
at one time,
Yeah, that's true.
she didn't
it was
do
just me
that.
and her talking
If you got a
and she
people on
just
the
said that she.
panel, you got the other people personality, and then if you hear something in the background, all of a sudden you start barking like a German Shepherd. That's what she sounded like. She sounded
Well,
like
I mean, of
she
course you
sounded
don't
like
know what's
any
going on in
junkyard.
her background and all that, but
Yeah, she
No,
sounded
no,
like
no, no, no.
any animal at the
but
zoo.
that don't
No, what
mean
happened
come
is
on somebody's
That
show and
it sounded like a lot of trauma. She's clearly been through a lot of trauma, and she's going through something psychologically, and it just felt like,
well, what are you finna
she
say,
was failed.
Mufasa? You did what?
no. I'm asking Frenchie
Well,
because you
hold
said
on.
you said
This is what I gather, right? This is what I get. Hold on. This is what I gather, right? This is my personal opinion. I could be wrong. I hope she don't sue me, whatever like that. It seemed like at one time she was somebody's it girl, right? But
Here we go.
it looked like she's a pretty girl,
We
like, but
go.
with women with her looks, right? You only as good until you like 30 and whatever like that life she used to. They're gonna just trade you for a new model in their early
God,
20s
she
because
gonna come
No,
back
she
she's
up
hasn't
being
matured at that
gorgeous.
pretty.
point.
She's
I'm not being funny,
absolutely
she hasn't matured.
beautiful.
No, I'm not trying to be funny. Look, but I'm saying is this, but the thing is though, a man that wants to invest in a long-term relationship, right? You got to meet that man. If you're 33 years old, she's obviously in her early 30s, young girl, you got to be 33. You can't be 19 forever, right? When a woman turns in her 30s, there's a certain way about her, that says she's a woman. She understands she's a woman. Her way of talking, her way of being in the society, everything like that. But when a girl's 33 and she's like still 15 in her mind, that's a turnoff to a lot of men. A lot of women don't understand that, And then what she probably did was got some
You might be
slim,
right
right?
because that's
Abused him.
psychological.
He could be like that. Now she's like this. She can't go back to that rich guy. She obviously had a rich guy. You can't go back to that rich guy, right? The Sims don't do it for us. So now she's gonna come online and prey on black men who are minding their business, and let us feel her anger and come through, of her own making.
Yeah.
Now the
Yeah.
thing, but what started all this is she probably had daddy issues. Daddy issues. That's where it starts. A girl who has a good father in her life, they don't need at the time find somebody who they love. But that guy that she had initially, that was her father figure, or whatnot, it didn't work out, whatever like that. She got with a simp. He couldn't provide for her, whatever like that, All black men ain't shit now, because there's worse is that simp probably that's clown probably cheated on her, with somebody else. That probably really sent her over the edge. I'm just basically throwing this out there,
Caller, you're right, bro. Some dude probably used Caller. You can tell. You can look at her pictures and look at her now. She's not ugly, but what I'm saying is she don't picked up at least 20 or 30 pounds. You get what I'm saying? And then she's not hot anymore, Frenchie. What I'm saying, Frenchie, she's not your size anymore. Now, when she was your size, she probably could. Let me tell you one thing about women. When women
put on those pounds, that means
they still think that they're high value. You get what I'm saying? Like once you become a husky hyena, your stock go down. But you still can be cute. You still can be fine. But you
got a gam. You got a gam body.
Yeah, and then you catch dudes that be like, they don't want to go out with you no more, Frenchie. They start asking you about, man, that lasagna you made the other day sure tastes good. You gonna make that this weekend? We ain't got to go out. That just around. So probably what happened when she was hot, she got lazy, Frenchie. A lot of girls get like that when they're your age and your size. How tall are you, Frenchie?
I'm 5'6".
So you 5'6", so that means you about what, 130, 132 at the most?
Mm-hmm.
So she's about 175. You get what I'm saying? She about 175. Her back is wide as a flat screen TV, but she's still cute. So she can go in certain arenas and still get simps to be like, oh, she's thick. But see, she's not thinking about how she was.
She reminds me of ES. ES is like that. ES.
Yeah, exactly. ES has that too. Has that same thing. In her mind, Frenchie, she's still 5'6", 132. But she doesn't get that 5'6", 132 treatment no more because she a big chick. Even though she's cute, she's still a big. You can tell when she put her boobs out there. You get what I'm saying? You can get the boobs in the camera. Her back is wide as shit like a Toyota 4Runner. You get what I'm saying? But so she expect for dudes to simp. So she expect for her to come in and talk the way she talk, and dudes just do it. So of course, internet dudes is extra thirsty. Most internet dudes are incels. You get what I'm saying? You can tell the ones that get out there in the world, like Kala, like people get out in the world. But listen, y'all can talk to Adama for 30 seconds. What y'all all call him? You can tell the incels. But it's incel females too, because she's not.
That's somebody. We can hook up with Adama.
Yeah, she'll kill him. She'll kill him. She'll choke him out. See, she the type of chick. She'll beat him up. She'll beat him up. But she want that high level dude, and she just don't command that anymore. It's just like those girls that work in the strip club, Frenchie. We see it in Atlanta all the time. They walk in the strip club 18, 19. When they leave up out of here, they 27. They bigger, stretch marks. You get what I'm saying? Their belly button poking out. You get what I'm saying? But they still think like, oh, I used to have dudes. I used to have millionaires. Yeah, that's what you used to have. You know, Kevin Samuels, you know, his sister ass used to talk about that shit all the time. On about that's, you know, you got all these dudes chasing you. Those dudes are not trying to catch you when you was young, and you that's when you should have locked him down. You should have made him put a ring on you, but you was living this high class life. So now she's just a crazy, cute, big chick. She's like a fluffy, and she's mad as shit. Cause dudes ain't gonna pay the 5'6", 132 anymore. Now she probably
Hey,
5'8",
listen.
175, and dudes, even though she's cute, dudes is not gonna pay no premium. Frenchie, you can demand a premium at 5'6", 128.
Hey.
But let your ass get to 175. Dudes will be up here like, yeah, Frenchie cute, but that 175. You 175. Females don't get a pass for getting big. Guys can get
like
a pass
said,
for big.
the African stand. Hold on, the African stand is women. If you're under 5'8", the weight limit is 140. You know, I said. That's
Wow, color. Oh my goodness.
I second that emotion.
Hold on, French, let me ask you a question. See, now we're gonna build an African stand. We need women to produce children. You can't produce children being a big girl. You know, you gotta, dudes gotta. It is what it is. We need to procreate. You know, and women gotta be walking around looking good. You know?
Okay, and what are the requirements for the men?
Ain't no requirements.
Oh no.
The men got to make money. The men got to make money. You got
and they got the deal.
Men got to make money. You know.
So the men can be
obese.
So the men can be obese, smelly.
But no, men gonna be in shape, whatever, like that workout. But the whole we're gonna do.
But they can have bellies though, Frenchie. But the women can't. Your stomach got to be college professor book flat. That's how it need to be. You ain't got to have no six pack, Frenchie, but it got to be
flat. A beautiful race, a beautiful nation with a racist clown because we don't have no standards. You know. Yep. All these other people, Moldova, and all these people in all these beautiful places, where not people look good and everything like that. You know, when not people go to these exotic places, why we gotta be tore up? You know.
But Carla, don't forget, Black women are naturally built a certain way. I know you're going to disagree. You know,
I don't buy that. I don't look. I'm here
not every Black woman really is a rectangle.
I love it. You know,
is a rectangle. You know, they've got the hips, the thighs. Our bone structure is a bit different.
No, I don't buy that. That's big girl.
Yeah, but it's unrealistic to expect every single Black woman to be a toothpick. You're not going to get that.
Oh, see, now you're going for the polar opposite. There's a middle ground, Frenchie. That's a middle ground. She doing that. She doing that thing. She doing the feminist shuffle. It's definitely a middle ground. It's a difference between 128 and 175. Frenchie. It's 40 more pounds in between there. You ain't got to be looking like God. I tell you what, ain't no Stacey Abrams showing up. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. You know, that's ridiculous. You know. I tell my old lady right here. She goes to work. She goes to work out 3 times a week right now. You know, she got a little. And also these Liberian ladies, right? They be out there doing the exercise with the Pilates. They out there doing their thing with the with the video game and whatnot, doing exercises. Everybody in this country is about getting in shape, man, because they know the women in this country know, Frenchie, right? If they get in shape, they're gonna get a husband, you know. And then you got women out there that like, ain't so in shape. They're gonna. So every woman here, man, they be going to these workout classes. They're trying to stay trim, so they can get a husband. It is what it is. That's what it is.
Let's be honest. Carla, let's be honest. You know what Frenchie is? Frenchie, what you call? She's like a doll. She's one of them type of chicks that gonna feel sorry for these husky hyenas, but she ain't gonna get that size. Frenchie probably got an outfit that she wears. If she ever put that outfit on, if she can't fit it, she's immediately going on a lemon water cayenne pepper diet. You get what I'm saying? She's not gonna get that big for the women that she advocates for.
A lot of women that are good shape like Frenchie, they feel some sort of guilt.
Damn, you cut out, Colin. Say that again, Colin. You cut out.
You keep cutting out.
You cut out. You Colin, you cut out. You gotta repeat what you're gonna say.
No, I said a lot of women that are in good shape, whatever like that, feel guilty. They feel like they want to join their sisterhood is being oppressed by male standards. Women basically push the beauty standards, even Essence Magazine, that's black women pushing that shit, so they would blame us for everything, it's actually women who do that shit,
Yep.
Yeah, it be women.
I do agree. It is women. It is women that put the pressure on other
Frenchie,
women.
and let me tell you something, Frenchie. I was sitting up here, I was watching you what you said. The first thing came out of Frenchie mouth is, "She's so beautiful. She's so beautiful." First thing came out her mouth, and that girl is goddamn. But she's 40 pounds heavier than you. You can tell by her chest. See, let me tell you something, French. I got old women in my family. That's why I can tell. I can tell a woman's size by her chest. That chick is at least from your picture and when she was showing them boobs, she at least 40 pounds heavier than you. Now you tell me, you saying she's so beautiful, would you ever let yourself get 40 pounds heavier than what you are now?
Look at Serena Williams. She got really skinny. Now people also
you plead the fifth. Carla, hold on, Carla. You missed that. Carla, you missed that. You missed that, Carla. You missed that. Did you hear what Frenchie just said? Go ahead and say it again, Frenchie.
What?
I said I plead the fifth.
She plead the fifth, Carla.
Call me, pick me. I don't have time for that.
She plead the fifth. I told her that she advocating for these. She advocating for these husky hyenas, but she would never want to be the size of the women that she advocating for. So she would never. The size she is now, I asked her, would she be okay?
The same thing about black people, white people. It's like white
Dark
people who advocate for black
Migo
people.
says she 5'9", 120. Who are you talking about? That chick that was on here?
Who is that? Who in 5'9", 120 is a stick.
Skinny, yeah, that's skinny.
Yeah, that's like
you must be talking about somebody
that's
else.
like Diana Rose. Diana Rose is like 5'9", 120.
Look, I think we offended somebody. Hold on. But now the truth is coming out. Bibby Rodriguez says obsessive weight and obese is your reality, no real property. What the hell is she talking about? I guess she be offended. You know who's a big girl.
But see, that's why, Carla, that's why what you said this on the other show, as black people, that black women, we supposed to accept that whatever package a black woman come in, you know what I'm saying? Loud, obnoxious, 3 kids, 8 baby daddies, you know what I'm saying? Scratching her throat, patting her weave with a button on and pajamas at the goddamn, like you got schools these days, Frenchie. It might not happen in the UK. You got schools that got to tell these black women don't show up with their ass out, with their thong showing, you know what I'm saying, pajamas with no drawers on. Like this is how these women are going to the schools with their kids. Like they finna go right from there and go, you can't be going to your job. Go to any other school. My son go to a school that's on Andrews Air Force Base. When I drop him off at school, the white people going you see them dressed up, they finna go drop their kids off and go to work. You see black women show up there in pajamas, scrubs, goddamn bonnets, motherfucking face mask on.
Hey, that should be crazy. Motherfucking
Crocs. You get what I'm saying? They ain't
But
finna.
things
They
like
know
that's
they
what
finna
you
go
don't
jump.
see over here. Women go out in public, man. They got oh my god, man, the way the women are dressed over here.
I
They
mean,
they
it's the
know how
same
to
in
dress,
it's
man.
the same in
It's
the
like
in the
that
UK.
very reminds me of Black America back in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, you a
Are they
time
ratchet over
traveler
there
like
too?
homegirl now, Color. You're a time traveler.
Mr.
You
Sandman
talking about
said, "How
no?
did
I'm saying
Cardi
like
B
this
body
tall figure.
snatch back after all those surgeries? Because she don't spend like 350,000 on her. Her body ain't snatched back. Her butt looked like that other chick, or what her name, that singer that Collar thought that was fine until I had to show him a real picture. Summer Walker. You know what I'm saying? She got that. All them operations and surgery and tucking and all that shit. That what these women risking life and death. But
But
one thing
Sim,
about Cardi B, she'll tell the truth. She'll tell you she don't spend like 600, 700,000 on her body to make herself look okay. But she still get ran through. Now she's just a baby mama.
What was that?
Cardi B.
Oh man. Gee.
If
but
Mr.
Sim, you
Sandman
said that
is
you have.
he out the loop because he think that she looks snatched. And that ain't snatched at
Sandman's
all,
a
bro. That's a
weirdo.
lot of
That's
operation.
a
You
fake
you
ass
have to know
plastic
Mr.
doll.
Sad,
Shit.
Mr. Sandman is from the Caribbean. He's a Caribbean.
Now he from
But no one said that
Philadelphia.
you guys can't have standards, though. You guys are entitled to date
Yeah, Caribbean.
whatever
They're like
woman you'd
weird.
like, whatever body shape you'd like. You're well
Right.
within your rights to date that, and no one should villainize you for it. I don't agree with that. And of course, every woman's different. Not all black women are the same. We're all gonna have different standards for ourselves, especially when it comes to health. I just don't want to put anyone down. She didn't look fat to me, but our definition of fat may be different. All I saw was boobs and her face. I didn't get to see what the rest looked like. And she could be a really tall girl. I don't know.
That's
Um,
even worse. That means she's even heavier.
oh God.
I didn't
Let
even
me tell you
see the
something,
chick,
Frankie.
man. I just heard her
I got
screaming
all
and
girls.
yelling.
Let me tell you something. My sisters are 5'11" and 5'10". I got all of them. I can tell by her face. You can see it that chubby in her. You can see it in her face. She looked like she eat cookies, like she got a bed full of cookies and shit. Her face is chubby. Her boobs is meaty. You get what I'm saying? Her chest is meaty as fuck. You can tell by where her talk. Even you can tell her neck was thick. She had a thick neck.
She's probably listening right now
She's
saying,
a Johnny
Hey, y'all
Bravo
keep
looking
talking
Oh
about
chick.
my
her. She
God,
gonna
that's
pop up,
mean.
man.
That is mean.
she's plotting her revenge right now.
Yeah,
She's plotting
on
her revenge.
you and Sim.
Yeah, I'm telling you, she's probably mad at herself that she didn't order more
Shit.
pizzas than that large she got. She probably wish she would have got two. You know what I'm saying? She waiting for 10 o'clock in the morning for Uber Eats and goddamn Crystals or McDonald's to open up. You know what I'm saying? She got to feed the beast. And let me tell you something, Frenchie. Even though you say that you don't know how she looks or how big she is, you know she ain't your size, right? Come on, Frenchie.
She ain't finna say
She
I
ain't
nothing,
your
just
man.
know that she's a
you.
very beautiful girl.
Yeah.
That's all
Yeah, she's beautiful. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?